Got some names I recognize in chat.
Hey, good morning, everybody. I'm Michelle Tanner.
And I'm Lauren, also known as MTG Hot Dog.
Underscore hot dog. We can't forget it. And welcome to the Fishbowl 4. We can't believe we're here at 4. Officially a 2-day event now. $5,000 on the line. And for a lot of people here, very importantly, a Top Deck Series Gold event. And those points matter. Why do they matter, Lauren?
So it is official, as you said, at the Fishbowl 4 here. But these points are huge. This is a sort of a last chance to get points. TopDeck.gg, we are doing a invitational. The top 64 players on our leaderboard get invited to a 15K in Columbus, Ohio.
15K.
Yeah, alongside a 10K open. So if you don't make the invite, we have a 256 open that we're doing.
It's a couple dollars.
Yeah, good chunk of change. But these players are... A lot of them are needing points right now. I know Derek, he's, I think, 115 on the leaderboard. If Derek can go on a run this tournament, I think you get about 175 points for winning a gold event. Might be off on the calculations
We
there.
can double check, but if he makes a hot run on it, he's looking pretty good.
It could put him in contention for the Invitational. I know Chris... P here on Timna Crom. Chris was the winner of Fishbowl 1.
Yeah.
So maybe looking to run it back, sort of,
Starting out in the hard pot.
Yeah. And, Rogsai is a very popular deck too. Zach in C2, it looks like. And then surprised to see Tivit here.
Somebody's got to play it.
Yeah, I mean, you usually are seeing this from deck specialists right now. Tivit, it's a little... I'd be hard-pressed to play Tivit right now with the current texture of the meta, but it's really interesting to see. I think this pod... a little heavy on the ROG side, but this is a pretty standard CDH pod, I would say. I'm not surprised to really see any of these decks.
Yeah, I'd say this seems pretty well-rounded. If you were just going to throw a couple of commander names up and what we expect to see today, these would all pretty much hit at some level.
Oh, yeah.
Mostly I'm just happy we don't have like 4 Timna together or something like that.
So the big difference is, people call Timna Crom Blue Farm.
Yeah.
The difference between Timna Crom and Blue Farm is Blue Farm takes a lot of game actions and Timna Crom can win the game. That's the distinction.
That felt like a small bit of shade, just like a tiny bit.
I'm a Timna Crom player.
Yeah, I know.
I don't play Blue Farm, though. I don't play Blue Farm. I've recently converted to Rogsai, though. I hate to say it.
You finally fell in on it.
Yeah.
Decided that's the way to go.
Flare of Duplication is just too good.
It is a neat card, and I expect to see a couple more new things out of Bloomborough. We've seen some interesting spoilers. I've seen a card that literally said "gift an extra turn" to somebody.
That's amazing.
And so I don't know. We could have some hot new decks pretty soon.
I'm pretty excited for that Otter.
Oh, which one?
Oh, that's true.
You need to specify. They're all great and adorable.
I believe it's a 2/3 for blue and 2 colorless, and it gives all your non-creature spells flash.
Oh.
And whenever you cast on a creature spell on top of Otters, so if you can put a Paradise Mantle on him or something.
Oh, sure. And just go off on Otters. That seems amazing.
Yeah. I'm very excited.
I'm just all of the cards look adorable. I mean, I play like a lot of limited more than anything else. Like obviously that's my favorite format.
Right.
It just looks like such a fun set to play in limited. But I think there's a lot of powerful cards in there that are going to make a splash in a couple different formats, Commander included. So
I'm excited.
It'll be interesting.
The Invitational as well. It's going to have Bloomborough legal cards in it. So
yeah, that's true because we about a month out.
Yeah, about 4 or 5 weeks out now.
And Bloomborough pre-release is next week, and then official release the week after that. So yeah, you're right in line with it. A lot of barely tested things.
I'm excited to see it. You're gonna see some whack stuff.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's all you want though. That's all you want.
I'd like to shout out some people in chat. What up, What up, Tad of the Bufftown Bullies in New York? Scorish. Scorish is actually going to be my casting partner at the Invitational, so happy to see Scorish here in chat. And Womping Willow. What's up, Womping? Sorry you guys aren't here. Hopefully we do right by you here in the casting booth.
We'll try our best. If nothing else, we're at least going to try to bring you content that doesn't end in 5 minutes. Unfortunately, getting backup matches for Commander is difficult. So we're just gonna hope and pray that we have more than 3 game action happen.
And I think to your credit, I mean, that's a great way to kind of segue, intentionally or unintentionally, kind of the composition of this board. The right half of the table is looking to end this game as quickly and as efficiently as possible, whereas the left side of the table is really going to take over if this starts going to a long game.
Yeah.
Rogside can continually put wins on the stack. Tim Necrom and Tivit probably have a little bit more interaction than the other two decks on the right side of the table. So we're kind of on a left versus right situation. Tim Necrom and Tivit are going to sort of rely on each other here to slow down the game quite a bit, while the Rogside players are now going to try to race each other.
So you think we might end up in a little left v right like fight action here?
I think so.
Where somebody's going to have to group up and really... I mean, we do have hypothetically a lot of interaction between all of these decks. So it's kind of just seeing who opens with what, and we go from there. But right now, it looks like everybody's just kind of getting set up, taking a look at some hands.
It's early.
We can't really see any cards, so we're just going to trust they're all making good decisions for themselves.
Round 1 is my least favorite playing in these tournaments. You were just with your friends all night. It's an early morning. We started at 9 this morning here Pacific time. You are kind of easing into the tournament. You want to get a good start your round 1. That way your pairings for the rest of the day are better. I hate playing round 1.
You just gotta get the nerves out, get the anxiety out.
Exactly. Looks like we are kicking it off here. Derek drawing card for turn. Looks like seat order. Seat 1 is in the bottom right corner. It's Chris seat 2, Dave seat 3, and Zach seat 4. Pretty
just a little fetch off of Flooded Streams.
I like that art too.
I was like, it's so bright.
I hate that it doesn't match any of the fetches. Turn 1 fish though is pretty dang good.
It's a solid start.
Yeah, that's a extremely reasonable keep. I heard fish can draw some cards.
Yes. You know, maybe 1 or 2. Maybe no one does anything.
Yeah.
Just
Fish packs. And Rogside has so many free spells at its disposal. Deadly Rollick, Fierce Guardianship, Deflecting Swat, Flare of Duplication now. So your hit rate is much higher deploying your Rog with the Remora.
Yeah.
And that's something that your opponents have to be wary of.
That's true, and while we didn't really get a chance to see his hand very well, like you said, there's good odds that he would keep something with one of those type of effects.
We are passing turn here. Chris, I might have spotted an Underworld Breach in his hand. Maybe?
Keeping it tight to the chest.
I'm trying to peek. I see a Vamp Tutor for sure. I see a Meme Bet.
Yeah,
City of Brass, Windswept Heath.
I don't see anything too crazy looking. We got a fetch, you know? I don't think he's looking at a fast start.
No, a fair start.
A fair start.
Which is tough when the other two decks are playing so unfairly against you.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be unreasonable, right, to maybe lean on keeping a hand with more interaction, locking yourself into knowing you're going to have a slower start because you don't want to just lose by having no cards that help you stop someone else.
Yeah, I think there's two schools of thought. I think keeping interaction definitely is one of them to try to keep yourself alive to see your next turn, try to put your win on the stack. The other option too, on a deck like Tim Necrom, you have a lot of the same card quality as Rogsai. So if you're looking at the where you're at on the board, you do have the opportunity to go, I'm going to try to race you as well.
Yeah.
And that's something that I'm sure. Oh, we're feeding the fish with our Mox Diamond.
A little tippity tap.
Enjoy
Get
your
used
card.
to that today, folks.
All right, and we are following it up with. I see a Meme Bet in Yard here and a Vamp Tutor. So I'm wondering if Chris is just gonna hope these three other players cannibalize each other, and then maybe sneak out with a Meme Bet line next turn.
Just not the worst take, right? I mean, you expect everybody to kind of duke it out a little bit.
Yeah, I'm a big Meme Bet fan. I like that card a lot.
Yeah.
Mnemonic Betrayal for kids at home.
Just to specify, but what do you like about it? Is it a pet card for you?
I would
just enjoy it.
It's just
You just enjoy everything that it does.
yeah.
Sure.
I like looking at three opponents going, I get to touch all of your cards.
You're just like being a rude card.
Yeah.
Sure. Wow, Tivit kind of just a land go. It looks like.
Yeah, I think I'd be a little worried right now if I was Tivit. You're not gonna win this race, and if these Rogside decks or even Tim Necrom start getting ahead of you, it's going to be very, very hard.
Yeah,
to
I would
catch
say
up.
arguably the slowest potential out of the table, right? So.
Yeah, Tivit's certainly the slowest deck here. I mean, you have a 3-mana win con, the Thoracle combo, but you have to live to
Yeah.
to be able to get there. And again, when you're playing against Rogsai with the ability that Rogsai has to consistently put wins on the stack, you're always looking at a loaded gun.
Yeah. It's got to be it's a bit of anxiety, I'm sure, for the Tivit player.
What's up, Memo in chat? Shout out Memo, good friend in Germany, sponsored by Top Tech actually.
Oh,
but
neat.
What's up, Memo? Good to see you, my friend. Guten Tag.
I don't know if it's early or late there, but
I don't even know what Guten Tag means. I just
it means good day.
oh Schnitzel.
I took German for like 3 years in high school. That's still only about the amount I remember.
It was funny. He oh okay.
Okay. I mean, that's we got some mana.
Yeah.
We got some mana.
We are probably gonna equip the Paradise Mantle. No, we're consulting.
Oh, all right, all right.
Wow.
This is a lot of Zach's hand.
Yeah.
These are a lot of cards all of a sudden.
We could be seeing a possible reverse Thorkel where you play the consult first and then slam the Thassa's Oracle, but this resolving is gonna tell us everything that we need once. Did we name something?
Yeah.
Oh, I think we're deciding.
I was like, whenever there's a lull, we just assume there is some amount of conversation happening, as is tradition for CEDH. So,
oh,
it looks like
we're going for it.
okay.
Wow. Okay.
Is that gonna do us like this?
Oh no. Oh no. We have the Thassa's Oracle on the stack.
Hello? Does somebody have a way to stop
Oh
this?
my goodness. We're all
He
looking at our
really
hands.
said, I'm going to test everyone at 9:40 a.m.
So here's the crazy part too. Dave has a swan song in hand.
Oh.
And let the Thassa's Oracle resolve. I'm sorry, let the demonic concentration
Yeah, it's like,
resolve.
let the result. Okay.
Wow. I was not expecting this. What could we possibly have to stop the Thassa's? A stifle, maybe?
I didn't see one in anybody's hand, but that doesn't mean there wasn't some sort of effect there.
Strict Serenade?
I mean, that does counter a lot of stuff.
If we're working to maybe we're casting anything to try to.
I mean, our Tivit player did fetch, so what are they fetching for here? Okay.
Okay, Vamp Tutor to feed the Mystic.
Sure. Please draw a card.
Please. I have to applaud Zach here. I mean, it's early. You're just starting out, and you're turn one, just putting the win on the stack.
I mean, look, I'm all about somebody just going for it. Sometimes just show me you have it.
Yeah.
Because the longer the game goes on, right, there's a better chance that somebody has something.
Yeah, I'm
Okay, I mean, going for a swan song, but
trying to draw Derek cards. I'm really curious though why we didn't swan song the demonic consultation, and that's how you can really get got by reverse Thorkel.
yeah.
You demonic consultation. Excuse me, and you kind of pose a scenario. Okay, we are monkey blasting the Thassa's Oracle. So we are exiling Simian Spirit Guide to make 1 red mana, monkey mana.
Oh, he's got a force though.
Oh, we're pacting
His
it.
hand is
Wow.
neat.
Yeah, this is. And so you can
I didn't
kind
see
of.
what he tossed to the, or no, that's
pact,
packed.
yeah. This is how you can kind of get players who are thinking you're consulting for value. You don't put the Thorkel on the stack. You do
Sure.
it secondary.
That's
Wow.
it. Okay.
The game is over.
That
Yeah.
swan song would have stopped the
Yep.
Okay.
So Swansong should have hit the consult. That was Zach's opening hand there. Jeez. Swansong hits the consult. You draw the cards. Enough spells were still going to be cast where you'd still be able to Simian Spirit Guide Red Blast.
Mm-hmm.
And if, I think this is where it's sort of important to talk to the table. If you're not sure about the interaction points, it's better to be safe than sorry and go, is this, if you're sitting at the table not sure when to counter it, hey, is this when I counter the spell? In that situation, Zach put himself in a 3v1. It's Derek, Chris, and Dave versus Zach. Table talk is key there. You really have to communicate that.
Yeah, which is one of the few things that, like, unfortunately we can't show very well is, like, the conversations happening while these plays are being made. So something that might look slightly odd to us, to the table might make sense because of something someone said, right?
Yeah.
Or an agreement that was made, or something that we just aren't aware of. Which always adds just an interesting layer to gameplay that you don't really see anywhere else.
Yeah. If I can quote Brian Koval, who I really, his magic theory I really look up to, He said your opponents are always telling you what's in their hand. You just have to be able to listen to what they're telling you.
Yeah.
And I think with the consult, I saw that Zach did not have mana for Ad Nauseam, so I'm not saving my Swan Song for that. And we're putting a consult on the stack and the ability to produce 2 blue mana. And he did it in a way to ensure that he's not going to lose that Mox Opal. I think that, I mean, that sends my brain red flags that a Thorkel is going to come after a consult. You're not going to consult for J-Will. You're not going to get far enough with that mana.
I would argue that too. It doesn't seem like you're not throwing just naked consult for value that early, right? Like you're probably saying, show me what you have.
Yeah.
And I would have shown him probably the Swan Song.
Yeah, I would have Swan Song that immediately. But it's tough, and that's a tough lesson to learn. I've been reverse Thorkled before, and never again. You always you don't see the Thasses. You're like, okay, sure, I'll let the consort
And
resolve.
again, we don't know what kind of talk was happening and stuff.
Very
so,
true.
It's a different element when you're sitting at a table with 3 other people just trying to make your plays. So no shade to Dave. It was just
none at all.
I'm sure afterwards he was like, wish I would have cast it.
Yeah, no shade to Dave at all. It's happened to me before. It happens, and it's just something to look out for when you're playing.
Oh yeah, sometimes things are just a learning experience. But hey, I mean, congrats to Zach. It's so early. I sincerely doubt that we will be able to get a backup match. I'm gonna go see if there's anything that we can do. Otherwise, we'll be back in a little bit. So we'll take at least 5 minutes. If we can't come back to it, then gosh, this round's gonna be a little long. But we definitely have more content to bring you guys no matter what throughout today. I mean, we still have 5 rounds. Oh, well, I mean, 4 rounds after this. But yeah, we're gonna do our best to hopefully bring you matches that don't end in 5 minutes. We have no control over it, but we're gonna try. So we'll do our best. Hang out with us today, and we'll see you guys in a little bit.
Cool. Thanks, everyone.
Makes me want to spoil it. But who do we got here?
Well, we have an absolutely stacked pod. I want to make sure I have the seat pairings properly. So seat 1, we have Matt Box. Matt Box is a known tournament grinder on Timna Crom. Matt Top Ford, CCU 1.
Okay.
So kind of a name to watch. Seat 2, Max Sternberg, also known as Wounded Satellite. He flew in for this event on his namesake deck of Kinnan.
Nice.
He recently got his first tournament win. He's chasing another, but really well-known Wounded Satellite. You know, if you consume CDH content, you know who this guy is. Seat 3, we have Matt Sperling of Playing with Power fame, playing Talion. I don't want to brag. I'm a known Talion enjoyer, so maybe I'm rooting for Talion. Who knows? And then seat 4, we have Sergio Navarro, Rogue Rock Stylist. Sergio is at every event, tournament grinder, top 16er. All 4 of these players, I don't care what seat position they're in right now, all 4 of these players have a chance to win this game.
So we're saying strong.
These are
strong.
if you were like, hey, give me a list of the top, 20 players that could be at this event, here's 4 of them right here.
Yeah. Well, this should be I feel like it's either going to be a really slow match or a really fast one. I feel like there's no in between. But all powerful decks, all strong players. You have to assume that they kind of know what to look out for and like what to play into, what not, that kind of thing.
100%.
So it tends to draw out games, but you never know. Sometimes somebody just goes for it and they just have it.
Yep.
And I love when that happens.
Yeah,
it won't give us coverage, but I love when it happens.
And I think that's what Rogsai wants to do. The longer this game goes, the worse position Rogsai's in.
Right.
Turbo decks sort of thrive. Other decks, they're going to wait for their window and then capitalize on it. Turbo decks such as Rogsai are just going to bust through the wall and make their own window.
You make them have it, and if they don't have an answer for you, great.
100%. And I do want to shout out Matt rocking the MTG hot dog sticker on his Timna.
Oh,
so,
look at that.
He's a man after my own heart.
Did you slide him that beforehand?
No, he's had it for like years now.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I think Kinnan's gonna have a little bit of a hard time. For better or for worse, Max is an incredibly skilled player, and does really well in the politicking aspect, which is, I think, contributes a lot to Max's success.
A strong thing to consider.
These players aren't going to buy into those politics, though.
Oh, yeah. Everybody's here for themselves, first and foremost. Yeah. And trying to buy yourself a little bit of leeway, it can be... You got to roll pretty high on your charisma checks, I think, to really sell that.
And I'm willing to bet all of these guys have probably played against each other at least once in a tournament setting.
Yeah,
so they know each other's game. They've seen each other online before. Matt is probably the least online out of these 3, but Matt Bach, he's a sneaky player. He's one of the best Los Angeles-based players. I've played a lot against Matt. Incredible guy, super nice guy. But he's familiar with his opponent's games as well, even though he's not as online as the other 3.
Sure.
This is such a banger of a pod. And I was like, okay, I had one person in mind if we were going to feature, and then I was like, oh, we have all 4 of them? Okay, 6. Like, these are all such good players.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to get really, really stacked pods like this early, but sometimes it just happens.
Yeah, and Matt Sperling has really delved into playing more CDH. I think they're more of a well-known 60-card grinder.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I know him a bit more from regular constructive, but yeah, it's nice to see him branching out, and I hope to see some interesting magic here. Again, if you didn't see round 1, watch it. But I hope it's at least as interesting as round 1, because what a game. What a game.
And I think we're facing down. I'm actually going to look up to see if this pod composition has ever existed. Talion's really starting to gain popularity. I just want to make sure I have the seats proper.
The Rograg Silas deck is a little bit of a newer element. Is that correct?
No, it's been around. It
just never really like popped off that much. I personally haven't seen it that much, but again, not a commander enjoyer such as yourself. So
I'm gonna flame this deck. And let me preface: I play Rogsai right now. Rogsai is very popular because it does sort of everything you want to do in CDH. It has a very, very high skill ceiling.
Sure.
So I think a lot of people get off of that deck because they can't convert into a top 16 placing, but a lot of people play that deck, and not a lot of people do well with it.
Sure. Okay, well, I mean, I guess if we're going to see it do well at all today, this is a perfect round to possibly pop off.
So I'd like to shout out Datatog. Datatog, as I work with Top Deck, I do consulting work for them. and they have provided a resource for him. So I want to shout out the resource before I get into this, but I'm running the data to see what games that have been tracked on Command Tower. We have a turn 1 Ristic study.
Hey.
Jeez Louise.
The quickest of starts. That hot dog sticker really going the distance here.
The crazy part, so this data that I have has 21,360 games tracked over data collected via Command Tower. This is the first time we've ever seen this pod composition.
Well, I guess we'll see who seems fit. Well, Kinnan already just out there. Just out there.
Beating the Ristic already, too.
I don't know if it's an altar or just a proxy, but it's pretty sick.
That is an altar, yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah. Let's go Surge. Yeah, Surge. Rogsai as well. Yeah, shout out to Scorish. I know Scorish does play Rogsai.
So we got Moxamber getting a birds out. Really just kind of dumping the hand here from the Kinnan player.
I like it. If you make a land drop, you have a Kinnan activation next turn.
Yeah, which you imagine out of the, 2 cards they have left, there's probably a land with them.
Hopefully.
So...
Mana Crypt paying for the Ristic passing.
Interesting.
Humble start.
Okay. I mean... Italian, not exactly the fastest deck, I suppose, but could be worse.
Yeah, Italian is wanting to bring this game down to a halt. The issue in doing that is Kinnan can capitalize on a slower game as well.
And it looks like we're just popping off with half the commanders in play already.
Boxing with Shadows is asking how do mulligans work in EDH. You get 1 free mulligan. So you look at your first 7, and you can mulligan that for a second 7, and then it's regular mulligan rules after that. But you get 1 free one in a multiplayer format.
Yeah, which makes sense given it's a 100-card deck. I mean, your ratio of lands and mana to spells is significantly skewed.
Yep. Yeah, the variance is much higher in a singleton 100-card format as opposed to a traditional 60-card format.
So you want everybody to have the best shot of playing reasonable Magic. But yeah, so half the commanders in play already. I thought this was turn 1. Am I wrong? Did we miss? Did I blink out? Did I go into a coma and just wake up?
You did.
Okay.
It's actually round 5 now.
That's how it feels. There's so many permanents out already. Okay, so Talisman.
Wow.
Come on now.
So Talisman of Progress into a Mystic Remora.
I was gonna say, is this just double the Ristic Mystic setup here?
I'll take this any day of the week.
You're basically just not paying into it. Just let them draw the cards at this point.
Yeah.
You really can't fight it very well.
And I think Kinnan doesn't care as much about the Ristics and Mystics. They can get around it with the activations.
Okay, well, there's a land.
Yep.
So
staring down, 7 mana I count with Kinnan.
So it seems reasonable to attack the person with no creature in play. Probably. Just for funsies. It's not like an O1's really doing anything, but...
Yeah, you're probably attacking Rogsai or Timnacrom. You don't... Oh, the One Ring.
Okay.
Sure. Seems good.
Just in case.
So that tells me... I mean, I'm curious the prioritization over the One Ring over a Kinnan activation, and maybe it's just because the game is slow. This is their opportunity to have a draw engine in play to try to out-resource or outpace the Ristic and Mystic.
Could be the possibility of just thinking, does somebody have removal for my Kinnan?
Yeah, true. Try to find more answers.
Yeah, because, with this board state, it does seem reasonable that somebody can deal with a 2-2.
Yep. And I think pressuring the Timnacrom life total is better than hoping they block with the Rog. Talion doesn't really care about their life total in the same way that these other decks do. Timnacrom is drawing a lot of cards, so if they hit that Adnaz...
They're drawing so many cards.
Yeah, you want to deprime them as much as possible.
All right, if you cast nothing, they won't draw anything. So,
Hold on.
that's really the line.
She saw the line. That's the key. Doctors hate this one trick.
Yeah, this one trick. Don't do anything.
Yeah.
Just become, water there, just Bruce Lee, stay in the background. Don't let anybody notice you, and then go off in one turn.
So what happens when my opponents have a Ristic and Mystic? I simply enter into a catonic state.
That's what I said. It's too much. It's too much. Maybe you won't pay for it.
Yeah. I go into a hyperbolic time chamber, and I train for years. We have oh gosh, is that a massacre? All creatures get -2/-2, and you can pay oh, no. If you control a swamp, you can cast it for free. All creatures get -2/-2.
That does look like the most basic of swamps in place.
Yeah. I think that's Massacre, which I love this play. You are really hurting, obviously, the Kinnan deck. That Rog side deck with the early deployment of Rog.
Oh, they might have a response here. This is a Mystic Ristic. Okay, they do.
Okay, we are flustering that. It is a Massacre. If an opponent controls a plains and you control a swamp, you can cast it without paying its mana cost. All creatures get -2/-2.
So a very reasonable and probably pretty heads up thought from the Kinnan player, and that's why, again, they just decided to play the more safe line of getting the ring, building some stuff, and then keeping this Flusterstorm up for this very scenario.
And he can notably pay it. No, it's 3.
Yeah, he would be short, but if somebody wants to help him out here, this is the question, right? This is where politics come into play. Is you just gonna let this happen?
And that trigger warning on the Flusterstorm that we're maintaining the board state showing the draw triggers, that's telling you there's politicking on the stack.
Yeah, which you can usually tell if something doesn't happen immediately. People are discussing.
Yep.
People are talking out the lines, thinking, well, if you don't help me make sure this happens, then what if the Kinnan player untaps and kills us all, like that kind of thing. So.
And if I'm Matt, I am kicking myself. I mean, hindsight's 2020. Flusterstorm's the one thing that blows us out.
Just
but
not playing a land first.
If I didn't pay for the Ristic study, I would have been able to. Oh, okay. So we're gonna mental misstep the Fluster and then paying for the 2. So we do have it covered.
Yeah. See, sometimes you just make a friend.
Crazy. Crazy.
Like, I will pay for it, and I mean, that'll take care of both things on the field.
Yeah, Sergio has a lot to lose from this as well. Rog costing 2 is really a blowout.
Looks like there might have been a question as to how this was targeting, maybe? I don't know. It looked like he was motioning a different way.
I think my assumption is they resolved Storm Trigger improperly.
Difficult to say without hearing him, but obviously there was some question as to how this resolved, so we'll let him work it out here. But it actually seemed like it didn't counter it. I wonder.
Maybe the mental misstep counted towards if they responded to the Storm Trigger with the mental misstep added to the Storm count.
I mean, yeah, it's another spell. The first one, because like.
You need to let the Storm Trigger resolve first, and I think they didn't.
Yeah.
Oh, it resolved. Never mind. I'm sorry.
It's just one of those, like, he paid for it, they figured it out, both creatures died. So basically, we just reset all of the stuff that happened in turn 1, where all the commanders came out and then died.
Are we having stream problems?
Well, I'm not sure if everybody can still hear us, so I guess I'll talk, but... it does seem like our internet went down, but we are still recording, so I'll keep talking, and then we'll hopefully bring it back up.
This is for the VOD viewers only.
Could just be the sheer amount of people in the room might have smacked our internet.
True.
But yeah, so we'll go back to this later and enjoy it, but right now it might just be darkness.
So it looks like Rograk played an Ancient Tomb, paid 2 for the Rograk to redeploy past turn. My assumption is, if I'm Matt, I'm probably paying for the Mystic Remora. It's drawn me so many cards. My opponents are so behind. It's almost a 1v1 versus me and Kinnan if I'm Matt, and then all the other players are watching, unfortunately. Using the Mana Crypt to pay for the Mystic Remora, drawing for turn. I love this play, though, on that Massacre. You've almost time walked Kinnan. They're going to... Oh, I'm sorry. They can't actually even recast Kinnan.
No, not right now.
Yeah, Mox Amber is not active. They need to top deck a land.
Yeah.
It's probably likely they'll draw a land.
The Mox Amber give and take away
Yeah.
from just not having it in play there.
True.
Just taps for nothing.
Sometimes it's how the Kinnan crumbles. Thank you, everyone.
Oh, man.
Round 2, let's go.
Although it's funny that it didn't really hurt the Rograk player too. Like a 1-drop, it's just a little guy. We'll put him back out there.
Yeah.
It's a pretty quick reset.
You've time walked him in a way, though.
Yeah, I mean, but turn 1, like, nothing else was really I don't think it took too much away from his game specifically.
All right, I'm ready to get get flamed.
So
Can I go into hot take mode?
hot take, sure.
Are we ready? Malevolent Hermit being deployed by Timnacrom. I think this card's criminally underplayed. It is a better, what's the fairy? Glenalendra Archmage. With the benefit of, with how rampant, I like it especially in Rogsa, you have Phyrexian Tower, you have Diabolic Intent, you have Culling the Weak, and the other side of it is basically a Ranger Captain that's cracked. You have, they can't cast, your opponents can't cast non-creature spells, I think, on your turn.
Mm.
So you can make mana and then turn it into a stack piece. It's almost like a second defense grid that can maybe counter a spell. I think that card's criminally underplayed. Flame me. Comment on this VOD. I don't care. I think I'm right.
I mean, it's a solid card, right? I mean, you only needing to hold up a blue for a fairly significant tithe on somebody's important spell, and just randomly being a 2/1 if you just really need the blocks.
Mm-hmm.
Like
even a Timna attacker.
Yeah,
a Timna attacker that can counter a spell, and you don't have to tap him to do it.
Yeah, I mean it does things. Whether they're all the things you want all the time.
Anyway, at TC's Rockets, let's fight about this. I'm willing to die on this hill.
But I mean, it looks like we've kind of come to a little like everybody's just trying to reset themselves a bit. So, but we have the land. We have the land. We could do Kinnan things again if we want.
And the person that gains the most from this is Timnacrom. They wanted that Massacre resolve. Okay, now you're gonna play into my Rhystic Study. Easy claps.
They just want everything to happen to everyone else but them.
Yep.
Draw a bunch of cards off of Rhystic Mystic and just wait.
Yep. And this just shows, I think, I mean, a turn 1 Rhystic's incredible, but it shows what a patient player Matt is with this. He's just happy to draw these cards.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And it looks like Max is thinking on redeploying this Kinnan. Does tap them out for a turn. Curious why you're not just slamming it. I really want to know what the consideration was of not windmill slamming that Kinnan and get yourself back in the game.
Maybe wondering if somebody has another answer for it that paying again later is going to be problematic. I mean,
Chad had a good point. Manamo and Wondering is actually incredible.
Yeah.
Is it worth drawing more cards? But yeah, it's an incredible little engine you set up.
Tippity tap on top.
We have tippity taps and boopity bobs.
Tippity taps and boopity bobs. These are the technical terms, people.
It's true. Google it. We have a Talisman of Curiosity being deployed. Not the good art. It's fine.
Wow, very judgmental.
I will prep. Max and I are friends. I'll tell him after.
I was like, it taps the same way. Jeez.
Not if you tap it to the left. If you tap to the left, you're a criminal.
Oh yeah, I don't understand that.
At TC's Rockets.
I feel like even if you're left-handed, it doesn't seem right.
Oh shit! If you're left-handed, I'm sorry. I didn't consider that. I'm wondering if we deploy the Talia now. You can feign having Fierce Guardianship, Deadly Rollick. It's relevant, and hopefully start drawing some cards. You really need to start outpacing this.
Dolphy. Okay.
Voidwalker.
Okay.
Paying for Rhystic.
Yeah, less cards for you.
This is great. I think this
It does cover a few bases on its own, right?
Yeah.
Not allowing things to go to the yard, super relevant. And you're like, haha, to the Timna player. Like, thanks for the help earlier.
Yeah, let's go.
I will not offer the same anymore. now we're enemies.
Yeah, putting a squeeze on your opponent's graveyards. Kinnan really doesn't care about this.
Yeah, it's like Kinnan, that's probably irrelevant, right? Like that just doesn't really hurt them. But
there's some lines that Kinnan has where you Cephaloid Coliseum yourself and then loop with Endurance, but those are very corner cases.
Yeah, I was like that seems like probably not something that's gonna. Oh, hey, a little pyro. would you like to pay for it?
Wow, love that Kaiga Folio signature. Foglio, excuse me. You know the misstep's gone. He's going. You're really gonna make me waste my.
I actually think he was aiming it at the Hermit.
Oh, you think so? Okay.
That's what it seemed like he motioned to.
Ooh, okay.
If that's something that he was trying to do a significant thing with and knows that the Hermit will stop him,
true,
then doing this makes sense.
That's a great point.
It's hard to say.
What are we? We blue elemental blasting?
This is an interesting fight if it happens here. But yeah, yeah, that was at the Hermit. There you go, a point in your favor for the Hermit being a problematic card.
At TC's Rocket, let's fight about it. Dothy as well is a non-zero advantage. I think you're hoping there's some sort of counter war or counter to Adnaz or something happens. That's going to catapult you back in the game if you are if you're in Talion's position. Hashtag Matt Sperling. Rogside deploying the Phyrexian Tower. They're showing Adnaz mana. Surge is a known Adnaz enjoyer. We also could be casting a Necropotence, which I love pronouncing it that way.
Yeah, I was like a Necropotence? I've never heard anybody say it.
Necropotence.
I do not claim this energy at all.
At TC's Rocket.
no, don't ask.
At MTG_hotdog. Necropotence.
Yeah, you go right for the hot dog with that one.
Yeah, so any Necropotence enjoyers in the chat?
I hope not.
We are casting a Demonic Tutor, floating a colorless.
Alright, and looks like the stream is appropriately back on, so we're not just talking into the dark.
Dang. VOD enjoyers got something special on that
back,
one.
We're back for the live enjoyers too. Here.
I don't think he's getting a Necropotence, but see, I'm gonna switch depending if we're on VOD mode.
Oh, okay. So we're just changing it up. We're just keeping them on their toes.
If we're live, it's Necropotence. If we're VODing, it's Necropotence.
Those are things you can say. Those are words, I guess.
Notably, Dothy now has access to a Demonic Tutor,
which is pretty neat.
Yes, word on the street. So it's 1 black, 1 colorless. Search for any card.
I mean, it's literally toss your Dothy and it's free and search for anything. But whether that's worth actually getting rid of a Dothy for, who can say?
So the ability to cast a tutor will let you search for any card in your deck. That card could be any card. Could be a Demonic Tutor.
Well, tutoring for tutor seems a little loose, but you know, if you gotta, you gotta.
I'm slowly
just for storm count purposes only.
It's like the beseech lines in Legacy. Like I'm gonna beseech for beseech and a beseech into tendrils.
Yeah, you need to.
Love it.
You need the storm count. It's not. It doesn't really cost 4.
All right, we're hitting. It's almost noon here, which means I'm unraveling already. I'm just kidding. We're easing in though. The Lauren hot takes are gonna start coming out.
11:45 round 2. He's going down already.
Yeah. Shelby, he's competing today. I don't know what made me think of this just while they're kind of doing these tutors. He's lives in Vegas now, flew in for this, and he arrives. He goes, "Why is it so wet outside?" It's like
the random rain for like the one day in San Diego.
We're also by the ocean.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, it's been raining a little bit off and on.
It's been so nice.
Yeah, it is pretty nice outside.
Letting the fish die.
I mean, at a certain point, it's starting to lose its value, right?
Yep.
Love yeah, and also under the maybe it's incentive to do you want this? Do you want this?
Thanks for casting the massacre earlier.
Yeah. I mean, our Tymna player has a reasonable amount of mana, but not an insane amount. So, like, having to also pay for the upkeep might be a little much for whatever they want to do this turn.
Completely agreed. I think we might see a Tymna. Looks like that's Tymna mana being tapped. We are casting... Oh, I see. He has an Artist Proof, maybe. That is a Teferi Time Raveler.
Bounce your Dothy?
So something that I know, little inside baseball on Matt's deck, I believe Matt has a Displacer Kit in Teferi line.
Okay.
So something to be on the lookout for.
I mean that.
And he's rocking.
Well, he does have the Artist Proof.
That's a beautiful artist. Chris Rallis, I believe, is the artist.
That's cool. Definitely a neat one. I like that he just showed it like, here it is. Y'all remember what this card does, right?
I wonder if that was for the camera.
Yeah.
I have a feeling he tutored for Winter Orb.
I guess we'll find out. Huh?
That's a card being played right now on Rogside. Yeah, any Winter Orb sickos in the chat? These things.
Yeah, I'm curious if this is a bounce line or just a
bouncing the crypt. I think we're gonna see a kitten.
Yeah.
We have a colorless floating. We have kitten mana, and then can trigger it. Possibly. Oh no, we're just redeploying. Never mind.
Storm count. I think we have a colorless floating still, so
yeah. Okay, thank you for the camera. Oh, there's the kitten.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think you can still do it. some of this is contextual based on what he has left in hand, right? But
Is the yeah, true. Yep. But Crypt and Talisman should get there, right?
assuming no one does anything.
Can't counter with the Teferi though, unless you could. No one has Otawara available.
No, not that I. Yeah, that doesn't seem like a line. They're very corner case scenarios, but yeah, Teferi is kind of a. If this resolves, you guys all have problems now.
So we have a Chain of Vapor targeting the Mana Crypt.
There's a lot of really interesting art in this deck.
They're beautiful. They're painted artistworks. They look absolutely incredible.
Like, this is a deck built with love.
Notably, and there's the corner case.
Yeah, see, channel effects for everyone at home. Get around to Fairy Time Raveler very well.
Speaking of channels, thanks everyone for being here on TC's Rockets. Thanks for watching this channel.
Also important to note, that also goes under the Dothy, just like anything else. You can just cast Sky Turtle if you want.
Big flying boy. That one card in hand now is critical.
So it looks like, you know...
Oh, we bounced the
kitten. Because Teferi can still stay and play. It already is activated, so you can't do anything again. Kitten costs too much mana to redeploy it.
Yep.
This turn, at least.
And no blue.
And you're aware that it exists. So from all these reasons, like, there's a good chance the Kitten player gets to untap and just kill the Teferi.
Yep.
Or even Matt with talent, like, you just attack the Dothy and kill anything, because Dothy, like, pretty much says unblockable.
Yep.
I mean, show me a card with Shadow on it. Like, it's just another Dothy, that's it.
My Ilkor Looter would like to have a word with you.
I'm not saying they don't exist, I'm just saying they're unplayable.
What, a 1/1 for 2 that loots? That's unplayable? Okay. No, you're completely right.
But yeah, there's no Dothy on Dothy violence here, so I think it would be reasonable to just kill the Teferi.
What do you prefer, Shadow or Horsemanship?
I mean, Shadow for the not being ridiculous. Have you seen the new mechanic? If Horsemanship made me think about it. Saddle.
I did. I did.
I mean, it essentially is just like crewing a vehicle. Like mounts are vehicles.
Yep.
It's just the fact that I'll go ahead and saddle up my mole mount now or whatever they are. Like, it's gonna make some fun limited games.
I was about to say something cursed, and I was like, "Oh, we're on stream.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna go there." Okay.
Look, this is at least PG rated.
Okay, yeah. I won't even write it down. I do like the way Matt chose that window to go for it. You're playing around corner cases, granted.
Yeah. Teferi leads you to feel fairly safe once it resolved. There's only a handful of cards that can interact, and all of his opponents were tapped for a reasonable amount of mana, right? So, Sky Turtle, definitely a corner case, but you have to play into it.
100%. Yeah, you don't unless it's known in hand, you don't.
Yeah, I mean,
you don't play around the Sky Turtle. Kids at home.
Yeah, I was like, he had no reason to know it, so it's just you got it, you got it. You don't, you don't.
And I don't want to disparage that Sky Turtle. It's a colossal Sky Turtle. So he's a big boy.
It's colossal.
It's colossal.
Carrying around a lot of stuff on that back.
Yeah.
Carrying part of this game right on the back of it.
Might carry Max right into a win.
I mean, you never know, because this game was definitely looking towards Matt B's favor, and now might go somewhere else.
Momentum has just completely swung, I believe. I think Kinnan, I think, is now in complete control of this game. Manamo with the ring. You're gonna draw 3. You can draw 7 cards next turn.
It is a lot for very little life invested into it here.
And you'll still have a Kinnan activation.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, you need a land drop. You should draw
1, 2. Yeah, I mean it's not that hard though. You draw 7, cards. There's bound to be a mana source in
100%.
them. Reasonably.
If you can't draw a land in 7 cards, it's a deck building issue.
Yeah, you do feel like that's a slight skill issue at that point. It's not impossible to miss, but improbable, we'll say.
Oh, interesting.
A few more.
Discarding to hand side.
Yeah, I mean, those are all cards under Dothy now. Dothy is just holding everything hostage.
Dothy's eating good. Max has 2 cards in hand, but you can draw 7 more and have an activation. I'm feeling great.
Yeah. Like, he's at a very healthy 35. He'll lose, what, 2, 3? Like, I mean, he can kind of do whatever he wants this turn, it feels like.
Yeah. This is Max's game to lose now. I think momentum has completely swung in his favor.
So, draw some cards, maybe do it again. Drawing is kind of also just contextual and, like, what does he still need?
Right.
I mean, you kind of always, like, if you're a blue player, you're kind of just drawing cards because that's, like, the thing you're supposed to do in Magic, right? But you don't always have to. I mean, you do have to, but you don't always have to draw the extra cards.
So he needs a couple things right now.
Okay.
He needs
So, well, there's the land.
Yeah.
Step 1, we already nailed it.
So we have a Kinnan activation and Manamo if we need it. But things that we're looking for right now as Kinnan, we need a way to make infinite mana, which we can do easily with Basalt Monolith. And we need an outlet for that mana in a Thrasios. No, that's like at the base level sort of we need a way to make the infinite and a way to outlet that infinite mana. You can also win through Basalt and a Finale of Devastation very easily, but you're gonna see a lot of cards.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's a little bit extra.
I don't think Max has Thoracle lines to like go through his deck.
Yeah, we don't have an actual deck list in front of us for this one, so feel free to conjecture.
I think he did cut Thoracle, if I'm remembering correctly.
I just always assume that that's a line for any blue-based deck in Commander. It seems more rare that it isn't.
True. What else can he do? I mean, he has all of the options in the world, and the more card. The issue though in a deck like Kinnan is if you're overdrawing cards.
Put that back over there.
If you're overdrawing cards with the One Ring, you could draw into what you want to activate.
Yeah,
with the Kinnan.
that's what I'm saying. It's probably more reasonable to start with the Kinnan line and then potentially draw more cards, depending on what's in your hand, what can hit, like, etc. Right?
Yeah.
Because like, you also probably want some amount of protection in hand if possible. And if you already have that, well, you're even less incentivized to draw with the ring any longer.
If I'm Max, I don't know if I'm worried about protection. Talion didn't have anything.
Oh yeah, now I'm
Yeah.
just saying, like in the general line,
Right,
but
right.
yeah, right now I feel like things would have popped off on the Teferi turn for Matt B, right? Like
100%.
everybody would have jumped on that, like, because if a Teferi resolves, you assume people do not have a counterspell because
Right.
then Teferi doesn't get to resolve. Like
And
that,
then you get Sky Turtled.
Teferi is the counter test.
Yeah. 100%.
In any format that he's legal, by the way, not just Commander. Like
True.
that's just how that card reads. I don't care what the actual text says on it.
Notably, Max is concerned about what's in the Dothy zone. I don't know if he's maybe seeing what interaction has been used or is thinking about passing turn, has concerns about it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're thinking there's like random removal, counterspell, like these are all things that are face up, right? So good to just keep it in mind that this Dothy can activate at any point for any of those spells that are in that stack for free, for funsies.
Once it's passed, I think it's still summoning Sig.
Gosh, it's been so long, I'm not 100% sure when that came in now.
I believe it's summoning Sig because he paid the 2 black and then paid for the Ristic with.
Okay, sure, yeah.
I
think you're right. I think it's just been long turns.
It really has. Okay, we're just dumping rocks now. We definitely have an activation if we want it.
Yeah. So it could also just be he's keeping it in mind because maybe he realized he can't quite do everything he wants this turn.
True.
So what does he do this turn, and can he get in trouble for something that he can see face up, right? Sure. I think it's just reasonable to always stay cognizant of what's in the yards, what people have access to.
100%.
All the information that's free is the information you should try to absorb.
Yep. Yeah, if I can get a percentile of an advantage by just taking the extra time to look, it's always worth it to do.
Yeah. The difference between people checking your yard to see if you have delirium or not, or just like doing things willy-nilly, like somebody flashing in a Bowmasters to kill a Darcy and then finding out you have delirium and you're like, yep, that's a 3/3, but sure.
GG's. Alright, so we did activate the Manamo, targeting the One Ring, drawing 4 cards with that drawing a card activation.
Okay.
We have a Kinnan activation still on deck. I see 7 mana. If we are able to resolve a Seedborn right now, I think it's GG's across the board. Okay.
Little more mana.
We're a little starved on mana, so that makes sense.
really trying to get everything into play here.
Okay.
Is that a spell skite?
That is a spell skite. That is telling me he's ready to go for it.
Okay, well, drum roll, maybe.
Oh, I'm ready. Unless he just like is playing it to play it. I don't think he's doing it flippantly though.
That does seem like an interesting thing to just run out.
Yeah.
Die to a random board wipe scenario. Like, Spellskite's not gonna help you there.
Yeah, it's protecting the Kinnan for sure.
Yeah.
I see.
Because I feel like you're way more likely to lose to, like, a deluge effect of some sort, right?
Right. Or massacre.
Yeah. or any of that. Well, we already saw it.
Yeah.
Happen, but, I assume no one else has one.
Nothing telling until they push to links bad intense.
So this seems like a few discussion lines here. Maybe somebody's like, yeah. Thank you, Steven. Politics in progress, which could very well mean, are you okay with the spell Skype being in place? Is everybody okay with this? This doesn't seem good.
Yeah, because you're gonna have to. It takes 2 pieces of removal now to deal with Kinnan.
Mm-hmm.
Clearing the spell Skype's huge. The only exceptions, like a red elemental blast can't be redirected, but a power blast could. It's very odd.
Yeah, there's certain, again, these are corner cases that you do have to keep in mind, right? But there are certain cards that do not work to redirect, and then there are others that are perfect. So
Yep. Has to be a legal target to get redirected to Spellskite. Though I did read a thing where you can, like, if someone fetches everyone yapping, yeah. Like if someone fetches, you can activate your Spellskite and nothing changes, but you can like pay the life because there's an ability on the stack.
You can pay a lot of life to target a lot of things randomly.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that they're any good to you.
Yeah, or does anything. Add Death Shadow decks.
Okay, it looks like we're getting in there. I see Kinnan turning sideways. This seems like progress.
I do like when people enter combat.
So the question is, where's Kinnan going? There's a good chance that it's going into Fairy.
Makes
yep,
sense.
Okay.
Which
I was like, oh, and that looked like just a quick pass after that.
That is terrifying to give to the Italian
So
player.
it looks like the Spellskite is just if you got a board wipe, maybe the Kinnan player has a safety net for that.
I do have some hot tech to disclose about Matt Sperling's deck.
Oh, okay.
Because he bought the card from TC's Rockets this morning.
Ooh.
Full online inventories on their website.
From us.
Yeah. Yeah, he needs expertise.
I mean, that'll do it. That
doesn't kill a spell.
I was like, it wouldn't kill the Spellskite, but you don't care about killing the Spellskite. Then it just does the thing, right?
We are rocking.
Spellskite can stick around for however long it wants.
True.
Killing his own Dothy would be a little unfortunate.
What number are we going to name?
2? 2 seems like a solid one.
Oh, he just has them ready.
I mean, also reasonable, but I feel like 2 is a good number to start at. 2 stops a lot of things, in general.
It's actually funny. So I was casting with Zane. He designed the Command Tower software at the TopDeck.gg Expo, and we had a chat track because I said 1, Zane said 2, and we had chat track. And at the beginning of the game,
who was right?
Yeah, it was favored 1.
Sure.
It was like 9 to 1 my favor of like lower trigger.
Sure.
And then late game 2 changed the as the board composition changes, people have mana they're not having to deploy. 2 really became the number to pick.
I think 2 just covers a lot of different kind of mana rogs, certain commander, like even like Thassa's Oracle. How much does it cost? Breach. How much does it like? These are all things that cost you, right? So
I think 2 is the right choice right here with where we're at in the game. Okay, we are sacking the Rog.
Okay.
2 black mana. We just ripping the Nas. Sergio.
We're doing things.
No, or maybe a ring. Nope. I think we're Nasing.
Going. Yeah.
Damn.
That is an Adnos.
I don't think this Adnos is long for this world.
He's like, hold on, let me check my 20 cards in hand and see if that's good.
Or maybe he forces Matt might have the counter magic and is forcing Max to be in a position where, like, no, like you're gonna try to win, you can deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, you could just let the Adnos resolve and then go from there, stop the things you need to stop, but it's a little difficult. I feel like Adnals is a good card to stop on its own.
I think, and this is just conjecture based on how Max is touching his mana. I think he has something and is debating if it's worth it.
Or he's just decent at making somebody think it. Okay, force negation, a perfectly reasonable option here.
Yep. Hard casting.
Yeah, and the actual hard cast.
Paying for Ristic.
My word.
Yeah.
That makes you feel like they have something else too. Like force negation, force of will in there too.
Tally notably also has access to an Adonaz now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Something to note.
Which funny note, with this Dothy in play, I don't know, there's a lot of interesting lines that are kind of turned off just from Dothy existing.
Yeah, we're not breaching.
I was like, graveyards are not accessible still. Hey, moving down.
If I'm Matt, I think this is my window to try to go for it again. I know that Max doesn't have anything.
I mean, Teferi's dead. Teferi's dead and gone. So the only card we still remember is what, the kitten specifically.
Yeah.
And he has a stack of cards. He's drawn so many off of this Ristic, but are they cards that do anything quickly?
Right.
And I don't know if that's possible right now.
I mean, if you ripped a Thorkel though.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we have the mana.
I was like, Italian push here.
I love that pink signature too. That looks really good.
Yeah, I was like, it's very bright.
I like it's not definitive, but signatures that are like, yeah, this card's signed.
Oh yeah.
What of it? I don't think we have a hard counter for this from the Dothy piles either.
Everybody's like, are you sure? Are you sure there's nothing in here?
Like, we just lose? And you can't cast that Chain of Vapor.
It's funny because the Dothy stuff is all face up. It's like a community discussion. Well, what about this? This is probably worth it, right?
Hey, Michelle, I know I tried killing you last turn,
Yeah,
but we got to work together now.
Could you maybe think about sacking your creature to do this thing?
Yeah. Please.
Yeah. Again, you gotta roll high on those charisma checks.
And the thing with this too is, Sergio's out of the game. Sergio has nothing to gain from continuing to play.
Yeah, it's difficult, right?
Yeah.
Sergio could be the catalyst to stop someone from winning.
True.
Depending on what cards they have available anymore, but
the awkward part in all of this as well is theoretically Talion could add nons to try to find the force, but even then, like, you're not playing to win, you're playing to not lose at that point.
Yeah, when you're sacking your die to add nons, I don't know. It's an interesting line to need to take.
Yeah. I really like that pink signature. I keep looking at it, like gravitating.
Laser focused.
Yeah, it looks really nice.
I feel like they're still discussing if this card has resolved. I'm honestly not sure if it's actually in play yet.
Yeah, they know that if they can't deal with this Grand Abolisher, this game is over. I think Max would have used the pitched a blue card for that force if he had it. He has a Psych Rift in hand.
Well, the thing I was thinking is if he had another force effect, then just paying for force negation makes sense because he could pitch to like force. Like, so if he's just on mono blue cards,
yeah.
then of course you pay for the force negation. That's
True.
easy.
True. Max did bleed his hand a little bit. He has a Psych Rift in hand.
Okay.
So I don't know if the discussion is, do I attack the mana? Do I attack the Ristic Study to just prevent some of it? I don't know. He can cast a single target Lotus Petal,
right?
Or single target Psych Rift with the Lotus Petal.
Yeah.
But maybe the discussion is, do I bounce something, trigger Talion, we try to just draw more cards as a table.
Tricky.
I don't want to keep referencing Bosch and Roll, but something that he said that I thought was really introspective on CDH is a series of 3v1s. And I think we're seeing this now.
Oh, yeah.
Where now it's, hey, Kinnan just tried to go for it. They drew a bajillion cards. Didn't happen. Talion deployed. Dothy's alive. This is another 3v1 in the series that we've seen. We saw it to get rid of the Adnaz. We saw it to try to stop Kinnan with the Massacre. And now we're seeing it kind of this truly critical moment.
Oh, yeah. The political aspect cannot be underestimated here. And, okay. So... Riftaroo.
What do you target? The Crypt? I'll float mana and then recast it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I think that was solely for the. It could be the heuristic study. Wow.
Draw off the wrist instead.
I mean, it's a lot
Okay.
of stuff happening.
I don't think Matt has anything, and Sergio's for sure out of this game.
Yeah, the way he keeps putting his hand down kind of makes it seem like he has nothing relevant to offer.
He went all in on that Nas and wasn't stopped. Yeah, you can't even crack like Grand Abolishers on the stack. You can't crack the Dothi and then yeah. I think we're looking at the end game.
I mean,
What a if Matt can pull this out after having been stopped last turn, I'm incredibly impressed.
that just means he kind of had it all, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, outside of the drawing a couple extra cards here, but okay. Okay.
Annabelle. I like that altar. It's pretty
Yeah,
cool.
I was just thinking that it's an interesting one.
Another cool signature.
Just also pink, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's funny.
And the mana vault, the crypt and the vault are both pink.
Oh yeah, they match. They're the same.
And the City
same
of Brass.
artist. Yeah.
Shout out Mark Tadine, Marky T.
Okay, so we got the kitty cat that we knew about.
Okay.
We got
What is our-
just keeping track up here, maybe.
Oh yeah, it triggered the Talion
Mm-hmm.
from being a 2/2, which is relevant if this game can somehow continue past a Grand Abolisher. I don't think this is a value Grand Abolisher. We are casting Snapback, pitching a Heuristic Study, targeting Dothi.
Yeah, it was like there needs to be a line to get Dothi out of here,
Yeah.
and then go from there.
Wow. He might just be running away with this game. I'm wondering if he
Maybe he
needed
just
that.
drew perfectly off this wristing to just have everything he needed. It kind of seems that way.
I'm wondering if he needed the blue card in hand, and somehow pitching the Heuristic enabled him.
Oh, that would be. Unless he just had it, like, that's just a good one to pitch now, right? Like,
True.
just better than pitching probably anything else.
True. Yeah, if you're going for the win,
Yeah, then the wristing's irrelevant. So that would be interesting. It would be interesting if he was just trying to set up and then actually had the line here, but who knows?
What are we seeing?
It's like, okay.
Land for turn.
Dothi in the hand. Graveyards are freed.
Fetch. Can't get blown up by an Oppo here.
Keeping track of life, maybe.
Look, I generally hate rooting for Tim Necrom,
I mean,
but the way he's navigated these twice now, got kind of blown out, and then probably passed the turn thinking he was losing, and now cycled back to him, stopped in
Yeah.
Adnaz, and now is potentially putting another win on the stack.
yeah, I mean, showing off just a solid understanding of his own deck.
Yeah. And this is why Matt, I really look up to. When I'm trying to up my Tim Necrom game, I've talked to Matt on how to play this deck. I think he's an incredible pilot, and I think he's showcasing this patient play. He's been such a patient player, quietly drawing cards, finding his opportune moments, and I'm sincerely very impressed.
Which seems like this is the type of deck that rewards that play style, to just kind of understand what you're looking at, bide your time, do everything at once.
Yep. Yeah, no more mid-range hell. We're here. We're trying to win our games. Okay, demonic tutor.
Okay, maybe he didn't have everything. Maybe one thing.
Also, beautiful Judge promo demonic tutor.
Man, I told you, this deck has been built with love.
It was over time too,
Yeah.
slowly accumulating
Oh,
the pieces.
yeah.
It was really cool to watch him. Oh, but he has the junky Wheel of Fortune. Come on, Matt.
So judgmental. Immediately throws it out. This one card now. Throw it in the garbage.
Interesting interaction. So he used the Displacerkin to bounce the Chromox. ETB'd imprinted the Orcish Bowmasters. So needed that black mana specifically.
Huh.
Wow. He really might just have it all.
Yeah, I mean, most of these were just freely cast from hand, and then find a tutor to get whatever the one thing he's still missing here.
Wow.
We'll see what he grabs, but I mean,
Knowing that, I would be shocked if there wasn't a way, unless there was some drastic misplay. But even can you activate Spellskate through a Grand Abolisher? I don't think so.
I'd have to see the actual wording on it.
Let me read Grandy Abolish.
So unfortunately, it's just a little too small to read on screen right now.
Your opponents can't cast spells or activate abilities of artifacts, creatures, or enchantments.
Nope.
So he's not worried about.
From that exact wording, absolutely not.
Yeah.
that spell guide is just hanging out,
Yeah.
just watching the game.
Just a little artifact creature horror.
A little cutie pie.
Spellskite is handsome.
The spell guide is adorable. Is this just
Don't know what that
just
is.
representing?
A beautiful artist proof.
Yeah, I was like, is this just representing
Underworld
the-
Breach.
Oh, I was like, what's the dragons seem not the same.
So I think we've won this game as Matt. We can flicker mana, demonic tutor for
Yeah, it's like with it.
brain.
Displacer Kitten sitting here just kind of means no matter what spell he casts, he can keep re-rolling this mana effectively, right?
And he can start hitting that talisman as well if he really needs to start color fixing. He has 2 colorless floating. I'm gonna eat my own words here live. TC's Rockets. I'm not a fan of Displacer Kitten and Tim Necrom, and I might be being proved wrong right now.
I mean, it certainly offered him a window here to do some things.
It's also a creature. Creatures are traditionally harder to deal with in CDH.
Yeah, than just stopping a non-creature spell. I can't Flusterstorm a kitten.
That's what I always say. My grandfather actually said that growing up.
Oh, that makes sense.
Somehow he
It's
knew.
solid logic.
Yeah, my grandfather always imparted deep CDH meta knowledge to me. All right, we're escaping the demonic tutor.
I mean, it seems reasonable to. I mean, at this level of play, you just make sure that you're. If you're sitting there and you have no answers, you at least make them go through the lines. Show you the way that they win.
Yep, and I think we're gonna see Brain Freeze. I can't think of anything that any player would have that would constitute free interaction that hasn't already been used, especially through a Grand Abolish. We don't have to worry about channel effects now. We have no way to cast them, no mana.
Like the Dothy's gone.
Dothy's gone.
All of the things that existed that were problematic are just gone.
Yep. So we can tap 3 for the mana vault. We'll have 4 colorless floating. Tap the talisman, have a blue, and then reset the talisman, have more blue, and then we're casting Brain Freeze.
Besage you through Spirit Guide. I would be impressed.
Yeah. We are only worried about the Seiju through Spirit Guide. That is the one thing we're playing around.
Yeah. All right, Brain Freezing. Doing a little quick count there.
Yeah. Yeah. There was one corner case, which is Beseiju.
You gotta look for the outs. You gotta look
I'm
for.
just happy Kinnan got massacred.
Oh. Kinnan didn't even activate once. Kinnan was just swung in for damage. It killed its a fairy.
Just a little guy. He killed a Teferi. Bond with this fist.
Kinnan did their best.
Welcome to the West Coast.
To be fair, there were a lot of turns where it looked like somebody had potential to establish something, right? Like,
Totally.
it's just always kind of having to keep an eye on the Tymna player is just a true thing you have to do, right? Because he almost won a previous turn, and then they were able to stop it through one big old turtle doing its best. And
getting channeled.
And then still, had a whole extra turn and just going off a different way now.
Totally. So if I'm Sergio, or even if I'm Matt, I'm going, hey guys, we should concede. I think he has it, and I want to eat lunch.
I mean, also reasonable. I'm not sure how much time is left in this round.
Yeah, let me
but
look.
I mean, I imagine we're getting down to probably 15 or less.
23 minutes.
Oh, okay, well, slightly more.
Some psychic.
All right, you got a couple extra minutes to talk it out.
Yeah.
I am curious what they could be talking about, because I feel like if anybody had any way to do anything, that would just be happening.
Yeah, 100%. Maybe looking through the pile, seeing if he has it.
Like,
but
does anybody have any way to do anything? I mean, he's going quite low on life total.
And now he's getting rid of the tally. That was the one out I think they had. Was hoping he played into it enough that it
just killed him instead.
Yeah.
I mean, potential, right? But it seemed unlikely.
And I think we've established that there's no Elvish Spirit Guide into Beseiju. It would have been hit by now.
Yeah, it seemed like a reasonable thing to stop.
We have blue mana floating. All right, let's see how
dice movement back and forth here.
I applaud his opponents for making it played out. I'm not as patient as they are.
Yeah, like I said, I think at this level you kind of just have to be like, look, I'm not just gonna concede. Show me that you can do this.
Yeah.
Demonstrate the potentials here, and then maybe we move on.
Storm count's 11. We should be able to just mill our deck and cast Oracle. Okay, and everyone's conceding.
Yeah, I was gonna say that does look like a pack 'em up.
Cool. Well, Matt Sperling's at least done.
I mean, it's kind of a. If you guys want to keep talking it out, I guess you can. But
Oh, wow.
is that Force of Vigor?
Force of Vigor
green
pitching for
card? Yeah.
Atheos.
I mean,
Wow. What a game. Matt started off strong, turn 1 Ristic Study, and then followed it up with a win attempt, and then followed it up with another win attempt that got him there.
yeah.
Incredible stuff. Very impressed.
Surprised he didn't, or was he just showing the Force of Vigor? Like he didn't have it in hand, right?
I
Because
believe
obviously,
he did.
so you just didn't cast it.
Yeah, I think if you're in a position where a Grand Abolisher is going to hit, I mean, I think you attack the Mana Rocks, potentially.
Because he could have, yeah, he could have blown up 2 things.
Yeah.
Sure, okay.
Crazy game.
Yeah.
Crazy game by 4 key players, huge players I was excited to watch, and I really think that all of these guys have a chance of making it to top 16.
Yeah, I mean, this is round 2, a couple more rounds to go. Anybody's got a shot of, making it into a top 16 bracket, right?
100%.
So, a lot of powerful decks here, strong players. We'll keep an eye on everybody throughout the day, but it looks like we're going to roll them up here. Congrats to Matt showing why this deck stays on top.
Yep.
We'll be back. So we got about 20 minutes, give or take. So take a nice little break here, eat some lunch. Don't leave us. We'll be back. We're just gonna go double check the internet and stuff too. Do all the things that we do in the downtime. But yeah, so we'll see you guys in just a bit.
Thank you all.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. Did you miss us? I'm sure you did because we were gone so long. So welcome back. We are going into round 2 of the Fishbowl 4 here at TC's Rockets. I'm Michelle Tanner.
I am Lauren, aka MTG_hot dog.
Never forget the underscore. So round 1 went by in a blur, but we're going into round 2 with a healthy and very interesting mix of decks. What did you pick for us, Lauren?
Yeah, I'm very excited. I think our coverage for round 1 showed that turn 2 is a privilege, not a guarantee. to turn 2. So we have a really cool mix in this pod. We have, I believe, let me double check our seat coverage or seat order here. But we have a stacked pod. Jeremy Davis is in seat 1 on Sisse. Jeremy's number 41 on the leaderboard. So these gold points at this event for the TopTech.gg Invitational are huge for him. We have Jesse Padilla, seat 2, kind of a well-known SoCal tournament grinder, on a new brew, a Timna Armix brew.
A little spicy.
Yeah, I like it. I think that's a pretty good read on the pulse of recognizing we're in a little bit more of a creature-centric meta right now. Armix can clear the way for Timna pretty efficiently, so I'm excited to see what this deck can do.
And Tim on modern enemy number 1.
Yeah, CDH All-Star Nadu, Tim Toronto. Wanted Tim on here. Tim is Gold Sabretooth online. I think a lot of you guys know who Gold Sabretooth is.
I was like, I heard that mat that he's playing on right there.
Yeah,
is his work, right?
It is, yeah, and I think the previous Fishbowl was his art as well.
Yeah.
But Tim recently came out with his own Nadu shirts. He's really on the Shuko's Up Nadu train.
And he's full on.
Yeah, he's bird pilled.
That's so funny.
He's bird pilled. And he's also number 48 on the leaderboard. So in addition to being an artist, an incredible artist, he can throw down too. So he's playing for points. He's
the
playing to take
skills
it
that
home.
pay the bills.
Yeah.
But hey, we're super stoked to see just a healthy mix of decks, right? But also B, maybe a game that takes more than 2 minutes.
Yeah. And I ran this pod through the CEDH Almanac, and to no surprise, this pod composition across over 38,000 games tracked on Command Tower has not existed.
Hey.
I'm guessing really in part to the Timna Armix and Nadu being such a new commander.
Yeah, that seems fair.
But it's cool to see if, TC's Rockets Fishbowl 4 coverage, first time this pod composition has ever existed.
We had some real unique ones last time, so it's good if we can try to keep that up a bit.
Shout out to Datatog for that data. Thank you very much.
And if you like that playmat, I've heard they're still available. Anybody here obviously could buy them in person, but they are on the TC Rockets website. If you like them, go buy one.
And there's 2 color variations too.
I think we have the Simic and the Is It versions here, is I believe what they're called online. So
I was ready. If you were gonna call it green and blue, I was gonna be like, actually, Michelle, it's mint.
I mean, arguably green and slightly purple looking to me, but I don't know.
And then we have pink and blue. Oh no, we have bubblegum. It's bubblegum, not pink. I will say I was confused. I think I mentioned it to you before the stream starts. I was pulling up Robbie's deck list, and it said Buttercup, and I was like, what the heck is Buttercup?
Oh, he has it in the As You Wish sleeve too.
Yeah.
This is look, that Princess Bride is one of my favorite movies, so I'm gonna give Robbie extra style points, just straight up. I don't care what happens.
As You Wish. I hear you. Okay, we're here for it. It's a great film. That secret there kind of came out of nowhere. It's kind of hype.
Oh, I know. When they announced it, I think we were at Vegas when they put all the announcements up, and I was like, "What? who decided this?" Because that's amazing. But yeah, I'm actually happy to see it. And this, I mean, the Fishbowl is a proxy friendly event, but for the most part, I haven't seen too many. Everybody loves to just kind of show off what they're working with.
Yep.
How many players today? We have 166, I believe.
166 players.
Yeah.
So this event,
a packed house.
Yeah, it's there's a lot of people in this room, but for those tuning in or not familiar, this is the largest 2-day West Coast event for CEDH. So it's incredible to be a part of it. Shout out to Alex Heyer playing with Power and TC's Rockets for getting this together. But we've had a lot of first this year, especially with the season going. We had the largest ever tournament recently at 256 players, and now we have the largest West Coast event. So people are hungry for events. People want points. And people are bringing spice like Nadu and Buttercup. I saw, but I was like, is there a black bordered My Little Pony card? Like, why are we playing Buttercup? And then I remembered the secret lair.
I don't think we don't have that spicy a pool here, but yeah, we should have some really interesting magic. It looks like everybody's still just kind of shuffling up, looking at some hands, figuring out what's keepable. But hopefully we'll get kicked off in a second here.
The kicked off stream?
No, I hope not. Wait a minute. Oh,
Uh-oh.
oh, wait. Oh,
Oh, we were
I was like,
a
is this
Chancellor of the
I was like, is this a
NX.
beginning of game effect?
That's a turn 0. That does I think it taxes the first spell that they, by 1 that they cast. I don't know if that's for
Yeah.
each opponent or if it's for the
I'd have
next
to see the
spell.
exact text. I'm not used to thinking about it in a pod format, so
Let me take a look.
I've only really seen it pop up in Legacy specifically, so I'm not sure.
And I don't want to count Robbie out. Robbie is number 212 on the leaderboard. If Robbie can go on a deep run this event,
Oh yeah.
they could reasonably put themselves in the
Take a
contention.
tear to all the way to the bank and you know, I mean, again, they're playing for points. I mean, this is a gold level event, but they're playing for points to play in what did we say, $15,000 event?
The 15
in about a month?
invitational, yeah.
So I mean, making a good run here. This is a 5K.
Yep.
So like making a good run, you're gonna make some money, but
You'll pay for your flight to
Yeah.
to Ohio.
if nothing else, dinner and hopefully a cheap flight.
And Chancellor of the NX, thank you, accepted, Alex, is each opponent. So you've put a 1-mana tax on the first spell of each opponent.
Does help on not getting stuck under silly little fish and stuff early, right?
And I think that's something that Timna Armix needs. You're already playing in a pretty difficult to win color pairing, and I think Jesse, knowing Jesse, he kind of likes that challenge of figuring out how to win with pretty limited resources.
Right.
And I think the way to break parity on that is something like Chancellor of the NX, where you want to slow the game down to your pace because you're not going to be able to really win that race. You don't have great mana acceleration. You have very good tutors, but again, you are the slowest deck here at the table.
Yeah, so right now he's just trying to bring everybody down to his level. And looks like it's working so far as we're just getting a couple of land go turns right now.
No one wants.
I mean, you don't really want to just shove things into a spell unless you're just like okay with it not resolving.
Yeah.
Which there is an argument sometimes for just getting that out of the way, right? If you can just throw something you don't necessarily care about, but doesn't look like anybody's taking the bait on that.
That's the old 60 card staple, right? You just throw something to get eaten.
I mean,
don't have to worry about
sometimes you
it.
have to.
Yeah. Chancellor of the Annex. Something tells me Jesse's probably not nosing in this deck. If we're revealing Chancellor
Yeah,
of the
that
Annex.
does seem like I guess I'll just take myself out of the game. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Kind of move.
I
So
kind of like it. I mean, I'm sure.
no risk, no reward.
Yeah. You have ways to dump things like that too in the yard with Armix.
Yeah,
right?
I mean that's
Like,
fair if you have a way to sculpt things enough to not kill yourself.
We're rocking Timna. Okay.
All right. We got board presence, everybody.
And I think this shows sort of the impact that Chancellor is having.
Mm-hmm.
Jesse, who again is in relatively slow colors, is developing his board quicker right now than his opponents.
Yeah, even if it's just as simple as getting a. Oh, is this a? I was like, is this a reminder?
I like the
Would
flair.
you like to pay the one? Yes, you would.
Is this what people mean when do you want to pay the one?
Yeah, I mean, not the pay the one tax we're used to, but and getting a birds out pretty significant and just helping to get back ahead, right?
Yeah.
Putting yourself just a little bit better on the next turn. If nothing else, playing Nadu seems perfectly reasonable.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that seems like a really good step for Tim to try to get back in this game. We are back at Jeremy's turn. Looks like we are worldly tutoring.
Ooh.
Notably, Dockside's like not great right now, right? Your count to 0. To say loves.
Yeah, so Dockside
fat
would not be
Dockside
impressive.
count. Yeah. I made a joke earlier or yesterday that Sisei needs to start playing the Monkey Prince Kibo to give your opponents bananas to try to like up your Dockside count. So
You have to do you're like halfway a group hug deck.
yeah.
You're like, I'll give you all of these.
So
all
if
of these bananas.
anyone's looking to spec hard on a card,
Oh, you say is this MTG Finance all of a sudden?
Yeah. Imagine this Worldly Tutor. Yeah, you're getting a Bloom Tender. Yeah, you're gonna make mana. Yeah, it's probably the like correct choice to get Bloom Tender right now. But that could also be a Kibo Utakabi Prince.
Like, have you considered that could have been just better?
And it could have, yeah, it would have been bananas.
Oh my god, I take back what I said. It was not better. It's infinitely worse all of a sudden. But yeah, outside of that, still just, and look, I'm not mad at a slow start, okay?
Yeah,
Let me be very clear. But yeah, we're just, and there's nothing wrong with just kind of getting your lands out, like just building an unbreakable wall around yourself, right? Like get yourself set up appropriately.
Tim on his left hand pointing at his Nadu. Shuko's up. Can I get some Shukos in the chat for Tim Toronto, Gold Sabertooth, artist of the beautiful Madizon? Can I get some Shukos up in the chat, please?
And immediately taking fire because Nadu is a threat, right?
Yeah.
It's like, do you want to block with the birds? Huh?
Oh yeah, Lamora's card. Shuko's up. Thank you, Lamora, hopping in. Yeah, we're doing the. I was gonna call it Blue Farm, but I don't know what Blue Farm is. We're doing Orzhov Farm.
Is that just gonna be the shade all day?
No, I actually am way better with Timbercrom than I am with Rogsai.
That's fair.
My feeble mind cannot comprehend.
So you say you only just switched over though, right? So.
Yeah. So Bloom Tender land passed by Jeremy.
Yeah, it was like, I think we're still in Jesse's turn, right?
Yeah, and I don't think we're too worried as the table of Jesse truly running away with this. I think, though, this is the turn where
I was like, is that a City of Trader?
Yeah.
He jumped up man all of a sudden, so you're like, okay, well, what you want to do with that?
I think some proactive stacks pieces are really in line with Jesse's plan right now. I think you want to start really slowing the game down now, especially with your commander out. Even a Draneth, I think, could be backbreaking if you're Jesse.
Yeah.
The Bloom Tender is trying to work towards getting that Sisay. Robbie Sisay hasn't been deployed. You're not worried about a Nadu yet. I think something Draneth-esque.
I'd argue you do have to kind of worry about Nadu, though. It's a very much so looks like nothing until all of a sudden Nadu hits the field.
Right.
And then they just pop off, basically. So I feel like you're never super safe from the bird.
Totally.
The bird is the word.
Shoot goes up.
Because, like, it doesn't take much to make Nadu do its thing, right?
Not do the thing.
Not doing it.
Not doing it. Not don't. You either not do or you not don't, chat.
And while I know us modern players are hopeful for a lockdown on that card, I would be surprised if they take it out of CEDH, though.
Yeah, I don't think it's ban worthy. I mean, it takes a lot of game action.
Yeah,
it does progress.
It's just it's a different animal in here.
Certainly.
It's like, all right, plenty of mana to work with. Just what do you want to do with it?
Yeah, we can. I mean, if there's Shuko's in the chat, or Shuko's in hand, not in the chat.
Yeah, I was like, in chat won't be helpful. In hand could make something happen here.
Yeah, you can deploy Shuko and Nadu this turn if you have it.
Which, is wild to think that even if all you did was play your Nadu and then play a Shuko, you already have birds in play. So, like, you have at least 4 triggers to get with, like, nothing else.
Yeah, it just shows how potent this deck is. Yeah.
Bird in.
Thumbs up across.
What we got? As we never get a chance to see any hands here.
Sylvan Safekeeper.
That's more triggers than I was thinking. But if he has nothing else to do, this might just be a pass.
Oh, with it on the stack, we are swordsing, paying for the Chancellor of the Annex trigger, and we revealed a Mindbreak Trap.
Yeah, I was gonna
off
say
the target.
that looks like a fancy new Mindbreak Trap.
I mean, it creates an interesting dilemma, right, for Tim's opponents now.
Mm-hmm.
Because unless you have an ability to stop it, you're going to play a little bit more conservatively, I think, knowing that Tim known counter magic in hand.
Yeah.
And Robbie's probably pretty happy to get rid of that Chancellor of the Annex tax and also get rid of Nadu.
It's like we're done. We're done with the one for now.
You also, we have a blind obedience being deployed, so really, really slowing the board down. Dockside's pretty terrible right now too with that.
I feel like Dockside's just not gonna get good in this grouping.
No,
Like I just feel like that's just not the card you're trying to play.
and it's funny because Sisei's huge payoff is dockside loops. Eventually, you have dockside in the mix when you're doing your tutor chaining.
But yeah, it's like, but what is it?
Yeah.
What is it? Not a lot. Is it like 2 maybe right now? I think
it's a rough day to be a
dockside enjoyer.
Yeah, it counts 2 right now. Or 3 from the blind obedience, because Armex is an artifact if you're like Jeremy.
Oh, sure.
But they're gonna enter tapped from the blind obedience.
Yeah, so it's like not even a great feeling.
The other interesting thing too is very clear. So Tim's really only interaction piece or free interaction piece is that mind break trap, because I think if he had a mental misstep or a fierce guardianship or really anything,
would have just done it
would have
already.
protected his Nadu. So if I'm Jesse or Jeremy, I'm taking note of that to know sort of what counter magic's available to Tim right now.
Yeah.
And we are deploying the Sisei, entering tapped from the blind obedience.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a link to the standings? Am I able to post links in the chat?
If you can, yeah.
I
I mean,
will try.
I was like, I think you can.
I will post the bracket for you, my friend.
Looks like we're having a small conversation here. Looks like we Mox Amber, everything's tapped. Everything's coming in tapped, and we're haste never gonna be a thing here.
Okay, I just tried posting a link. It worked. Okay.
Fantastic.
That is the bracket link, y'all. So if you are wanting to check the standings, check on your pals, check on your enemies. That is going to be the way to do it.
And I mean, we are in only round 2, so not a whole lot of action yet in the bracket, but that will matter a lot more later.
But a whole lot of enemies. Anyway, thanks for tuning in.
Just gonna let that hang there for a minute.
No, it felt awkward.
So it looks like Jeremy's still kind of got everything going on there, right? Pass the turn to Jesse. Jesse looks like he is swinging in maybe 2 different ways here. Yeah, I was gonna say it looks like maybe a shot across the bow here.
Yep, and I'd be curious to know. Okay, we are discarding from Armex and killing the Sylvan Safekeeper.
I mean, I think you have to, right? Because you're gonna pass the turn to him with Safekeeper already out, and then just playing like that's.
Yeah.
Safekeeper is a problem. Now, I mean, he can protect the Safekeeper.
He can indeed protect the Safekeeper, and I think...
But it's a cost.
Yeah, and seeing the gestures that are going on right now, I think the argument Tim's making is, why target my Safekeeper? I have to tap out to recast my Nadu. Why not target the Bloom Tender? He kind of gestured towards the Bloom Tender, so I think that was sort of the argument that was happening right there.
And we never know when somebody's making a impassioned argument to save their own stuff, right? So there's always a human element that we're trying to figure out.
That Safekeeper is a bit awkward to save, and I understand why he saved it, and I think it's a good call because you can stack all your lands and redeploy lands, hopefully.
Yeah.
But
it's a pretty integral part of making Nadu work quickly, right?
Totally.
So it would be a difficult spot for him to lose it when he's the next turn, right? Like for whatever it's worth, he's only losing 1 land. He can still cast Nadu okay. Like we don't even know what's in his hand, but you assume he probably has another land.
Yeah.
And then we go from there, right?
Yeah, Nadu plays like 70 lands, I think, so.
But like step 1 is like Safekeeper plus Nadu works pretty well.
Did Pod 1 already have a draw?
Oh gosh. Again, the human element really coming into play here.
That's so funny.
You never know. Maybe they all knew each other and decided, hey, we don't want to fight it out.
Yeah, no frenemies today.
I mean, it's always so difficult to say it. We were talking about it earlier, but it's one of the interesting things about CEDH that's different from any other format is that you just can't make those kind of arguments for anything else. Like, nobody's just going to draw in round 2 of a normal event 1v1. It's just not going to happen.
So it looks like we have a reanimate on Chancellor of the Annex, which I think is a pretty cool thing that Jesse's deck can do. Everything is countered now unless its opponent pays 1. So everything costs 1 more, and if you cast into it, it's just countered. I will say, I think Tim stands to lose the most from this. If Jeremy can kind of sneakily stay quiet, you're not going to cast spells. You're just going to save tutor loop.
I mean, especially with safety, like Tim really doesn't want to be trying to pay anything extra. He does not have the resources to get tithed forever.
Yeah. So we're tapping for tireless provisioner.
Okay.
So we can start making some treasures from these land drops.
Sure.
We
Okay,
paid
that helps a
chancellor
little.
tax,
Helps
yeah.
a little. But
It-
you need the landfall to actually get a trigger, so like
And then it's gonna enter tapped.
so you kind of like he can go for Nadu lines and hope to hit the land. Oh, he does have okay, he has a land. It's a good start. It's a good
So
start.
We're going to see the Nadu next turn because I'm willing to bet that Tim's gonna be making a treasure here. Oh, not playing that land.
Yeah, I
We're
was like that.
playing a breeding pool.
Okay. I was like, that looked like a conversation where he decided that was not what he wanted to do.
Chancellor is taking over the game. Yeah, no, I agree, Matt. I think it slowed the game down enough where Jesse was really kind of able to take the driver's seat here. I think the top half of the table right now is certainly favored. That Nadu getting swords really put Tim back.
Oh yeah, he went from being very ahead looking all of a sudden to shipping it right back to the bottom. But
Right.
he has a good board state to facilitate the Nadu. And he has like 5 cards in hand, so we're not 100% sure, but we did notice a counterspell if nothing else, right?
Yep.
So that's a known quantity.
Yeah, you have the laurels of your MBT right now, waiting in case some. But again, Mindbreak Trap is pretty bad against Sisay.
Yeah, that's true. Not that Sisay is really the deck that's like you're probably it's like he's probably scared of directly across from him right
Sure,
now.
sure.
Is what I would imagine with the way this board state's going.
Yeah, I think the top half of the table is certainly favored. I think Jeremy, and again, having played a lot with Jeremy before, and kind of knowing his play patterns, I think and we're seeing Sisay getting deployed by Robbie.
Notably not tapped.
True. Look, I can do you with the better.
Dodge the blind obedience.
Shout out Samurai Dancer. What is up, Samurai Dancer? Thanks for joining. Jeremy loves this long game though of play one card pass, play one card pass. Okay, it's my turn. I'm gonna go for my win.
What's to say? I mean, you kind of want all the color. You want to do the thing, right?
Yeah.
Which you need a little bit of time. You don't want the game to end on turn 1, 2.
Yep.
I bet right now, if I'm Tim, I'm like a little nervous now, right? Because
Yep.
again, like once it gets back to Jesse, he can put the same pressure on trying to kill Safekeepers of his last time. And like, do you save it again? Like you probably still are priced into it, but like he's just eating lands, and against 100% being tithed, like it's just not where you want to be.
No, I think you have to at a certain point let the safekeeper die. You can't keep feeding it lands, especially when it's putting you back.
I think he could save it one more turn, and then after
Okay.
that would be awkward. Oh, hey, what's going on over
So
here?
we are casting a Derevi, and then Derevi will be able to untap, if it's successful, untap the Bloom Tender, which then can tap for 4 or 3 colors. And then we have a Sisay activation. Looks like we are doing the Avon Mind Sensor thing from Jesse in
Oh.
response, which will really hamper that tutor
Yes.
chain a bit.
I was like, would you like to look at a couple cards?
yeah.
Maybe not the whole thing. Maybe you find it.
Notably,
Maybe you get ratioed out.
yeah. Yeah, do you want to play the RNG game? Yeah, are we in Vegas?
Yeah, it's like, Mind Sensor is good against a 60 card deck.
Yeah. Wow, Tim the Arm
Bird on bird crime. Yeah, that's true. There are a lot of feathered friends out here right now. Oh, hey, and
We
then
are forcing
the good
pitching
old-fashioned
MVP.
force.
Wow. And this is what I was saying about
I was like, you have to
Jeremy.
pay a life, you have to pay an extra mana. You have to, it's a lot of things happening.
So
here.
bad. And again, this is where Jeremy thrives, just having played a lot of games with him. I was lucky enough to play against him at top 16 in an event a couple months ago.
What did Jeremy pitch to the force? I just can't read
Mindbreak Trap.
Oh, is that what it? There's so many different arts for
Yeah.
Mindbreak Trap now.
Samurai Dancer, thanks for showing up, dude.
So, all right.
Big
so
fan.
paid the life, paid the one.
And the one, the life.
Yeah, I was like paying the one and the one and the one. Let's see. I mean, there's probably not too much argument for anybody trying to help him.
I mean, we're in the end game. I mean, one more spell and Tim's Mindbreak Trap is online,
Mm-hmm.
but we're at the point where right now if Bloom Tender untaps, it's a little worrisome, especially because Sisay could grab something like to 3 fairy and
Yeah.
bounce the blind
Well, it looks like the
obedience.
force resolved, so
That's
or yeah,
a dirty
so
tap.
yeah, I was like, this comes into the he can still untap the Bloom Tender. It's just blind obedience doing its job.
Yep.
Oh,
Deadly Rollick.
okay.
I'm assuming in response to the target.
Yeah, like I mean, just killing Bloom Tender in response is just fine, right?
Yep. No one's cast 3 spells yet. I think Tim's pretty happy about this interaction. It's all being used on
Yeah, kill that guy's stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, it's just Sissy itself. Sure, that's
Sissy
fine
was
too.
down.
Whatever one you decide, Sissy is the harder one to get back out and like do something with.
Can't redeploy either because of the Chancellor. So it puts you back a turn. You tap for 5 to
Yeah,
recast
1,
her.
2.
She gets countered.
Yeah,
Mana Tide's a messed up magic card.
a Mana Tithe on a very large flying body.
Yeah. Jesse is controlling the board. It is pretty impressive to see Orzhov have such a showing against some pretty interactive decks.
Yeah, it's like he seems like he's doing not a ton, but like controlling every aspect of everyone else's gameplay, right? Just that Chancellor really MVP so
Yeah.
far.
I never thought I'd be referencing Chancellor of the Annex.
That's what I've only really seen it pop up in Legacy. I definitely wasn't expecting to see it pop out turn 0 here. You know,
I like it. I kind of like it a lot.
It was definitely it was hot.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh,
Plus props for having it in your opening 7, right? In CEDH, it's just that
Yeah.
much harder.
do you molt to it? You're like,
I mean, I don't think he mulled this game. I 100% don't remember though.
Now this is pod racing. What's up, Dishonor RS? My GOAT MVP Shelby Payne. Thanks for joining us, dude. Love
All
you,
right,
brother.
so it looks like we're on Jesse now. I don't know if he can find a win right now, but he's also in a pretty good spot to just facilitate his board state and still not lose. So
I think Jesse's really happy with where he's at right now. He can
Yeah.
swing Timnon to Jeremy because Bloom Tender's not going to block. He can swing, he can swing the Chancellor at Robbie, doesn't have a flyer. Armix can swing, worst case, kills the Sylvan Safekeeper. Best case,
kills the Sylvan Safekeeper.
kills the Sylvan Safekeeper by blocking. So you're going to be drawing cards. I think Jesse is fine with this longer game
Yeah.
of taxing everybody's stuff. He's drawing more cards than his opponents. He's
Yeah.
got his engine fully online right now. And I think we're just looking for the payoff. He has the mana. I mean, we have Bolas' Citadel mana, excuse me. Oh, no, we don't. We're missing 1 black, but
Yeah, I would say I think we're a little short on that, but
one black mana though. And we have Bolas' Citadel mana, presumably.
step 1 might just be go to combat,
Yeah.
do the things, and then see where we go from there. So yeah, I think right now it's more of a where am I swinging stuff, which reliably is probably about where you said. But again, the human element, there might be some argument for for not attacking certain people if they've asked you nicely.
Yeah. Jesse keeping back the Timna. Okay. So
Huh.
curious what's being cooked up right now, but
Sure.
sure there's ample reason to keep it back.
Taking a little read on taking a little read there.
Okay, we're declaring our attackers here.
Everybody's cards just a little too tight to the chest to know what we're working with in hand here.
We discarded a. Is that
I couldn't tell you.
is that a charcoal diamond?
It's under the text for me.
I think that's a
so-
charcoal diamond.
Huh.
Charcoal diamond being a 2-mana rock, ETB tap, make 1 black mana. Abdel. Oh, that's an Abdel.
Definitely. I
Oh.
was like, I couldn't tell you that at all.
Thank you, chat. Thank you.
Chat being geniuses
I was
right
really
now.
excited for it to be a charcoal diamond. So we have an Abdel in the yard, which means we could.
We're drawing some cards.
Yeah. If we have an animate dead here, we are in business to make a gajillion 1/1s. Maybe some sort of payoff with an Altar of Dementia to mill everyone out. Let's see if he runs those cards. I have the.
I was like, you could look up the deck. Wait, hold on. We're losing City of Traders here, getting some land.
All right, let's look at Jesse's list here. Mr. Padilla. Let's take a look. We're loading. Okay, so looking at the list now. What did I say he was gonna do?
Make a bunch of 1/1s and mill everybody out with an altar.
We don't have an altar of
Oh.
dimension in this list.
Make him play. Oh no!
We do have a demonic
I was
tutor,
like,
though.
this. What? We don't know. What is he tutoring for? Make your guess.
Animate Dead, probably?
That seems like a good guess.
Yeah. Animate Dead. I'm trying to see if there's any, like, truly big payoffs here with... Because if this is an Animate Dead or an Animate Dead type of fact, like Necromancy or Dance of the Dead even, you can make infinite 1/1s and just maybe hope you win or live through the next turn cycle.
Yeah. It's like they'll come and tap, but that doesn't matter for this turn.
You also, if you make a bunch of tokens, he has Hoarding Broodlord.
Oh,
so there might be some Convoke lines.
Yeah, I was like, well, things coming in tapped would actually matter then.
Oh, true. Yeah,
you
they
actually
will be
can't.
tapped.
I was like, the Convoke line seems real bad.
Yeah, true. That's why they're there and we're here. There might be something with Agatha Soul Cauldron. He has an Agatha.
Sure.
I don't know what that card does though.
Oh well, I mean, you're only going to activate it once.
Oh, enters tapped.
So, yeah, I there's a lot of lines where things coming in tapped would be not great.
He does have Animate Dead, Dance of the Dead, and Necromancy in library or in the deck list. So I mean, you could Necromancy and wait to get to Jeremy's turn, then do Necromancy stuff, and then everything enters tap, pass turn, then swing out.
Also, I mean, we don't know what's in his hands, so that does kind of affect what he could possibly be tutoring for. Oh, we're tapping some mana. Going down.
But this is gonna be the
Panel of
third
Life.
spell. Elish Norn.
Big Mama.
Okay.
Coming in tapped. Gotta tap that one.
I mean, this gets MBT'd for sure, right?
I mean, it's a good target. a reasonable target.
I mean, you're gonna send everyone to the Stone Age, but
I was like, this is the Shadow Realm for our Nadu player.
Yeah.
So I think somebody's got to stop this, right?
Yeah, I think we're gonna see that MBT deployed now. We have we've hit the 3 between. Oh no, have we hit the 3? Oh, we're not using. Oh, okay.
Wait.
Is that the Elish Norn where things? Oh, that's the new Elish Norn, right?
Oh, you were thinking that was the big. Sure. Yeah, that's
okay.
that's not that one.
So ETBs cannot happen.
That's the my ETBs are doubled and everyone else's are not happening.
Nubbled.
Which still the Nadu player doesn't want this to happen.
Right. Right. I think it's interesting, and maybe Tim is just going, I don't need to counter this, I can just win. And we have a Tireless Provisioner trigger from the...
She should be tapped. He did tap his other stuff that came in, but she should be tapped, so hopefully they realize that is significant to the board state right now.
We are not doing.
There we go.
There we
Thanks,
fixed
Jesse.
it. Thank you.
All right, so it's like the bird has arrived, also tapped. Good job.
We got there, chat.
Not doing it sideways.
Looks like we missed the trigger on the Tireless Provisioner, possibly from the Emergent Zone.
No, he there is no trigger.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I'm saying, like,
Landfall just does not happen. I was thinking it was only creatures, but it's all ETBs.
yeah, that's what I'm saying is he doesn't want this to resolve regardless because it's problematic for him specifically.
Yeah.
I don't think everybody else has quite as many things that it interrupts as the Nadu player does, but we'll find out.
Tim can go nuts and just start doing the thing.
She's a solid lock piece.
Yeah, Jesse has I've been really impressed by this showing from Orzhov. Really has just been in the driver's seat this whole game.
Oh yeah, from turn 0. I think Derevi is the least of anyone's problems right now. As far as, I mean, Sissy's gonna have a hard time coming back out of that pocket, right? So.
Yeah. No ATBs is tough. There are some Planeswalker lines, I think, that Sisse has in their back pocket.
Yeah, it's like no one's out. Let's be straight up about that, right?
You have a lot to figure out though to
if we had visuals on some hands, we would have a better idea. But right now,
We can
Little
get
mana?
like the poker thing where there's like a pane of glass. People have their hands down, and we can get the
Oh,
hand cam.
that'd be neat. We're not set up like that.
And we have a Mystic Remora.
Okay. It's a little later Remora, but still good. Still good.
Yeah.
Paying 2 for you gotta pay the 1 for the 1.
Yeah. Brutal.
Oh, and man, what an awkward cradle, huh?
Yeah.
It's a lot of no creatures over there.
Yeah, this
Bathroom
is...
break. Hey, all right. So
Hey, everyone.
about that sport ball.
Yeah. How's everyone doing? How's chat? Chat, are you enjoying this game?
You guys having a good Saturday?
Yeah. Let's just talk. It's just us, chat.
Yeah.
Just
Tell us
three-
how you're feeling.
Yeah. It's me, Michelle, and chat.
Yeah.
What's up? What did everyone have for lunch today?
Oh shoot, is it? It's not even noon. I haven't even eaten yet.
So I don't know. Some of these pals are on the East Coast.
Oh,
They're-
that's true.
They're future
you know?
people. They're in the 3 p.m. time, and
It took me forever to get because I moved here from the East Coast,
yeah.
right? So it's like when I first moved here a couple years ago, getting like that switch in your brain just to figure out like what time you're supposed to eat meals takes a minute.
well, I moved here from Arizona, and Arizona doesn't do daylight savings time.
What the like the one place that doesn't?
Yeah,
That's
they
so
switch
awkward.
time zones, so half the year it's Mountain Time, half the time it's Pacific.
So you just
time.
want it to be as confusing as possible to live
Exactly.
there. Neat.
When I moved here and I had my first ever daylight savings,
You're like, what?
I thought the world was gonna end. I was
Oh,
like,
your clocks are wrong. Everything's messed up.
I was
You
like,
know
I
what's
lost a
happening.
damn hour of my life. Like I slept 1 hour less. Like this is messed up.
It always feels the worst too, where you're like, wait, I get up and it's pitch black outside now?
Yeah.
Or you're trying to like drive home from work and it's already dark, but it's like 5 o'clock.
Okay, looks like we are back from our bathroom break.
Are we? That was fast, if so.
That's very impressive. I believe Remora is resolving. Yep, and we're passing. I'm not counting Jeremy out quite yet.
Yeah, I wouldn't say, I'm not gonna put the percentage meter 100% in anybody's favor. I mean, Jesse looking the strongest right now, but
Certainly.
everybody's still in it for sure. Oh, I was like, we have a little point at the Elder Snore. I have to imagine that's a reminder trigger here. Is like, I get 2 trigger, you get none.
Yeah.
Let me reread this. Also, the Junji Ito art, which is super sick.
So nice. Shout out my guy, Junji Ito.
Oh,
His wife's also a really talented artist. I saw some of her art. She's like a well-known manga artist as well, and
Yeah.
it's like really good. They're very talented people.
if I remember correctly, isn't he married to the woman who did Sailor Moon?
I think so.
I'm pretty
I
sure,
think so. That sounds right.
because I think it's a funny juxtaposition between the way his art and hers.
Yeah.
But yeah, pretty neat.
I think
So
there's maybe-
yeah, I was like, I think there's a little conversation happening here. Maybe some discussion over how certain things are interacting.
I think the concern was if Elish Norn triggers the chance of the annex twice, but we are.
Oh, is that
tapping-
the Hunter x Hunter manga? Thanks, Steven. I knew you would know.
Thanks, Steven. Okay, we are tapping 4 mana. Oh, no.
Nope, never mind. Disregard.
We're in the.
I feel like Robbie's just feeling kind of like, man, I wish I had more stuff to do.
Yeah.
Probably looking maybe like the lightest handed too, right? Just hoping to draw some cards off of the fish, right? And just maybe making a better turn if he gets there. He's hoping to get back and do something.
Totally. I think Robbie definitely has got the short end of the stick this game. Your sister.
Even with the blind obedience, really like putting a damper on everyone.
Yeah, I think that blind obedience has kept Robbie in this game. It stopped his opponents enough to at least have a fighting chance.
Yeah.
That Armex getting rid of Buttercup or Sisei really put Robbie back, and he's clinging for life right now. And I think that Remora shows I'm just trying to do anything to get back into this game. 2 cards in hand or 3 cards in hand from Jeremy as well.
Definitely some conversing. You see a lot of hand movement from Jesse. Really, really talking out some stuff.
It's a spirited conversation.
Yeah.
Jesse, though, I cannot get over how impressive this showing is from Orzhov. I know for a brief time I was trying to fetch Timna, and it was nowhere near as effective as this.
So it
right
looks
now.
like Jeremy's just trying to get Sissy into play,
Okay,
which seems like a good place to restart.
reasonable. We paid the tax. It's entering tapped,
Yep.
and
It was like you have to pay all this extra, just coming in tapped.
Yeah. by the way, you went through all that work to cast it. It's tapped
Yeah, just put it back.
to the secret lair cat.
Sure. I believe Chad.
Yeah, thanks, Alex. That secret lair is cool. The cat one.
Oh yeah, it's great. Oh, our
Everyone,
our screen went black. I'm not sure if that happened for everybody else.
not support.
Technical difficulties, Chad.
Everyone, please bear with us while we resolve.
Apparently, the camera shut down. It was also having a problem with that board state.
Yeah.
So maybe somebody bumped the table. You never know.
I was talking to the camera before the game. No Nadu hater, so yeah, a little bias on the camera's end here. Didn't want to see Nadu try to go for a win, so fixing that now, chat.
Jerry should have tapped an extra mana though, because he's also being taxed by that Chancellor. So like
Yeah,
that was
Even
already
6 mana.
yeah, it was like he had to already pay extra and then extra.
yeah. The IRS is out here on this game right now. Lots of taxes being paid.
But also we can't see the board state, so I can't count. But he definitely should have paid some amount extra.
I think I hear them. They're playing musical chairs. Okay, we
Hey,
fixed
oh
it.
maybe yeah,
Looking
looking good.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I think 6 was paid to cast to say. Bloom Tender tapped for 2, tapped for 3,
Yeah.
4, 5, 6. Yep.
I think we're good, but I mean, there's no law against overpaying it, even if that was the case, right?
Yeah. You can always overpay your
Yeah,
taxes.
you just can't be underpaying. They'll come get you.
Yeah, Uncle Sam will find you.
So, trying to figure out, are we in? I think we're in Jesse's turn now. If we're all back on the same page here.
I believe so. I believe so. And again, Jesse has a really clear opportunity to really draw cards.
Mm-hmm.
You can challenge the Shuko a little bit, force the Sylvan Safekeeper activation, but it looks like we
Yeah.
are moving to swings. Chancellor of the Annex swinging at Tim, Armix swinging at Jeremy, and Timna swinging at Robbie.
Just
So
a
swings-
little well-rounded. Everybody gets a hit here.
Yeah. We're gonna gain 2, lose 3, draw 3. That's a pretty good rate.
I mean, I wouldn't be mad. I would if I was just sitting in anyone's seat right now. Jesse's would be the one I would pick.
Yeah. Yeah, crazy to think that an Orzhov that he's.
I mean,
Yeah.
you talked about it earlier. You're like, oh, Armix is an interesting choice. Well, the whole deck is just popping off right now.
Jesse loves to win on hard mode, and we're seeing that
Yeah,
now.
I was like, it's not looking very hard. let's be fair. I mean, Elish Norn does put a bit of a beating down on a lot of what's trying to happen here. It's like even with a good Nadu setup, there's a lot of triggers that will not be triggering. So
Yeah, hitting the Nadun right now would just be back-breaking.
politics in progress, as expected. Getting this deep into the game, there's going to be slightly more conversations as people are trying to inch their way into a percentage of getting closer to a win, right?
Huge difference compared to last game too.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, we're still playing, so that's already a huge difference. We could have been out eating lunch apparently.
Dang.
I'm glad to be here though. I'm happy we took at least 2 game actions in here.
Yeah. That's my limit. I'm contractually I can only do 3 game actions.
Oh, after that, you're just
yeah.
done.
I'm like, sorry, Michelle, you got this.
I'll hold it down. Okay, a quick question. What's in the yard? Sure.
I think that's for the Armix count for whatever
Probably.
it's about to eat.
We can only guess. Or just wondering if there's anything scary to pop back out of there. Who knows?
Oh yeah. Mini removal in the command zone. Tim defeating the cards to this card. Yeah, no, I like the deck building sort of question that Jesse's answering with this Timna Armix deck.
Yeah.
I'm really impressed by it. I can't get over how cool I think this list is. I'm really impressed by it, to be honest.
And I think Samurai makes a good point that, yeah, Jesse does just kind of have I don't know how Jesse's got to be pretty good at arguing to have anybody not be on him at this point, right?
Yeah. The tough part with this pod, if Jesse can't close it out, is Nadu and Sisei. They all have inevitability with their decks, so
Sure.
they're eventually going to win. There's no way they don't. So Jesse really needs to start really finding ways working towards creating that window to just.
Which,
close
funny
this
enough,
out.
just doing this, I mean, his combat stuff is still eating away the life points of his opponents one little bit at a time, right? So
Yeah.
no matter what, there's only so many turns that they can abide that.
Yeah, there is certainly pressure on the board, and any way to remove that pressure through cards is taxed. The cool thing about Jesse's deck that I'm seeing now is it's attacking his opponents in multiple angles. You're attacking via card advantage, life totals, and through taxing and stacks effects.
Yeah. So they're always just so if you were in their chair, like, you feel very far behind right now.
Yeah, I think a pitfall that some stacks decks can fall into is they do one thing very well but can't do the other. So you can stacks the game very well, but you really have no plan to win. Or
yeah, it's like you can
cards.
tax everybody, but eventually they will get out from under the tax, and then they can establish how they win. And you're like, but I needed you to pay more.
Exactly.
But that doesn't, like, win. The same way that, like, super heavy, like, hand disruption type decks fall short, right? Like,
Exactly.
like things based around, like, waist knots and, like, pox and, like, stuff like that. Like, eventually people can get out from under those things.
And that's where I think Jesse's finding success right now is it's not a one trick pony. We're finding and we're attacking it at multiple angles right now. So I'm pretty impressed by this deck construction, and I think that this is a really good template for how the stacks deck should be, where every card's kind of complementing each other and furthering the game plan as a whole, but you're also attacking your opponents at multiple angles.
I mean, it's one thing to tax somebody, but it's a whole nother to put it on a body and swing on them as well.
Yeah.
Which I think it's a solid plan.
Yeah. No, I think if you are going to play stacks, granted it's not my style.
Sure.
This
You're not that mean.
Yeah. No. I like the first round games.
you want people to still talk to you after a game.
I think that really just being able to attack your opponents on multiple angles and being able to pivot depending on the pod composition is how you get successful with a deck like this. And yeah, we do have a Sisei activation.
Yeah, I was like, whatever they decided in their conversation here has led to Sisei doing something. Will it be good? We'll find out.
Hopefully for Jeremy.
Hopefully for Jeremy.
I did see him eyeing an Ashiok, but it doesn't exile graveyards when he ETBs, so there's no way to. I'm wondering if Jeremy's looking for a way to clear the yard to stop the Armax activation.
Well, there's a lot of ETBs that aren't doing anything, so you do have to consider what still works, right?
Yeah. I think Jeremy is on, from remembering seeing his list and playing with him, he's on a much more Planeswalker heavy build.
Sure.
But
which is good in this case. I think that's more helpful than could have been otherwise. But a hard choice. I mean, I don't know. Oh, well, you have his deck list if you really want to look, but some options to consider.
We are getting the Ashiok, it looks like, so that will stop any tutors, but you won't be able to exile the graveyard until your next turn.
Which Ashiok is it? Because I just couldn't see
Dream Render.
Okay.
The War of the Spark.
Well, that one would, if you use it, it would exile.
Yeah, but we're on Jesse's turn, so we'll have to wait a turn cycle to be able to exile.
Yeah, he just can't activate it now.
Yeah. Well,
I was just thinking that does seem probably his most reasonable shot, because it still has the static effect of people not being able to search, right?
Yeah.
So that could matter.
100%. Yeah.
So out of all of his options, that's probably just the better one right now.
And you get some colors for Bloom Tender. So Bloom Tender is tapping for 4 now. You lost the Derevi, which hurts, but
yeah,
you have a Sisei activation for 4 next turn. And that'll probably get you to your 5 colors and really start causing trouble. Your Mox Amber also gets better as well, right? With the Ashiok?
Yeah.
You're at second main phase here. Tim's still holding his own. I think Tim's happy to be quiet right now. That
Don't look this direction.
Yeah.
I'm doing nothing.
that MBT is still in hand, not
Just-
used yet.
Hey, ooh.
The second I started talking about Nadu,
Oh,
the
man.
camera shut off.
Camera
Chat. Can you
confirmed
believe
Nadu
that?
hater. We might have. I feel like there might be a loose connection in there going on.
I think Nadu is not bannable in CDH, but that
Yeah.
is I think
As we
you might have a
spoke about
different-
earlier. I mean, also Nadus are like $3 right now. So if you're gonna just pick one up, throw it together.
Yeah,
Uh,
you're fine.
we're hoping they take it out of modern, but in regards to CEDH, I think there's too many powerful things for it to be the same, right?
Yeah,
All right, we're back in it.
there's other powerful Simic options.
And Esper Sentinel has hit the board over there.
Ooh. More draw from Azorius.
Do you think, Jesse, do you need more cards at this point? I
Yeah.
don't know.
And a Dauntless Dismantler.
Just to make sure that you don't have any cool artifacts.
Yeah,
I mean, you can have them, but like they're coming in tapped.
yeah. Enjoy.
Not like they weren't already. Like we have blind. Like we have so many ETB tapped effects going on right now.
Okay, Yavi my host here.
Sure.
We can start doing the Nadu thing, presumably, right? If the lands can replace themselves with Safekeeper.
It's mostly awkward because where do you go from there, though?
True.
Like without his actual deck list, there's certain things that just won't work, right? Because of the Elish Norn. So I'm not sure what he's trying to facilitate if he starts doing that.
Life total is becoming low here for Tim as well.
That's what I was saying. Sometimes you just swing with a couple of bodies for turn. You're really, no matter what, the pressure is on them to find a line somewhere. Safekeeper targeting itself first? No, Provisioner. I think he was trying to mention. So I mean, no matter what, like Provisioner's not going to get a trigger.
No, but so he's floating mana looping, so one of those lands replaced. So we can kind of sculpt and build here. We've used 2 Nadu triggers. We found a Worldly Tutor. I don't know if that unlocks us at all here for Tim.
I mean, I think Nadu very specifically wants its lands a little more visible because they're like an active component of the game state, like a bit more than anyone else's would ever be.
It's the old style, right? You have your lands in front because that's how you traverse the multiverse to do battle. That was the lore. Your creatures attack through the lands.
Now you're deep diving now.
My back hurts talking about this
What's going on here?
Looks like we're using a Chain of Vapor targeting the Ashiok. Tim really wants that Worldly Tutor.
Huh.
This also puts a weird predicament where Jeremy will have the decision if it's worth sacrificing a land to bounce like the Blind Obedience or bounce one of Jesse's pieces as well, but I don't think it's in Jeremy's best interest.
You show him they definitely had a conversation about something right there, right?
Oh, I love showing my opponents what's in my hand.
We just don't know. I specifically didn't see what it was, and neither will anyone else now because the camera has gone down again.
Sorry, Nadu enjoyers.
We're just blaming Nadu for all of our problems right now.
Yeah. Well,
it was fine earlier.
Any Nadu enjoyers?
It was totally fine earlier.
I play with my lands in front and upside down, so all my opponents can read them. They can just clearly see I have everything facing my opponent, it's like a Waffle House play.
Hey, we're back.
We are back.
Doesn't look like much has changed. They're definitely having a conversation. We're not sure about what. Probably about how to react to the. I don't believe this Chain of Vapor resolved. Did it? Oh no, Ashok's gone.
Yeah,
okay, we're gonna assume that resolved.
So we have a Worldly Tutor available to us now, which we can sacrifice our command tower to then draw that card.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like Jesse's having some sort of discussion here. The tax, I think, is choking Tim's mana in a really kind of unseen way.
It is very awkward because again, not getting the treasure, like not getting the landfall trigger, and even still, like Blind Obedience having things come in, like plus even if you get treasures because of Jesse's board state is making it so like you're paying extra, your treasures are coming in tapped.
Yeah.
Like you're not getting triggered abilities. There's just so much going on over there that this is an uphill battle.
We are tutoring.
Yeah.
So we are using our World League tutor.
Or at least we're attempting.
Yeah.
The fish just gonna be drawn. Nobody can do anything about that.
Have your card. Enjoy.
Yeah, it's like whatever. Just have fun.
What do you grab here?
That is the question, right? Is what gets you out from under all of the hate?
Yeah, you need to solve this puzzle somehow. It is interesting. Jeremy didn't prioritize the Elish Norn, but I guess there's so many pieces that are
That's what I
stopping
mean, like
a dockside or anything.
he's being hit from a couple different angles
Yeah.
right now.
Dauntless, Norn, yeah.
If you can bounce Jesse's entire board,
Yeah,
then I think that's where you start.
is there a Psych Rift on a stick?
Yeah.
There's some probably Leviathan that does that, right?
Wait, bouncing everything? Maybe only like creatures. I don't know about full-on permanents, but again, I'm not as familiar with like commander-specific cards, so there very well could be.
Tough spot for Tim. He's being tagged, stacking lands, that's trigger.
Uh,
Yeah.
It is a hot one here. I don't know if anybody on the East Coast. We are definitely in a heat wave here in San Diego, and middle of the afternoon we're getting upwards of like 90 degrees outside. So we're doing our best, but the camera apparently is getting dehydrated.
We'll just dunk it in water. It'll be fine, right?
Yeah, that's how you fix it. And just throw it in rice afterwards.
Yeah. Easy. Like, share, and subscribe for more camera maintenance tips.
Well, with 160 some odd people in here, plus judges, plus customers, and everything else, I think we're eating up every bit of AC that's available. We got a lot of fans going. It's a lot.
I think it's the heat from this feature match. They are cooking right now in this kitchen.
This is definitely cooking. Jesse has cooked up quite a bit of a problem, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's the heat. The dang Chancellor of the Annex.
Mostly, like I said, it's mostly problematic for Tim because again, he's at what 15. That's just not a lot.
So we have a Gilded Drake,
Okay.
which will
Not do anything.
work. Okay.
I was like, to my knowledge, that's an ETB.
Yeah. We have a on rate 2/2 for 3/3 for 2 flyer.
Hey,
It's
a blocker.
It's a draft staple.
A blocker.
I would draft so many of those.
Oh, really?
Vanilla 3/3s for 2. Oh yeah,
Sure.
I can win a game.
I mean, maybe. Is he just putting it on top?
From Worldly Tutor.
Sure. Well, I was thinking maybe if he has a way to get out from the Elish Norn in hand,
Yeah.
then this would be a line that would make sense
True.
to set it up, right? Because he has a decent amount of mana open to do something.
Yeah.
Just curious what. Curious what it could be. Oh. Some questions. Some questions we don't know. Some discussion.
A lot of politics. So it's
Oh, just okay, sure. Float.
simple blue.
We'll float.
We have a Pongify, something wacky.
Something that works on this board. So we'll find out.
I think Tim is seeing his window closing right now, which is why we're tanking a little bit to figure this out here.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we're gonna start with the second some. I mean, he knows at least one card he's getting here.
Shia.
Okay, I don't think that's doing a whole lot.
That does. No, I don't think there's any. Well, if somehow we can resolve a Shia, all of our creatures become land. That might be something with Sylvan Safekeeper. We're also running out of creatures without
I was gonna say you only
Shroud.
have so many creatures that like you're gonna get a couple of triggers here per,
Yeah.
but
We had so the Tireless Provisioner and the birds, I believe, have been targeted twice.
okay, we got a little Drake.
Okay.
I mean, it is a body. If you just need another body to
Yeah.
target, that's fine.
Maybe just helps protect the life total from the 5/5 flyer, whatever.
So say
Chancellor is.
it's a possibility it's on blocks. That does not seem great
Yeah.
after sacking all of these lands.
Thinking on here.
Okay.
Yeah, Tim, I think, is up against a wall right now, unfortunately. It's tough. It's tough to really unravel this puzzle right now.
Yeah, it was like the main problem. He can't steal. He can't steal anything. Elish Norton is making it so nobody's getting cool triggers off of their stuff.
And it will come in tapped as well, I think.
Yes. Also relevant is that with blind obedience, anything he does is coming in tapped. So it's not even blocking this dude.
Yeah. And this is where, you know, I've been in Tim's position too, where there's so many different static effects or abilities on the field at once.
Stats gets crazy when there's just so many things to keep track of, right?
Yeah.
But also, you do what you gotta do. If this is his best line, then so be it, right?
Yeah. Hate to see it, and it shows how tough these tournaments are. You're constantly thinking things. Every card, every permanent changes things to consider on the board. I've been in Tim's position before, and it's tough. It's really tough. A little bit of conversation here. Looks like Robbie did pay for the Remora. Stuck at 3 mana though. That Gaia's Cradle is not producing anything.
Yeah, Guy's Cradle just looking super awkward right now.
Even with the fish fed a few times, looks like we're still stuck behind this mana wall.
Yeah, and it looks like, I mean, Robbie has a decent grip now, but it's, what are they? Like, are they cards that do anything? Are they just reactive things? That's what we're not sure about. He's shown Jeremy at least a card or two, so I feel like they're trying to work something out.
I love it. I'm such a fan of that.
Just the left side Sisse deck, like one of us is coming through here.
I just love being like, this is what I have. You know, are we teaming up or are we pitting against each other? CDH historically is a series of 3v1s, and so I think currying favor with your opponents and showing them the cards that you have to try to get them on your side to deal with your opponents and then hopefully win after. I think
trying to build a level of trust here so you can steal it away later.
And if I make make some friends on the way, I'm fine. I'm whining and dining.
Yeah.
I'm here for
I am
it.
super curious, like what their little conversation, what their little pact is going on, but I would imagine, like I said earlier, everyone has to kind of be gunning for Jesse right now. Jesse's in a hard spot to make any arguments for himself.
Yeah, and your engine is so online. Your Esper Sentinel feasibly is going to draw you some cards. You have the Timna attacks, which are going to minimum draw you 3. You're drawing cards at such a more efficient rate than your opponents, and you're applying pressure on the board, and you're taxing mana, and you have the biggest...
A lot of ants in there.
And, yeah, I mean...
Just throw a big old ampersand on his side, because, like, we got... And this, and that, and the other thing. Just a lot of effects. And no one else with really the... Like, I would say, obviously, Tim in the closest spot to make something happen, probably. And you never know out of Sisse, but okay, we got maybe a little mana.
Oh, and
that's also coming in tapped.
Under tapped. Yep.
Yep, there we go.
I think you may have
too used to the blind obedience.
Jeez. Yeah,
It's like now everyone's art. Just turn everything sideways when it comes in. Let's start there and then see what actually comes in untapped.
I have to applaud these players. I think at this point I'd be like, I'm gonna concede neat lunge. Like,
yeah, I mean, you gotta find the win somewhere.
Yeah.
Or at least try your best.
You tapping 4 mana.
I was gonna say I assume getting Ashiok out, which can be activated now.
That's potent. That's potent. I mean, you're going to be drawing your opponent some cards. You do have a Sisse activation now, too, if this does resolve. So...
I mean, throwing the dice on it, that looks like a resolution to me.
Yeah. Yeah. Everyone's in mill 4. Mill your 4. And exile your yards.
Politics and probably... I mean, I would imagine it's just like... wants this at Jesse and no one else, so...
Yeah, I think Robbie and Tim are fine with this, just to get... Armix is getting to the point where it can feasibly kill anything on the board, which you do not want Armix at.
Yeah, it's like somebody has to bring him down a peg over there, like...
Yeah. The issue with this resolving now, though, is you have to worry about a Sisse activation, right?
Oh, sure.
Okay, looks like mostly lands here. Oh.
Tim probably wanted those lands.
Yeah.
Tim's actually probably a little sad to see See those
Did
lands
Jesse
move on.
mill? I don't know if we can check because I know that Abdel was in the graveyard. If someone can check if Jesse milled the 4. It's mill 4, right? Each one it mills 4, then exiles.
Yeah, I mean, I saw
believe
everybody else
Robbie
mill their
needs
card.
to as well. If we can have a quick check on that from our stream friend there, before.
I was like, he definitely moved him to the side here.
Yeah. Okay. I just don't see the exile piles here. Oh, target opponent mills 4. Oh, thank you. I should know.
Yeah, I was like, I think he targeted Tim, which
Dang.
was just unlucky.
Yeah, I thought it was each opponent. That's my bad. We are under the.
I was like,
activation.
yeah, I was like, the each opponent is just the exo, but
Dang, you can swap that ability. That's sick. I was so excited for everyone to mill 4. I was unreasonably excited about that.
it's funny because I've only seen Ashiok more often than not in sideboards in not CDH formats, so usually you just want it to stop people from fetching. And in Pioneer, you bring it in against Phoenix specifically, like that's it.
Thank you for the Hannah Montana quote. I now have the power to go through my day.
I feel like this is just I'm swinging this here. I would be swinging all the big stuff at Tim.
Yeah,
Really,
You
just to
can-
just put the pressure on him right now.
especially if you swing with Norn, you're forcing blocks. You're really
Mhm.
pressuring life total. Yeah, certainly.
Like, cause none of the creatures that he has right now are good blockers. Like Nadu being the best at it, and that's not what it's not what he wants to do. But I feel like there's definitely an argument for just trying to take Tim out right now.
Jesse got rid of Nadu this game and Derevi. That's like 2 birds, 1 stone, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, I want to shout out Tim's Nadu artist proof as well. That's
Yeah.
fire.
Yeah, that is neat.
But big swings coming this way. Tim is gonna be drawing some cards too. If I'm Jesse, I'm feeling great about my. position right now.
Jesse's got like a full grip, a solid board state, and at least one person like kind of just in lethal range of his just actual aggro plan.
Yeah.
Like even losing his graveyard, not that bad.
Yeah. You lost the Abdel line, but I think we've pivoted away from that since it was binned.
It's like there's certain things that only need to work for a turn or two, and then aren't as relevant, right? So,
Right.
but I mean, he's just firing on all cylinders right now.
Yeah, it's getting down to the brass tacks of this game.
Mhm.
These swings are mattering now. The damage is mattering.
Yeah.
The pressure is really being applied.
So yeah, that's what I was saying. It's like Tim makes the most sense to try to just take out with just base aggro. Show me show me some blocks, you know.
Samurai, let me see if he's running Gray Merchant.
Oh, that would be that would be brutality.
We don't have one.
Yeah.
No.
It wouldn't be gigantic right now. Like even if there was one, it would only be for a couple points. But if somebody declares no blocks and all of a sudden gets Gary to that Virov.
I saw Gary win a game like a month ago. It was amazing.
I mean, if your deck's built to work with it, it can be a huge life swing.
It was so cool.
Well, I'm gonna say there's some light politicking here right now. Man, Robbie's showing everyone his cards.
Everyone except for us.
Yeah, Robbie, show us the hand.
Let's
Show it to the camera. We all want to know.
There's that meme. It's like, show it to me, Rachel. That's me right now. I want to know that card.
It's like I just want to know what he's basing a lot of his arguments off of, right?
Right.
I want to know if it's just like, look how bad my hand is. I can't.
This card's unplayable. Yeah, this is the politics phase. We've entered the politics phase.
The longer the game goes on, the more you have to argue for
Yep.
yourself, right?
We have a Sisei activation before damage.
Sure. Okay. Is there anything you can do to stop this?
We are. I don't. What can you get here that's legendary?
That actually does something?
That actually does something.
Very few things. I'm sure, like I said, you can look at his list, but like, I mean, a planeswalker he can't activate.
I can't think of another planeswalker that has a static ability that would be relevant right now.
Yeah, it's
either.
like actually like one of the more powerful statics for stopping tutors and nonsense, right? But not a whole lot of other ones that really swing things like that.
True. Yeah, this is as weird and gummed up as this is. Jesse, I think, is a little bit ahead. We're pretty ahead comparatively, but it's still anyone's game. I mean, I'm not writing anyone off yet.
Yeah, like I said, percentage meter definitely inching closer and closer to 100% for Jet, but never quite there.
Right. And Jesse's just drawing so many cards.
Yeah. But it does make him, I mean, he is the biggest threat. He is at 20. These are things that they have to consider. You know, what can we do to just try to either win the game or maybe at least get something out to stop him from being able to just swing so freely on everyone.
True. Yeah, you also know that Tim has the Mind Break trap, so Lavinia.
He's had that mind break trap forever.
Yeah. Yeah. Shutting off searches is pretty bad for Nadu. I think Tim could maybe figure something out still.
Yeah, that's the thing is, like I said when we started the game, I was like, Nadu is not scary until it is.
Yeah.
So he's never out because that bird is still there, like just staring everyone in the face with Safekeeper backup and everything else, right? So not impossible. He's just running out of life to work with to buy any more time.
Yeah. Nadu's stupid little face doing that crazy thing. Just,
How
like,
dare you?
It's like the mom I threw up.
He's so cute.
I hate Nadu. I
like this art specifically too.
not the card. Like I hate the person.
Oh, that's
Look
rough.
at him.
That's rough.
If that guy like came to talk smack to me, I'd be like, "You're a bird. What are we doing here?" May I suggest adding the clock to the overlay? It's a good suggestion.
I was gonna say normally we do have it for like 1v1. I think there was a small issue with trying to get it on there and not cover up relevant stuff. But if we can, we'll try for sure. I think you can kind of say like the clock on the thing in the middle there should be accurate. I think there's about 9 minutes if that's accurate, because they'll be on a slightly different clock than our clock going on right now. Did he get an Oko?
We are loco for Oko right now.
I mean, not activate, but like, or wait, which Oko? That is
Oko, Thief of Crowns.
so. I mean, Oko could deal with a problematic creature.
Yeah. It also, it stinks that only gets you one color ahead if the Ashiok's removed, though. I'm curious what he's cooking up. I mean, Jeremy's a experienced Sisay player. I've watched them pilot the deck to a lot of success, so there is a method to the madness. I'm just not sure what it is yet on this Sisay line.
I mean, getting to his turn, maybe simply starting with like getting rid of Elishnorn or something like that could be fine.
Or if you have a way to get rid of the Blind Obedience and then get rid of the Dauntless.
That seems harder.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, there's so much puzzle to figure out to get out of this stacks mid-range hell that we're in right now.
Yeah, like it seems like a reasonable start is trying to get Elishnorn out of here in some capacity, right? And everybody's a bit limited to things that don't require ETB effects to work.
Right.
But I actually think he changed his mind, huh? Like, Oko was not the choice.
So we changed to Rocco Cabretti Caterer.
Interesting.
Um,
What's Rocco doing better, I wonder?
It gets
It's a lot of colors
red.
if you're gonna argue that.
Yeah, it gets you red. I think that's the chief concern maybe that Jeremy has. And it makes your Bloom Tender better, it makes your Moxie Ember better, but
if he's just trying to set up for his own turn, then sure, that makes sense to just get something that's facilitating the colors he's looking for.
certainly. This board though is gummed up.
Yeah. Thanks, Jesse.
Yeah.
Look, I appreciate him giving us a game.
Yeah.
All right. Any of these players could have popped off early, but Jesse said no. We're in it. We're in it for the long haul.
This is where I will say, after hyping up Orzhov and Tim Armix this much, this late game I think is where this color pairing and some similar color pairings struggle. Is that it is so difficult right now for him to close this game.
I was
out.
like clutching out the just getting the turn where you just pop off is like not really a thing, right?
It's
like
really hard.
Like you've already popped off. Your pop off was the start.
Yeah. It the one thing you do have, let me actually see if he's running it, is like if there's a Praetor's Grasp sort of line where you're winning with your opponent's cards. He's not running Praetor's Grasp, so I'm a little bit at a loss. I am excited to see. Maybe beatdown is the plan, but
I mean, it's working so far.
yeah, I mean we're running out of time in the round.
Literally, figuratively, yeah.
We have a Necrotic Ooze.
Okay.
Is there anything relevant in the graveyard?
There shouldn't be much of anything in a graveyard.
Oh. We have a Phyrexian Devourer.
Oh, how did that get there?
I think from Armix?
Oh, we may have just missed that because it's slightly off camera when he was okay, sure.
So do we have a way to get rid of those counters now? So the way this works as of right now, Necrotic Ooze has the activated ability of Phyrexian Devourer, which means he can exile his graveyard, exile the top card of his library, and then it gets X 1/1 counters, where X is the mana value of the exiled card, I believe.
But it looks like he's just passing turn because, yeah, Tim's taking a draw here.
Yeah, I guess we're not going off. So usually you pair that with like getting a Walking Ballista in the yard. So you exile your entire library, put all the 1/1 counters on it, and then pick off all your opponents with Walking Ballista.
Maybe he just knows that probably has a very low chance of resolving.
Yeah. He may also be playing around Mindbreak Trap. That would have been his third. No,
I think it was only his.
Second spell. Okay.
I was like, I think he would say from that, but maybe he just decided wasn't the time.
So it looks like Tim draw pass.
Awkward.
Robbie letting the fish die.
I think at this point you kind of have to, right?
6.
Need to get something out here. Turn this guy's cradle on. Let's go.
Yeah.
Creature count 1.
Let's
1,
go,
baby.
Let's go. I mean, if Jesse rips the Walking Ballista, he's winning the game.
I mean, he could already have it in hand. Who knows? Who
True.
knows?
Well, I will say,
Solitude.
I think if he had it in hand, he would have played it for 0, so it got binned.
Would that have been his third spell though?
Well,
Or no? Well,
second
yeah.
spell.
I guess it wouldn't. Well, no, because then if he probably could have. So he probably doesn't have it.
We are hitting Solitude.
Solitude pitching a card I can't see.
Phyrexian Censor.
Not necessary on this board state for sure.
Not at all. And what are we pressuring?
Well, he could take out both Sisseys.
We are looking at the card here.
I think both Sisseys would be like the relevant thing, but it could also go and be like, there's no way you're sacking more land to stop and just take out Safekeeper.
Yeah. So Jesse's like, sure, go ahead, sack your land, protect your opponent's thing. There is a Fierce Guardianship in Robbie's hand, which we have to be mindful of. But I think where Jesse is now with this current game state is not winning with non-creature spells. I think he wins with a creature spell or Devour line. We're also might be eating time right now too, so his opponents might be wary of the time left on the clock.
Yeah. So,
Particularly those who are playing in and around table 34. A dropped card has been put into my possession.
Yeah, Solitude is doubled as well.
It might be
yeah, he has 2 targets to decide on. It's just which 2.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree that I think Jeremy can.
I imagine one of them is something of Jeremy's. Whether it's Bloom Tender or actual Sissay, either one of those would be a reasonable option. But
Looks like we're channeling Touch the Spirit Realm.
Blink. Blink. I mean, he can blink something. Let's assume that Sisei was targeted, which is.
Opponent Sisei.
I mean, if he's trying to help.
Yeah. Not
I think he just went for both Siseis. But that wouldn't make a whole lot of sense to me.
Huh. Maybe it's like.
Is Robbie just trying to make Jeremy win?
Oh, that was at NSEP, so that Sisei stays exiled and will
Oh,
come back. Okay.
sure. I mean, I guess that's reasonable.
Looks like we have an Ashiok activation pointing at Jesse. Everyone's yards get exiled, and Jesse. Oh, that shuts off Jesse's Necrotic Ooze line as well.
Yeah.
There was an Enlightened Tube that could have grabbed the Walking Ballista.
Hey.
Putrid Imp.
Hey. That's a lot.
Oh, we're
We're
responding.
He's going on. He's like, nope, I'll do this real fast. Sure.
So we are putting a lot of counters.
Yeah,
right
I was like,
now.
this is a. There's that it's that Broodlord we talked about earlier.
Yeah. A lot of counters. I think
He's like, nope, I haven't seen enough yet. Grief.
Grief. Okay.
Would have been good. Would have been good. Kind of
We're
unnecessary.
running out of time though.
Yeah. That is the problem, is finding a line that wins here, and one of them is just making a giant creature. So
Yeah. Active player is going to be Jeremy. We have 20 seconds left in the round. Jesse might.
yeah, I was
not
like,
be
assuming
sitting-
that that's correct. Looks like they're running into the line here. Still going, or maybe this is okay. I think he stopped. I think this is officially maybe the 4 off the top here, exiling this.
All right. It's
Oh,
a draw.
yeah. I mean, Robbie's line of just stopping Jeremy makes a lot of sense if they're at the limit, right? He knows he's not going to get another
Yeah.
turn. He makes sure Jeremy can't win.
Yep.
Then sure, then we'll never get back to Jesse to do anything. That's it.
Yeah.
And
I mean, I think that a lot of their only out was getting the draw. Robbie forcing the action. Jeremy stopping Jeremy. I think if it goes to Jeremy with Sisei, Jeremy wins the game. I think Robbie knows that as another Sisei player.
Oh, yeah.
And I think Jeremy knows if he doesn't deal with Jesse's graveyard, they're gonna lose to Jesse. So that was the only out.
yeah, I would say these were all relevant game act. Like they all made
Yeah.
a choice that took the win from someone else, essentially.
Jesse could have also rushed it. He didn't have to activate the way he did. So
Yeah.
like, I don't think it was game actions just to eat clock. I think
Yeah.
a lot of them were. I think these were true. They were playing optimal Magic.
Yeah, I was like, I think they all did a good job in going for as many lines to possibly win, or at least not lose as they could. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you see a game where you're like, yeah, that's just really a solid draw. Like everybody was trying.
Yeah.
And sometimes it just happens with stacks like decks, right? Where it's just everything gets kind of grinded down and no one could really climb out from under that quickly. Two Sisei decks and then not like that. There's just, I think the turning point of the game was Elish Norn resolving.
Yeah.
Because right there, that everybody could have gotten out of the tithes, but Elish Norn made things really tricky.
Yep. I'm really impressed by all 4 of these players, the way they navigated this game. I think this is a really tough game with all the static abilities, all the stacks effects to navigate.
Oh, yeah.
A Dauntless Dismantler, a Blind Obedience.
There's so many, just like I said, just put them in tapped first. We'll figure it out afterward.
But I have to applaud all of these players. They ended in a draw. I know we always like to have a winner in these, but
Yeah.
this was a tough pod to play.
And this is early in the day. We're
Yeah.
only around 2. This is a 2-day event. A draw is not a bad thing.
Yeah.
It's not ideal, but hey, you got points. Like you're still in it.
Yeah.
Better than 0.
I'll take it over a loss any day of the week.
Absolutely.
But they're taxing games. It's a lot of mental load, especially
yeah.
this early on now. And now you
Now
don't
you get
have
like 5 minutes and then you're
Yeah.
already into the next pod,
It's
right?
a lot.
So
It's a lot. But yeah, thank you everyone. This was a really good round.
Oh,
Good
yeah.
Gameplay.
some super interesting Magic, really cool deck. Shout out to Jesse. Armix looking neat.
Yeah.
Looking neat there. And then Chancellor. Whew. Strong opener.
Chancellor of the Annex,
Chancellor-
MVP in
Chancellor did a lot.
2024
Chancellor did a
CEDH.
lot. But yeah, so we're gonna take just a short little 2-3 minutes here while we get the next round set up, pick out the next pairings for you guys. So don't go anywhere. Hang out with us. I mean, go grab a sandwich, eat some lunch.
Don't
but like,
go anywhere.
But like, come back in at least 5 minutes. All right.
See you guys. Thank you. We will be back.
Bye.
Bye.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. We had a short break, but we're going into round 3 of the Fishbowl 4. I'm Michelle Tanner.
I am Lauren, also known as MTG Hot Dog, MTG underscore.
I was like,
Hot
how dare you
Dog.
forget your own underscore?
I know. I know.
But yeah, so going into round 3, Lauren picked us some very interesting and I hope cool decks here. What do we got?
We have a very, very weird pod. Notably, no deck has more than 2 colors. These are 3 2-color commanders and 1 mono-colored commander. Seat 1, we have Ryan on Stella Lee. Stella Lee is a Outlaws of Thunder Junction commander, precon commander.
Hey.
It's Is It Spellslinger deck that can threaten to put wins on the stack at instant speed once Stella Lee's deployed. Magda is extremely toolboxy dwarves. Nick, shout out to Nick. He was the winner of it was not Top Deck Titans. It was Path to the Peak, which was an online tournament series on Magda not too long ago. And he has been on a tear with Baghdad as locals.
Nice.
I think if Nick can win this event, he's in true contention to get to the Invitational. So he's really on the cusp. He needs a good run this
You
event.
show him you only need 1 color.
Yeah.
Just throw out some basic mounds. Let's go.
Yeah, and some dumb little idiot dwarves, and I'm winning the game. And then seat 3, we have Nadu. And seat 4, we have Tameshi being piloted by Evan.
A pretty rare one.
Yeah, I only know of 2 people right now really playing Tameshi. All of these decks are interesting. Tameshi and Stella, notably, have very odd interaction points. They kind of bluff their wins in a way, or it's a little convoluted how they win. So there's a bit of a brewer's advantage to these decks, but it's very intricate. And if you miss that one place to properly interact, you're gonna mess up the whole game plan. But Nick, also from Arizona, got to get some Arizona love on the chat as an Arizona boy myself. So shout out to the Tucson crew that he's a part of. And Ryan is kicking it off with Command Tower Soul Ring.
Look like Nick and Evan took a mulligan.
Yeah, looks like we are.
But other than that, not too bad, you know.
Can I just say, I love Nick's choice of Jurassic Park mountains. Holy heck. I hope the whole deck is with those.
Bring the Rex.
The one downside about Magda, and something I've talked a little bit about with Nick, is your card quality on Magda is a little low.
Sure.
You're playing a lot of 1/1s for 1 that don't really do too much, but you're playing them for the creature type.
Sure.
So it's really not, in terms of catching up with the big dogs, you're playing a lot of, I'd say, lower quality cards to then have a huge payoff.
Sure. And then we got Nadu starting out with one of the scarier starts.
Yeah. Yeah, Sylvan Safekeeper.
Safekeeper on 1 is a hard thing to interact with.
So,
but it doesn't help facilitate like a turn 2 Nadu or anything, so let's hope for the best here.
is Sylvan Safekeeper a wizard?
Don't think so. I want to say it's like a shaman or something.
It is a human wizard.
Is it a wizard?
And it's a human. I thought it was an elf.
That is wild. I would have bet money it was a shaman.
So we have Cavern of Souls on Wizard, which also can hit Nadu as well, right?
I mean,
wizard?
I was like bird wizard for sure.
Yeah.
All right.
I
It's
like
a solid cavern.
it. Okay. Unfortunately, Nick, you let me down. We don't have all Jurassic Park mountains, but we did have a Tameshi with
A healthy mix of mountains.
looks like the white-blue Surveil land, and then Stella Lee being deployed on Ryan's board here.
Yeah.
Already
So
making treasure.
I was like, that's just a solid turn 2, right?
And then once Stella Lee is not summoning sick, the way this deck can win is you copy your 3rd spell with Stella Lee. Let me just
I was like, with these new ones, you gotta double check.
So Stella Lee, you tap it, copy target instant or sorcery you control, you choose new targets. You can only do it if you've cast 3 or more spells.
Sure.
So you play something like Cerulean Mists, which as your 3rd spell, which can untap and draw a card.
Mm-hmm.
So you copy that with Stella, keep the original on the stack, and untap Stella, and then you keep copying the original to
Just
draw
dig,
your whole deck.
Yeah, I was saying just dig through.
Yep.
Sure. Seems like a fun one. I mean,
okay.
I was like, I'm an Izzet enjoyer, so this one appeals to me.
Yeah, if you like Izzet and you're interested in like kind of playing a CDH deck.
Oh no,
okay. Well, maybe not you.
I was
but-
I was like, I'll help you there. That is the meme, but also true.
but-
Okay, a Drake, but where's the Drake gonna go?
we saw Drake from Naughty last
Hey,
time,
the
too.
Drake, the Drake gets a trigger, baby.
Shout out to Drake Sasser. I don't know if you're in the chat, Drake Sasser, but love working with you. I think you have to grab the Stella possibly, no?
It just this is a quick look at my hand. What do you want?
Oh.
We'll zoom out there. I mean, you could take Magda. But the Stella does seem better for the Nadu players specifically to want.
Yeah, that seems good. It also...
But you gave them a flyer.
It's a proactive stack space. You're stopping the commander from being able to do the thing it wants to
I mean,
do.
they're not gonna have too much fun with the Drake, that's for sure.
No, not at all. Unless you're going for flying beats.
I mean, 20 turns later, well, 10, nope, 20 turns. This is 40 live here.
Okay, we have a soaring being deployed,
A beautiful
followed by
soaring.
a talisman of progress, mirrored in foil. Evan, I don't know you. You got great taste though, my friend.
Spellskite, oh mama.
I've noticed Spellskite, especially in these 2-color builds, is really starting to see a resurgence in CDH. It fell out of favor. It's so easy to deploy though. There's so many ways to make 2 mana, especially turn 1. I mean, there's Mana Crypt, there's City of Traders, there's Ancient Tomb.
Just soul ring and throw down.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just a lot of things.
It's
yeah.
really falling back into favor, which is it's cool to see.
It can definitely snag some interesting triggers.
Have a Fomori Vault, and it looks like Stella Lee just land pass. I think losing your Stella.
I'm sure
hurts.
that Ryan's feeling hindered right now.
Maskwood Nexus.
Okay. What are we doing with it, though?
So that has my alarm bells ringing.
Mhm.
If I am Nick's opponents, that is 1/2 of a combo piece, which you make dwarves, you tap them, and then you have ways to untap them pretty
Yeah.
efficiently. That's a kind of a next turn problem. But if Nick can make
making
it
some
through,
treasures.
yeah. If I'm any 3 of the other players, though, that's raising the alarm bells. That's again 1/2 of a 2-piece combo
Mm-hmm.
to be able to start generating treasures and just start churning through my deck to really find any artifact. I don't think he's on dragons, but interesting
little-
show.
So we got a little Mox.
Notably, it's live with the Stella Lee too.
Yeah.
You can make
the cheat Mox.
yeah. Magda in a Sans Black Pod is the dream. Yeah, notably the only color not being represented here is
Alright.
black mana.
So we got Nadu online. Stealthily also being something that can be targeted by Safekeepers. So,
Yeah.
I mean, really, a 2-for-1 here, right? Like, the Gilded Drake wouldn't have turned on a Mox.
No. Looks like we are.
Getting a
Where
little,
did we get
getting a
that
little
from?
land. Is it a target of some kind here? I mean, the only land in the yard's a fetch, right?
Yeah. I don't know how we got that, y'all.
Uh,
If anyone in chat knows how we got that Dryad Arbor off the top of our library, I would love to know.
yeah,
yeah.
I was like, I'm not 100% sure here.
Tameshi, yeah, okay, Tameshi with the 1 ring. Okay. We're here for a long time. Maybe a good time, but definitely a long time.
Is there a Stella trigger that we are not aware of?
Let me take a look.
I'll be fair. I just don't know
I'm
that
sorry.
card.
I forgot about the other line of text.
Oh,
Stella.
hey, okay. Relevant line of text is.
Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, exile the top card of your library until the end of your next turn. You may play that card.
There you go. Oh wait, wouldn't he? No, that would have been his 3rd land. So yeah, sure.
Yeah, that's a second
Okay.
spell. Yeah.
Yeah. It's all reasonable.
I completely forgot that line of text existed on Stella. I just thought of how it wins the
Glazed
game.
over it
Yeah,
for you're like
yeah.
that doesn't win the game, but it is a relevant thing that happened. Is that a
So,
graph digger?
We have a Graph Digger's Cage and a Lotus Petal.
Sure.
I think the Graph Diggers might gum up some of Magda's lines, but not too much because you can
Yeah.
pretty easily play around it. But we're forcing the Chord of Calling here.
Oh.
Looks like Chord for X equals 1, and maybe we're just
Yeah, I was like-
casting it to cast it.
I think it can only be 1.
Yeah. What do we get at 1?
Yeah, it's like, what do you get at 1 when Safekeeper's already out? Arbor's not an option for 0.
If you had 2, an Oof would be wonderful, but we don't have access to an Oof. We have
mean,
Mana Dorks.
I was like,
I think it's gonna be a Birds of Paradise or a Kyrian Ranger, yeah.
I was like, anything that just facilitates being a body that also taps for mana is probably fine. Better than just not being able to use your cord at all, right? So
Right. A Kyrian Ranger might be a little tough.
I think that's a little too cute. I would probably just go for the actual like
yeah,
bird or something.
because it's directly going against your
We're going for the bird
safekeeper.
tribal. Let's see it.
Yeah. Yeah,
I think Jonathan also having a think on like what's the best grab here. Also depends on what's actually in his hand, right? As
True.
to his options.
So we are going with the Kyrian Ranger.
Huh.
A little tough, I would say, with the Sylvan Safekeeper. They're kind of working against each other and using your lands as an efficient resource. But I like where the mentality's at. I think he's seeing that he needs to start getting some action going.
I mean, if he has a way to just start triggering Nadu on his next turn,
Yeah.
then the lands are kind of irrelevant. Like,
True.
like he
True.
has so many bodies because one of his lands is a Dryad Arbor. Like
True.
that's just another body for triggers, right?
Great
so,
point. And it can be targeted.
yeah, so if his hand lines up with that, then he doesn't. His lands are irrelevant.
So I do see from Jonathan's hand there is a misdirection in hand and a blue card to exile. So
Oh,
it's possibly
no.
something that
No.
we can see in the future.
Interaction.
Nah, just win.
Yeah. Well, as we saw around, sometimes you just jam. Sometimes you ball, and like that's just fine. Then other times,
Heck it, we ball.
and then other times, all of your opponents have something. So
I hate when my opponents have things.
yeah, you're like, how dare you play cards that are good against me?
That's the worst part of Magic is I'm clearly trying to win the game, and we have a Valakut Awakening.
Okay.
So we're looking for some action here. Spellskite is brutal. That is true. That's a great point by Samurai. That Spellskite can... I guess they still target those, so you still get the Nadu triggers, but you could mess up some of the lines, I believe, right?
First,
Kyrian Ranger?
I mean, you'd only be able to do so much with a Spellskite.
A return untap target creature. So you can mess up the untapping a creature with the Spellskite. So they bounce the land target and then you redirect.
It's funny because like the shroud lines are very awkward. Like because Spellskite can't do a ton of like once things are shroud like
Right.
I don't know, you'd have to spend so much life and like I don't there's a lot of ways that it doesn't work, but it is a hindrance of some kind.
Yeah. And the tricky part too with the Nadu is you can't give it shroud then target. Like,
Shroud is the most awkward thing to try to explain to people who never had to play with it.
Yeah.
Is to no one gets to target. Not even me.
Shout out
Mongoose.
Shout out Inkwell Leviathan as well.
Oh
Yeah,
well, that's a little bigger.
yeah. I was an Inkwell enjoyer.
Oh sure.
Shout out Nimble Mongoose as well.
I was like,
okay.
I played a lot of Boggles, and Mongoose is the original Boggle, so.
Yevi said hi. Hello, Yevgenia. How are you? It's my wonderful significant other. Thank you for joining us.
Oh wow, dunking on everybody.
Yeah, it does.
Still watching Ryan here, kind of go through. Okay,
A Bergie. Okay.
it's a little extra mana to work with, right?
I forgot that Horn of Harnfell had a front side.
How dare you?
I know. I'm like, it's a 5-man artifact, right? I can pitch it to Mount Doom. We're git probing.
Okay.
Okay, looking at Nadu.
What you got? What's going on over
My
there?
Stella is what they have.
Give it back.
Please.
Which is awkward because even if Ryan had like a way to bounce his Stella, Jonathan could just give it Shroud and
yeah.
keep it. So not a great feeling. Definitely don't want your key card stolen by the Nadu player specifically.
There's like, I think, a weird reality too, where you can have Kyrian Ranger and Stella to like untap it and copy.
That would be
stuff as
so
well.
rude to take someone else's commander and then use it to win.
That's kind of nuts though. I think Nadu's cooking right now.
Yeah.
Wheel of Fortune.
Oh, now this is fun. I think you saw something in the hand you didn't like.
Yeah.
I don't think you just throw out the wheel here unless you were like, nope, that's scary.
I'm inclined to agree. Yeah, you're trying to disrupt the plan somehow. I think Nick is super stoked about this. Showing that... Oh, there's a Force of Will as well, and a misdirection. Okay. Oh, maybe Nick's not too happy. You just lost your roaming throne to trigger Magda twice.
Yeah, it's a little awkward.
Wee
I'm sure
bit
he
of a
would have liked
bummer.
that, but it's not. He couldn't have stopped it.
And it would have been a dwarf too.
And interestingly, Jonathan was okay with just being like, "Yep, sure, that's fine."
Yeah.
You know what? I'll take the fresh. I'll take the fresh 7.
I think Evan too here is pretty content with that. You deployed a bunch of rocks. You kind of dumped your hand.
Oh yeah, Evan
after
didn't have
refreshing.
many things to hold on to there,
No.
so he's probably thrilled.
You got refreshed and you have a ring at 2. Like
Mm-hmm.
pretty decent.
Drake swinging in, doing a good job of being a 2-2 beater.
3-3. Hey, give
Oh,
it credit.
oh, sure.
Come on,
Sure.
come on. I don't know why everyone was writing a diss track about Gilded Drake though. Everyone was hating on Drake for a while. I don't get it.
I mean, you have the new energy Drake now that's like slightly better.
I heard energy drinks are bad for you.
Drake, not Drake.
We are here with Nick. We're probably gonna see.
I'm curious if Jonathan just like drew just like the actual like nuts over there and is just waiting now. Like you never know.
What do we weld, my friend? Cursed mirror?
Huh.
Do we pitch a cursed mirror?
Okay.
Also, so Nick's online handle is Papa Squats.
Okay.
He has personalized dwarf Papa Squats treasure tokens.
Oh, they actually say it. Oh.
That's pretty fire. Looks like, oh, fascinating. We are possibly bidding a clown car, which I hate that I had to say that.
They're just shoving a bunch of dwarves in the clown.
Yeah, get in, losers. We're going shopping.
We making treasures.
But that's a really efficient way for you to tap your dwarves without having to swing in. Nope. We pick Curse Mirror.
Okay.
Damn, I'm good at this. So we're picking the Curse Mirror. I
Maybe
don't know what we would get.
just mana. You want to copy something?
Maybe Bergie? Swinging in. Oh, we are deciding to swing in. This is high risk, high reward here, I think, for Nick. You're risking your 2-1 with the Kyrian Ranger. I think presenting a little bit of an awkward trade here. And we are activating Kyrian Ranger, returning forest. What land did he just return? Was it the forest?
I didn't notice the one he had in the middle. I think it was just a
Yeah, if we can
just
check.
just
if that was
just
forest
a
that was
basic of
bounced.
some kind. Maybe a breeding pool or something.
Oh, okay.
I think
Got it.
But something slightly irrelevant.
All right, looks like we have a trigger here. We are convoking
Convoke the Stoke.
Flames. Okay. To kill the Nadu.
Difficult.
In response to the target.
Difficult. I mean, Jonathan would have to make a hard choice here, though, in sacking a land. It's very awkward.
And notably, too, if you
Then he can't
give
target
it
it
Shroud,
anyway.
yeah.
He can still save it. He just won't get to get any value here.
Yeah.
Tossing the cavern. Like I said, if Jonathan has something to do, though, lands won't matter that much. Like,
Yeah.
when he he will get some land. Lands will ETB.
Have the target here. We're flipping a flesh duplicant.
Okay.
Now I think we're stoke the flames. We're waiting. It looks like we gave it Shroud.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, he tossed the cavern to that for sure. So unless Nick had something else to do here, I think it's fine.
We fizzled on the untapping ability from Kyrian Ranger.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Shroud. Very
Yeah, that's right.
intuitive.
But as we said, you can't target it either. Oh, not quite passing yet.
What end of turn ability do we have, friends?
Unless somebody else is trying to do something at the end of Nick's turn.
So the Trop did not get sacrificed. The Trop got bounced with the Kyrian Ranger to untap the Nadu.
Or
In
attempt
yep.
to untap the Nadu.
Yep, and in response, Papa Squats, aka Nick on Magda, used Stoke the Flames, targeting Nadu. And in response, Sylvan Safekeeper sacrificed the Cavernous Souls to give Nadu Shroud, which then fizzled the Kyrian Ranger ability.
So we shipped Jonathan back to the Shadow Realm of having one land in play.
Yep.
But I don't think that's going to be too much of a hindrance for him. He's got a full grip and is probably super prepared to just start getting some triggers off this Nadu if he will be allowed to untap at some point.
Yeah. And I'm sure there's something
Oh,
with Stella, too.
Here we go. Let's see if he's got it.
And Nick's getting closer to the magic number of 5. I mean, one swing with these dwarves, and you can... There's ways to win at instant speed.
Oh,
You
well, also, if mana was a problem, not so much anymore.
Yeah, we're totally
Okay,
fine on
there we
that.
go.
Who needs lands? when you
Yeah,
have-
we good.
So we exile the defense grid from Stella's
Sure.
ability.
Yeah, I was like, defense grid doesn't seem like it's super relevant here yet, but
Unless he's going for it, yeah.
we'll find out.
We also have the ability to, if it gets back to Nick's turn, to Goblin Engineer the Cursed Mirror back.
Oh, looks like he is casting. I'm not, or he might just be representing that it's exiled.
Yeah.
I don't think it's in play. He didn't actually pay anything, so.
Right. Okay, so we discarded a snow-covered island to Mox Diamond, and we're redeploying our tropical island. We do have a... I mean, you could just do the Stella E thing, right? You can Vanishing or Flesh Duplicate the Brigi and just start...
I really wish we knew it was in his hand, because that kind of defines the lines to take here.
Yeah. There's a lot.
And he got wheeled. I think I at least see a force of negation specifically.
We have a Force of Negation, a Flesh Duplicate, a land, and a Lana War Elves, and maybe a Summoner's Pact.
Pact is interesting.
Especially because if you play the defense grid, then Pact's your third spell, you can Stella lead it.
I mean, yeah.
I just want to see Nadu Lee win. I just love the idea. Like,
want it to be the okay. I mean, we're gonna make some attempts here.
also could be doing a Gilded Drake.
Copying a gilded. I mean, would that even be like necessary?
Copy Gilded Drake, grab Bergie, and you leave him with just 2 flyers, and you have the actual Bergie.
Yeah, but it doesn't seem like it's facilitating Jonathan winning, though.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that he couldn't, just it doesn't seem super necessary, but okay.
We are Galvanic Blasting. Shout out to Scars of Mirrodin Standard. Hated that card.
Oh yeah, with Grafdiggers, that does make I kind of blanked on that being there for a little bit too.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we're using that on the Spellskite.
Interesting. Have they come to an accord here?
Yeah, I'm curious. Maybe the fear is having that Flesh Duplicate be a...
Copying Magda.
Yeah.
Oh, so you can get the in response, kill my own Magda.
Interesting.
Is what I assume is happening. The channel to do 2 damage mode seems relevant.
Okay, alright.
Duplicate just is nothing.
So it enters as a copy, so there should still be an opportunity. Read here. You may have Flesh Duplicate enter the copy of any creature except it has Vanishing 3. So you decide that it's as it enters, not an
Oh,
ETB
then yeah,
trigger.
then killing it in response wouldn't matter.
Yeah.
Huh. I wonder why I did then. Like I've not seen Flesh Duplicate in play very often, personally, so
Yeah, we cleared a lot.
I was like,
of
I thought it was an ETB
creatures.
trigger, but if it's an, you know, call it when we cast it kind of thing, then yeah, this wouldn't be super relevant.
Enters as a copy.
Curious.
Okay.
There's definitely some conversation happening here, so... And maybe they're just talking out why this is, still gonna work.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I see a lot of pointing.
Yeah, you name it as it resolves.
Yeah, it's
so,
like if they
yeah.
had countered it, it's one thing, but...
That feels terrible.
Yeah, I was like, the way that's worded, killing your own Magda doesn't matter.
Yeah. Rough. Rough.
If there was if there was a point where something was unclear about the timing of a response, we wouldn't know, but
Right.
I guess we'll allow the players a minute to talk amongst themselves.
Yes. Tameshi's in the command zone. Tameshi has not been cast yet.
Man, Tameshi just holding it down over there.
Oh, looks like he copied Drake to take Magda, and he killed the Magda in response to the Drake trigger.
Oh, sure, that would
Yep.
be very reasonable.
Meaning that the Drake dies because that ability can't resolve. Okay. Thank you, Jeskai Monkai.
I was like, that does seem like the line that makes the most sense given what we watched.
That's extremely reasonable. We are thinking we do have access to a lot of mana and the ability to untap as well here. Moving to bird attack. Nadu swinging here at Magda.
It also makes way more sense as to why Nick took out the Spellskite.
Yes.
Because then getting the 2 damage redirected to that and losing his Magda forever is like
Yeah.
not where he wanted to be.
Unless there was some sort of agreement. Yeah. Because you could have always had I guess you lose the Spellskite either way. If you Spellskite, get Draked or something.
I was just thinking, if all he wants to do is kill it in response and
Yeah.
then fizzle it that way, then you have to kill the Spellskite first. But yeah, it looks like Jonathan didn't do a ton, just kind of got some stuff going.
Yeah.
I mean, not to say that, trying to get Gilded Drake and like he made a play, it just didn't pan out to a
Right.
lot.
Yeah.
But he's got a lot of mana and a lot of things happening in his next turn probably. So I would be scared if I was someone else to get the turns back to him.
Yep. I mean, Tameshi too still has a shot now. I mean, if we see something like
Has Tameshi entered the battlefield?
he has now. This deck is crazy. If we see a loaded, I mean, I think you can
plenty
do it with
plenty
LED
of
as
fun things
well.
to bounce, right? So
Yeah, and lots of ways to reset Tameshi to keep activating that ability too.
yeah. The ring is always a good one to you're like, I'll never die.
We got there. Yeah, Tameshi's about to cook. Agreed. The LED is kind of a signpost right now. That
Evan's been biding his time.
Yeah, been quiet.
He's just been kind of chill. He had that Spellskite and a dream, and like that's it. Like he said, just don't look this way. I got a bunch of artifacts and nothing else.
Yeah. I once had the Tameshi in a dream.
Yeah.
No.
I was like, that just doesn't.
My brain's way too smooth to play Tameshi.
Too many bauble things to keep track of.
It's interesting too, because I know Seed of the Synod I did see in Evan's hand. That's kind of an integral piece to the Tameshi line, and we might be bringing that back now, but we are activating LED.
What we do with this hand? Okay.
Phyrexian Metamorph Imposter Mech. I mean, we might be able to spin something together here.
Like, we know that Jonathan's sitting on a force of negation specifically.
Yeah.
So he has some level of interaction, but
Notably, he gets exiled as well.
yeah, which does matter.
Okay, we're returning the land to return an artifact, getting the LED.
Oh, pause. Because I think if he has a blue, that was the only thing I wasn't sure if he had another blue card. If he does, then forcing the LED would make a lot of sense.
So Tameshi, I believe, returns it, does not cast it. So you can play around counter magic because you return a land you control and then you return target artifact or enchantment.
Oh yeah, sure. Can't get around the ETB. Tricky.
What are we doing?
He definitely stopped him with this on the stack of swords, right?
Yeah.
So.
Crop rot.
Huh.
What are we crop rotting for?
Oh, he might have a way to just like grab a land, exile the yard or something. That would do it.
That would do it. What is in green blue that could do that?
Oh, you got me. I'm.
Are we gonna go for something like an emergent zone? Or a cradle, and then we've already used our Court of Calling. Wondering if this
I mean, we'll find out. Jonathan definitely seemed to know what he was going for.
Oh, we're trick binding.
Oh, okay. This is a fight.
What are we?
We're dueling now.
Oh, we're just showing off we have a trick bind?
Which I'm pretty sure Jonathan could
Okay.
answer the trick bind, though.
We
We still
can.
know he has the force.
So we have Talon Gates of Madara, which can phase out a creature.
Okay. I mean, that also helps.
Yeah.
That would do a thing here.
Did we discard the trick bind? I don't know.
He might have vocalized that he was stopping it. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay.
It's a little hard to follow what's happening here.
Looks like it was trick bound.
Okay.
Okay.
Sure. I mean, Jonathan might just not have another blue card, and this force might just not be doing anything.
It's very possible.
Because I just can't see his hand, for sure.
Oh. Trick bind.
Oh, it has split second. Yeah.
Yep.
That's true. Not forcing that either way.
I love trick bind. Love that card. I've lost to it so many times. I think stifle effects are underplayed.
100. I think what Jesse in the last one would disagree.
Let's see.
He's definitely cooking here,
What? Oh, mind over matter.
which we saw 5 billion years ago off of getting dumpstered to the wheel.
I think it's over now. I think this is what Tameshi needed. You can untap the ring now, I believe, and just start going nuts.
Oh,
We are peaking.
I do love a good peek.
This peak is... I thought peak was a sorcery. Is
No,
an instant?
peek is an instant.
That's amazing.
Peek, you just take a look, draw a card. I mean, that's all you get to do though. So
I think Ataxian Probe should be instant.
yeah, just a free spell.
Talon Gates of Madara got trick bound, or got hit with a trick bind, so the ETB was countered.
Did Jonathan sack a land over here? Maybe he's trying to
Yep.
go off in response?
Yeah, we're trying to do something here. Looks like we used Kyrian Ranger to trigger Nadu. We replaced that with a Prismatic Vista.
Huh. Interesting.
We're going though right now.
Yeah, I was like,
for
he's
Tameshi.
yeah, Evan deep in the tank here, working out the lines.
Mind over map.
Conversation happening.
Yeah.
So unsure about where we're at with this very expensive blue card.
Deciding here. I think the conversation is we're losing right now.
Yeah.
This is the decision
You,
point.
you do imagine that we have 3 people talking about, well, what do you got? Like,
Yeah.
what do you want to do here? Like, and Evan just being like, well, this is what's gonna happen.
Yeah. And again, this is how intricate sort of the Tameshi engine is.
Mm-hmm.
It's very, very hard to recover if you don't interact at the right spot. And Tameshi pilots are very passionate about their deck. Like,
Oh yeah. If you're playing an arguably lower tier deck, right? You imagine you're very good at it to want to keep playing it competitively.
yep. The top player right now on Tameshi, his name's Jason Baird. I think he's in the top 10 or 20 on the leaderboard. But his primary deck, I've never seen him play anything but Tameshi.
Mm-hmm.
Dude's nuts when it comes to that deck.
I mean,
Like,
there's a lot of points to be gained by just really like knowing your deck inside and out very well, right?
this resolves with no Beseiju. He's got it. I believe so.
There are definitely some hand gestures.
I got nothing. I got nothing.
Yeah, I was like, the more aggressive the hand gestures, the more I think that Evan might be bringing this game to a close. But Not out yet. I mean, there's still things to do in response, I suppose.
Yep. And it looks like Talon Gates is being sacrificed to Sylvan Safekeeper, possibly, to trigger Nadu.
Well, I was like, I wonder if there's any way he can, like, get it back on top of his deck to, like, put the land back into play. I don't know.
Oh, I think we might be hard casting the forest, so we're filtering Talon Gates can filter.
Oh,
mana,
yeah,
right?
you can just pay 3 for a spell, so...
Yeah.
You could. As long as he can create double blue in some fashion, he could do that.
Let's see here.
I mean, he also can just fetch with this Vista.
Yeah, so it looks like Mana Crypt is being tapped for 2 colorless. One of those is being filtered into Talon Gates to produce a blue.
I was
And,
like, I think he's actually just sacking lands and, like, floating mana, though.
yeah. And it looks like... So we have a blue from there, we can get a blue from this land or the Prismatic Vista, and then we can hard cast the Force to get rid of the Mind Over Matter.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we got a Forest. Now we're in the waiting game. I don't think there's any interaction from Nick. I think we would have tried to challenge the Tameshi if there was some sort of Red Elemental Blast to be had.
Is this a Safekeeper sack?
Yep. Oh, there's a Fluster. Can't hit the Mind, though, but we do have a blue card.
I was like, he does have a way to just do this for free if he wants. I mean, he has the mana floating already. He could just
Yeah.
do this, though.
Well, needs one more blue.
We're working off the assumption that he's making this force happen.
Yeah. I think if for whatever reason the Force doesn't happen here, I think they lose the game.
Yeah. Well, force would be... I mean, Otawar is fine, but, like, force and negation, specifically exiling, is, like, pretty relevant.
Yeah.
But we'll see where Jonathan ends up. We don't have 100% knowledge of everything in his hand, so...
Yeah, Adawara does get there as well.
I think that's the harder way to try to make this work.
Only costs 2, though.
True.
It's a nice rate. Doesn't appear that that's being considered. I think we're looking for some counter magic here. And I think that's smart. I think keeping up the Adawara for a later turn. You can even target your own stuff if you needed to.
Yeah.
I'm not too opposed to keeping that and prioritizing the forces.
So, got out an island, making a blue, thinking about popping it to... Okay, sure. Got a lot of shrouding it up.
Oh, there we go. We can do it again.
Never didn't have it.
Never didn't have it. Floating for green.
Shout out good guy Ryan over here, hitting him up with all the mana floats.
Ooh. Oh, Yabi
Man,
Maya.
just going off.
All right.
Everybody's got forests.
We're keeping the train going. Floating more green. Nadu runs, I think, 85 lands, so this makes sense.
You know, the casual amount of land that everybody has.
I'm making up. I think I said 70 last time.
I was like, I'm sure that the number is a little bit higher than in some other decks.
I think
I was like, we could realistically pull it up and actually know for sure.
Yeah, I think it's like 40, to be honest.
Yeah.
Let me look. Let me see what we're rocking here on land count. It's 35, which is a huge difference from the 23 I'm used to running. Mind Over Matter resolved?
Or he's just showing that it's about to happen. I mean, there's so much conversation still happening that I am just... I feel like if people are still reading this card, then, like, there's still discussion.
Oh, Mind Break Trap. Oh, not cast, maybe? So there's a lot of discussion right now. How many spells? Oh, he's cast... Has he cast really any spells? He's cast Tameshi, but the LED's been looped. It's not cast. And we are using the Auto Aura.
Yeah, I was like, if Tameshi, I was like, if Tameshi's doing the things then anything just ET being off Tameshi, Otawar is like really the only answer, but
Okay.
mostly we were just waiting to find out where this was going.
So we are discarding. We still have the ability to loop as well, right? Yeah. So we just recap. We are returning the One Ring, right?
Yeah, I'm not. I mean, it certainly seems like the ring was the thing that was bounced.
Yeah.
Not sure why that was the choice.
Tameshi's doing the Tameshi thing. We're bouncing, returning lands, returning artifacts.
Seems like just even bouncing Tameshi would have been fine there, maybe.
I think
I don't think-
Tameshi was the thing to bounce.
Because I don't think he had the mana to redeploy, but unless I'm just miscounting.
Did not. Oh no, I'm sorry. You could have, if Mind Over Matter resolved, you could untap the Price of Progress. Excuse me, the Talisman of Progress.
Sure, yeah.
And then recast.
It's an awkward situation, I guess.
I think that force needed to hit the mind to stop this gravy train.
But I don't. I mean, if it only entered out of the yard, there's no
Was that
countering
cast?
it.
Yeah.
Mostly earlier, I was just thinking Otawara doesn't really answer. Like you can bounce it, but like it doesn't actually stop anything.
Yeah, because you can keep the loop, especially now having an artifact in the form of a land.
If
you can bounce
Tameshi's
that.
ability was like sorcery speed,
And Tameshi gets it.
yeah, I was like, I don't think anybody has a way to stop him from just doing everything he wants to do on this. Like,
Yeah.
you just can't.
Huge congrats to Evan on Tameshi, and I think this shows how resilient Tameshi is and how difficult it is to interact with it. Being able to loop through your deck, loop through your yard, without putting spells on the stack, you're really just putting activations on the stack.
Wait, is Tameshi sorcery speed? Am I wrong?
Uh,
It's so rare I see this card in play, so my assumption that no one was interacting was just based off of that I didn't think they could.
let me find Tameshi here. Activate only as a sorcery.
Okay. Then I'm gonna lean into they just didn't think they had a way to do anything, I
Yeah.
guess.
Loop through though. I'm continually impressed by Tameshi every time I see it on stream. I think this deck is the real deal. Some people were kind of
Yeah.
writing it off as a Brewer's Advantage deck, and it still possibly could have a semblance of that, but I think this deck is real. I think it's a legitimate option for Azorius colors. I think it is the definitive option. It's the only deck I really see being successful in Azorius. With the caveat is every Tameshi player I've talked to discusses how hard this deck is to pilot successfully. But I think if you've learned that, and I think Evan faced some adversity in this game. I mean, for the majority of it, it was a 3v1, and he still was able to close it. I'm extremely impressed by this deck every time I see it.
Yeah, I definitely think he went from just not really having a whole lot going on to all of a sudden his board state just exploded.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, it does seem like there was a very small window to have some amount of interaction, but even still, that didn't seem like it was going to be enough to stop him from doing what he was doing that turn.
Yeah, incredible showing. And great pod, too. This was the first ever with over 38,500 games tracked on Command Tower. We've never seen this pod comp before. And 2 of these commanders also printed in the last 6 months. So,
Yeah,
between
a lot of new and interesting interactions
Yeah.
to watch. But we're going to take a quick break here. Congrats to Evan on closing out that game. I'm not sure what our count is. It looks like about 30-ish minutes on camera, but the rest of the round would have started sooner. So, yeah. So take a quick break, have some lunch, some brunch and dinner, whatever.
Dinner.
Sure. We're gonna go take a peek around the room, see how everybody's doing, and be back in 30 minutes or less if we're lucky, and bring you guys round 4?
Yep.
4 already? Look, we're almost done with day 1.
We're crushing it.
We're going fast. But yeah, so hang out and we'll be back in a little bit.
We'll see you guys. Thank you.
like 30-40 people, so. Welcome back, everybody. It wasn't too long, right? Like
No,
30 minutes.
that was a nice lunch break.
Yeah, so we're going into round 4 or 5 today of the Fishbowl 4. Ha!
4-4.
4-4. I'm Michelle Tanner.
I'm Lauren, also known as MTG Hot Dog, MTG_Hot Dog.
And we have a few people who have been on stream already, but we got an interesting mix, and we thought, hey, why not bring you some interesting decks, right? We got, well, some stuff. Some stuff is about to happen. Some cooking is gonna cook.
To no surprise, this pod composition, given the commanders, has never happened in the 38,500
I knew it. I would have bet money on this one.
Seat 1, we have Brian on Obnixilis. Seat 2, we have Mason on Aragorn, the Unifier, the 4-color Aragorn. We have Jesse P again, Seat 3 on Tibna Armix. And then
we
Ryan,
got to see do cool stuff earlier. Maybe
did.
again.
Chancer of the Annex, MVP there. And we have Stella Lee, Seat 4. So
I hope Ryan gets to keep his Stella Lee this game. That's all I ask for him.
yeah, not worried about. We only have one deck that we should be worried about.
He should be safe.
Yeah, but I'm excited to see this pod. Jesse and Ryan have been on the stream already today. They're kind of fighting for their contention lives right now, so this is kind of an important round to win for both of them. As we're kind of in the that we're in round 4. Can I get some 4s in the chat? Fishbowl 4, round 4. It's almost 4 p.m.
So don't put that on it. It's only 2:30.
We're all gonna mold a 4. Start at 4D life.
Oh my god.
Yeah, 4s in the chat, please.
But yeah, I think with this particular setup, we're either in for a super long game or somebody's about to pop off real fast. I don't think there's any in between here. Now, I think Jesse alone makes me lean into this is going to be a long game.
Oh yeah.
Even without the turn 0 Chancellor, right?
I'm pretty terrified though. Ryan, I believe, kept their first 7.
Oh,
that
seems scary.
Yeah, I think what Ryan wants to do in this game is you're facing down if you're Ryan, you're facing down 3 very slow decks. Stella Lee can win turn 2. I think you're trying to turbo out right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think he has to, right? If he has an understanding that Jesse's deck is just going to drag him down the longer the game goes on, then he's even more incentivized than normal to keep maybe a slightly riskier but high payoff kind of hand.
100%. That's what I'd be looking for in that situation.
Like you're just like, what can I just ship it? If it looks like it can go quick, gotta go fast. We're gonna Sonic the Hedgehog it up here.
Gotta go fast is the name of the game right now, because the longer this game goes, the more deafening silences you're gonna see. The more ways to just stop you from being able to do your spell slinger thing are gonna occur. Aragorn, I haven't seen this at CEDH tables before. I'm pretty excited to see what it can do. My assumption is that you're playing a lot of multicolored spells. I briefly looked at the list. Some multicolored spells to trigger Aragorn to be able to get the most value out of that the cast trigger that it has for when you cast certain colors, and being able to break parity on casting those spells. Obnixilis.
Couple infinite things to do in there.
Yeah.
Right?
All Will Be One is a really potent
I'd say
card.
that's the main one you'd be the most scared of.
Yeah. And Snoosk, thank you for joining us. Shout out, you're in Europe. I can't remember where, but it's late for you, so thank you for joining us, Snoosk. It is good to see you. Or read you.
So it looks like we're just getting through, resolving some moles, some look-sees here. At least 2 just straight keeps. Horrifying.
Yeah. Yeah. Even it's a little less than 60 card and 100 card when you are keeping your first 7. I'm pretty terrified.
Well, I mean, 60 card, you got a lot of 4-ofs, right?
Yeah.
You have a pretty good ratio of hitting a solid opening 7.
Yep.
In this format, when somebody keeps a 7, scary. Scary stuff. Multiple people, terrified.
Snoosk, you're in Denmark. Nice. It's 23-25. Damn, you're in the future, man. That's a big year.
How's tomorrow looking?
We're in 2024 and you're in 23-25. Oh boy.
Well, it looks like we're getting set up. Hopefully everybody's keeping at least 6. I mean, fingers crossed. That does hurt the gameplay a little bit when somebody mulligans very aggressively.
Yeah, I'm curious what you're looking for here. I think, without knowing Aragorn, I think your 7's probably pretty reasonable.
Maybe just like, I don't know, mana dork into, like, I feel like you're just like fast mana to get Aragorn and start going.
Yeah.
Seems like the line. It's not really a lot, just the state of the game there.
This is a tough pot. I think your mulligan decisions are really hard, especially because you have some kind of wackier brews, and I mean that as a compliment. I'm a wacky guy myself, so I like seeing these brews. Obnixilus has been falling out of favor a little bit recently. Haven't seen too much of that Rakdos
It's a little
guy.
soft to interaction,
Yeah.
right? Just because of the fact that it has a hard time fighting back.
Yeah. Aragorn is a soup deck, wins with food chain. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, Darkside and meal combo, that does make sense. And I do love soup.
I'm not sure who's on the starting end of this game either,
Let me
which
find out.
will affect things to, some amount.
Seat 1, we have
If
Brian.
Oh, I was gonna say, don't tell me it's Jesse. That would be the scariest.
No,
but
seat 1,
sure.
Brian, then Mason, then Jesse, then Ryan. So
I
Ryan
was like, I
is
feel
last.
like Jesse or Ryan being on on the start would be probably the scariest ones to me.
Agreed.
Yeah, definitely a cool pod though. As we said, 0% chance of you ever seeing this happen before.
Yeah.
at least in sanctioned matches, I suppose.
Yeah, first time in almost 39,000 tracked Commander games. Thank you to Datatog for that data. We've never seen this pod before. Aragorn and Timna Armix and Stella Lee.
Yeah, not even the regular Timna partner up, right?
Yeah.
We get the full on everybody's a little different.
I
here.
love it.
We
love
saw a
it.
lot. It was a cool deck. He got to do a lot of interesting things with it. All right, we got to start. Said it. A very
Beautiful Altered
very
Soul Ring.
fancy soul ring.
As someone who is around a lot of CDH, I see a lot of CDH, Timnacrom, Rogsai, whatever, and we're starting off with an Esper Sentinel by Mason. The things that get me excited about this format, as we see Mason deploying his Mox Diamond, is stuff like Armix Timna being played, stuff like Aragorn. Even Stella Lee was fringe for a while.
Oh, man. Mason just like, here's an Esper here.
It's a great start.
I mean, I said fast mana. That's about as good as you're probably gonna get, right?
You were on it. Yeah.
I could definitely see why he just slammed 7 and said, "Yep, this is all I need."
Yeah. Curious what the follow up is. Looks like a Caves of Quail. Oh, that's not a Caves of Qualos. What
I can't read it.
is that a tainted?
It's like a promo pack.
Yeah.
Land here.
So Ryan
Taps for a black or a white. That's all that matters.
Rite of Flame. Okay. We wheeling?
Told you we were scared of the 7. We were scared of the 7 keep.
Yeah. Manival.
Okay.
We have a way to make blue. One
ring.
Okay. We're gaming now, y'all.
The turn 1 ring.
I like that a lot. I think
I told you if he would have been he was the scariest one.
maybe a little bit of a chip on his shoulder after last round.
He didn't even get to keep his commander.
No.
So I could honestly see him just wanting to show off what this deck can actually do.
Oh, Concealed Courtyard. Is that what that is? Maybe. Yeah.
I don't recognize that art for it, but sure.
Dockside.
Okay,
We are gaming.
Dockside looking all right here. Dockside feeling good about
So we're
itself.
looking at Dockside for 4?
1, 2, 3, 4. Wouldn't it be 5?
Yeah.
Esper Sentinel?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'd be 5. You are correct. So we're gonna be able to cast our commander here for Brian with 2 treasure remaining. So.
That is a reasonable amount of treasures to have this early. Very reasonable.
I love that windmill slam of that Dockside.
Oh, yeah, just ship
Bam,
it. Thank
shook the
you.
table.
Thank you all for having good starts.
Yeah.
Appreciate you. I've caught up.
Yeah. We're all here now. And this Esper Sentinel, excuse me, this Obnixilus is just going to get better and better over time.
Oh yeah, all of a sudden taking away the bad, like we already knew Obnixilus was going to be one of the slower end, but not with everyone else facilitating a better start for him just because of the Dockside
Right.
getting so much value.
Yeah. The great equalizer.
Yeah, you're like, yes, all of those resolved. Thank you, everyone.
I'm here now too.
Oh, Jesse, what you doing?
We enlighten tutoring.
Responses? No.
Do we play a land
At least
pass
2
on
of you
this
have no blue
instead?
cards.
Yeah. I don't think we're hitting. Okay, mana crypt.
Sure.
All right.
I mean, at this point, he's also got to catch up now, right?
Yeah, it's a little lopsided here.
Funny to see the difference in the Chancellor start versus not,
Yeah.
where he had no way to punish everybody for being so fast.
Right. Right. He's playing the catch-up game a little bit now, and I
Yeah.
feel for him. And as much as I was talking this deck up last time he was on stream, and I talked to him after the round, I was like, dude, your deck's super cool. I love the
Yeah.
construction of it. I think the thing that it does struggle with is being able to catch up when you're behind. Your card
Yeah.
quality to draw is way worse, even though your tutors are good,
Sure.
and
So-
it's hard coming from behind on this
get an
deck.
Armix out. Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing we talked about earlier with stacks likes decks, right? It's like that you need to apply those tithe pressures as early as possible.
Yep.
Because that is your window. The second that people creep out from underneath, you lose a lot of power.
Yep. Activating our one ring here and
Sure.
turn.
Start drawing some cards. Got a lot of life to give, you're fine.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'd be going nuts with this right now. I'd just be untapping that. I'll just draw all my cards.
Mm-hmm.
So
Another draw here.
Oh, yeah, losing one from the one ring triggers the Obnixilis, so that gets a
That is fair. It doesn't care where. It's just 1 damage.
one card.
One damage matters.
Yeah. And notably, Dockside's a 1/2, so you can get the trigger off of Dockside connecting.
Mm-hmm.
We are following up with a Remora.
Okay.
So we are here to draw some
Yeah,
cards.
so Ryan is ready to draw a lot of cards.
Did we miss our land drop here?
I don't. Did he pass the turn yet? I don't think so. Right? No, maybe he did. Unless Brian's doing something in response. Because what is that? Vamp?
Maybe vamping in response.
Sure.
Yeah. Fair. Don't want to feed the fish.
Yeah, I mean, if you have something to do, you're gonna do it before this Remora hits the table, right?
Have to be careful though, because you could be in a situation if Ryan's next land is a fetch, and you don't want that card in exile, and it throws it in exile
Yeah.
from Obnixilis' ability.
I mean, to be fair to Brian, he's also just limited on card. He doesn't have that much left in hand, so he's just trying to facilitate what he can
Yeah.
and not and not have to deal with the fact that Ryan probably has like 50 cards in hand now.
That fish is going to get fed if it resolves.
Yeah. I mean, I imagine it does. The only person I would think could fight him is him.
Yeah.
Like, I think Ryan's gonna make sure this resolved. Yeah, this is just not a table with a lot of counterplay, right? You know, so you can feel fairly confident in your ability to resolve things, whether they do the thing you want or live long enough. That's different, right?
Yeah. So looks like the not the MC, the Vamp Tutor has picked its target.
It's a mystery to us all.
You can reveal it for style points.
Good. No rule against it.
I love doing the face-up Vamp Tutor.
And just like, this is what's happening.
Yeah. Can we just shortcut?
I mean, if you're gonna draw it immediately anyway and do something, I suppose it wouldn't matter. But
Remora's resolving.
mm-hmm.
Perfect.
Looks solid. Oh, and then the fetch anyway. Sure.
So clearing the
That
top.
Bowmasters would have been neat.
Yeah, that's the risk you run into.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate. You kind of
They found the line.
yourself, yeah, or 2 for to yourself because they didn't really lose a card from fetching. I mean, they did and they didn't. But
Yeah.
It replaces itself. You do get until your next turn to cast them, right? To your next end step with
I'd have to reread that Obnixilis. That sounds about right. Most of the newer templates for cards like that are pretty much like until your next end step, but
The Soul King of Ping is the name of the deck. Until your next end step, you may play that card. So
Yeah.
we still have access.
I mean,
to
he
the
can
Masters.
I think he would have rather done it in response to something, but being able to ping for one with it is still fine. I don't think he wants to lose it.
Jesse making a case. Why are you attacking me? So I presume the Ob is swinging at Timna.
I think he pointed that way.
Oh,
Oh
it
no!
was successful.
I guess he pointed next to him.
And we have an ad nauseum with the ability to cast it with that dark ritual.
Okay.
Wow.
Who would do that?
Huh?
Who would do that?
No. Casting cards is really bad in my meta. I try to take as little game action as possible.
That's fair.
I think you ripped the Nas here. Ob's a tough deck to Nas with, though.
He only has, what, 4 mana available, right? Soaring, land... I don't think he...
You can dark...
No land drop yet?
Yeah, no land drop yet. I think you dark grit. Oh, we're going with the Bowie. Exiling Simon Spear Guide.
Sure. Okay.
Maybe see if we can get a little bit more action here.
Ping.
I like it. Okay.
Where's this ping going?
Looks like potentially Stella Lee. Let's see. And I know Snoosk is probably enjoying this. Snoosk was playing Omnixus for a while.
Yep.
And
Stella Lee took the one here. Hit a land.
There's our land drop.
Sure. We're cooking.
As the young folks say.
We're cooking.
No cap.
No.
Bussin'.
Stop.
For real?
Get the land. Okay. We're here for it.
So use it or lose it. Ob's a tough deck to Nas, though. You have some
Yeah.
really high-end spells. There we go. We're doing it.
Doing the dark grit. He's like, I would like extra mana. He probably looking at Ryan like, anything?
Yeah. We're nozzing. Oh boy, we're nozzing.
Well, this is just the ping
Oh.
damage. Yeah, these are just in
geez.
exile.
I was excited. Okay, so that's on the stack. I got ahead of myself.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, chat. I love seeing dark grit cats. Turns out, Orcish Bowmasters is very good at Obnixilus.
Yeah, like I said, paying the one a different way is super relevant here.
And here's our Adnaz.
Okay.
3 animate's pretty relevant too. If you have a way to sack, MBT on the Nas.
Said please
Trigger
stop.
Remora.
You've cast things.
Let's see if we get a red blast here. We're feeling great. Dual caster mage.
That is not it.
That is not. Unfortunate. Is there any relevant creature to reanimate? I don't believe so.
I don't think so.
Just stand in exile.
Yeah.
Rough.
Not the worst losses of stuff there, but I'm sure he doesn't feel great about that.
No, it feels kind of bad.
Still a solid board state. Just looking to pressure that up a lot more than he got a chance to.
Yeah.
But that Bowmasters is definitely putting a tether on people's abilities. Looking at you, Sully, to really pop off with a lot of card draw.
We could be facing lethal commander damage as well. Obnixilus connected, I think, for 6. We have 12 now. I mean, if we get a couple more counters on Obnixilus, we can swing in, get that 21, kill a player.
Yeah.
Turns out player removal's good sometimes.
You wouldn't think that Stella being at 30 life is low, but it's kind of low now. Is
Okay.
that survival?
We have a survival of the fittest on the stack
Sure.
from Aragorn. I love survival of the fittest. Pre-modern staple.
I wish I could see what's in his hand to see how good this survival is.
Yeah.
Oh no, Esper Sentinel down.
Okay. Maybe turning off some sort of sacrifice loop.
I mean, it's definitely a good thing to ping off creatures in general when you can. Esper Sentinel's a good one.
You start working on the arm mix too. You turn off the Mox Amber, turn off some free interaction. 2 more spells are cast. Oh, baby. Fetch land, trigger, ob.
Hello? He has exactly 1 treasure hanging out too.
If that was 1 card sooner, if that instead of the dual caster.
That would have been an interesting turn.
Wow. Okay, looks like we fetch pass.
The old roll to see how bad.
And we're gaining a lot of power here too on the board. I think we may have forgot to put a counter on Obnixilus. Was that 8 before the fetch? Should be at 9 now.
I didn't see him touch the dice, so I think you might be right. I think they noted that obviously he flipped the card.
Yeah.
But yeah, he might have missed actually making the the number higher.
All good. Let's see. So we are Jesse's deploying Timna. We resolved the exile, so he has to put the counter on there. Yeah, I believe we did miss the counter on Obnixilis. Phyrexian Devourer being exiled by Armix. Seeing what we can
I
possibly...
feel like that's happened before.
Yeah. And for those at home not familiar, Phyrexian Devourer in your graveyard, you get something called Necrotic Ooze. Has all activated abilities of all creature cards in graveyards, and you can Phyrexian Devourer to be able to exile your library to put 1/1 counters equal to the mana cost of those cards, and then you get a Ballista in your yard, and you can dome the table. Pretty decent.
Yeah, you know, if that's something you want to do.
Winning the game is also bad in my meta. I forgot to mention.
Just take 5 billion game actions and end in a draw.
So we let the fish die, Estella.
Oh, well, I think you have to. It's
Yeah.
actively killing you with this Bowmasters to be scared of that.
We have a Flare of Duplication in exile with our Dockside.
Brian really hitting some flips off of this.
Yeah. Gaining control of this right now. This is where you're starting to hit your critical mass as Obnixilis. You can start... I mean, we're at 14 power. I think we're 1 ping away from lethal commander damage on Ryan with Ob.
Yeah.
We have J-Lo here
He has
herself.
he has no protection right now, like, at least for Ryan, so...
Yeah. We have J-Lo, so we can get Stella out. I can see a scenario where if we're deploying Stella, doing something like a Final Fortune or a Warrior's Oath to get rid of our Summoning Sickness and then going for it on our next turn, not risking the combat damage.
Assuming he gets to his next turn.
Assuming we get to the next turn.
Which is getting harder to see happening, huh?
We're passing.
He's got to have something, or he's making a good deal. We'll find out.
I think he doesn't want the Stella to get blasted, the Red Blast.
I mean, it's a face-up Reb, right? Like, you can't deny it's there.
Yep. Hitting our land drop from exile, doing the Ob thing. We have some super spicy thing that we can hold priority, flare our own spell. Love doing that.
I mean, right now, he could just simply swing in for a lot.
He gets Ryan down to 1. No, that's not right. Gets Ryan down to 6 or 7. Takes 1 from Mana Vault, takes 2 from Ring.
I mean,
we're flirting with death right now.
yeah, I was like, I will be surprised if Ryan can survive, if Brian wants to take him out.
Yeah. There's probably some sort of discussion too about that.
That's what I mean. There's always this human element of we don't know the conversations that are being made here about stuff, but in general, oh look, it does seem like he might be splitting up things a little bit.
So Dockside coming at Mason, and then we have 19. Oh, Psych Rift.
Okay. I mean, that's a way to deal. I mean, he obviously can counter it.
Yeah.
But Ryan has to try.
Oh.
Oh, is that a misstep?
That is a misstep on the Red Elemental Blast targeting. Okay. So I'm assuming the Psych Rift is targeting Ob. So we have a Red Elemental Blast targeting the Psych Rift and a mental misstep on the Red Elemental Blast. Priority is back on the Psych Rift. We are flaring the Psych Rift. Interesting. What can we be bouncing? The 1-ring?
That wouldn't be a very good bounce, I don't feel like, would it? He could just cast and give himself protection again? Is he drawing? This Bowmaster is gonna eat him alive.
Yeah. It's making the token bigger. Oh. Okay, looks like we caught the triggers here, possibly. Maybe we missed it. It's flaring misstep. Oh, I suppose you could flare misstep.
We're not 100% sure yet, but I mean, that would be a reasonable choice.
Interesting. I think we missed the boat. Oh, maybe they're saying kill Arme?
They're definitely still discussing what's happening, so I guess we'll see how this plays out. It's a lot of hand gestures.
Mamma
I
mia.
was like, we get used to the emphatic hand gestures. So I'm gonna hesitate to say that this is not politics in progress here, but so Bowmaster's triggers do exile a few more things. One of them being Grape Shot.
Pretty good.
Ryan flirting closer and closer with death at every moment.
And it looks like, yeah, it looks like we flared the misstep to get a misstep, to counter the misstep, to blast the Psych Rift.
Yeah, I think Ryan's dead. Yep,
Yeah.
he's real dead.
Wow.
I mean, he had to go for whatever he could there, because that was his only window.
Now we have Grape Shot, and Grape Shot can open up a lot here. Because
I was like, what's our storm count? Pretty good right now, right? 1, 2, 3,
3, 4.
4.
So we can get 5 cards off of Grape Shot.
Yeah, it's like it's not a scary amount of damage per se. Although you could clear out some stuff, right?
I almost would be tempted
Like
to...
clearing out Jesse's actual like creature, very relevant. That would just be fine.
Yeah. I would be maybe tempted to Imp Seal something. And then you can get it off the Grape Shot.
He's definitely cast, but I guess we'll find out where he's directing
Yeah.
this.
5 copies here. What do we got for it? A Get Lost.
Huh.
Okay.
I mean, Get Lost definitely clears Ob. I'm assuming that's where that's going.
Yeah. I think taking that off the board, because eventually I can just start one-shotting people.
Yeah, it's like, here, you can have some maps. I don't know.
What is this, the yes?
It's only 2 maps.
It's a good song.
It is a good song.
2 maps for my pals. Okay.
Oh, is it a reach for the hand? Does he have a response?
Deflecting Swat would be hot. Nope.
No, I think all right. Saved.
Saved by the bell.
from Ob for now. I mean, the Grape Shot will still do some damage. It's just not going to facilitate Brian getting a bunch more cards.
Yeah. I think we can start chaining now the survival as well, right? Possibly. We have a map.
We have 2 maps. Dose map.
I don't even know what maps do.
You get to use it to either find a land off the top, or it lets you what's the word? I'm blanking on. As soon as you ask me, you pay 1 and you can sack it to hope. If you find a land, it goes in your hand, and if it's not, you put a +1/+1 counter on your creature.
Oh, okay,
Which-
you explore.
It is an explorer. It's just I'm wondering if that's even something that Brian wants to do. He could just throw some counters on the Bowmaster itself.
Thank you for the assist. I'm a CEDH player, so I don't know how to
Explorer,
read.
yeah, I was like, explorer is the word. I was just 100% blanking on the word explore.
We CDH players do not like to read new cards.
I was say, well, explorer's not a new mechanic. It's an old mechanic. Oh, map tokens are a new thing, but Explorer came out in the first
yeah.
Ixalan.
Well, you heard it
You
here
don't.
first.
I was like, you don't see Explorer effects in CEDH very often, to be absolutely fair.
There's probably some person somewhere who we just made mad with their Merfolk deck.
I said not very often.
With their Kuzmena or whatever, their Simic.
Kumano or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, there were some good Ixalan. Is that a Dox?
So yeah, we had a survival activation. We discarded the Displacer Kitten, and we are getting a Dockside Extortionist, which has a very healthy count.
The maps do add to it. Funny
1,
enough.
2, 3, 4, 5.
The treasures
6.
are all gone. I don't actually think it's too much more than a previous Dockside.
No, 6 is pretty dang good.
Taking Ryan out of the equation, drop the number down a bit.
Yeah, if I made some, like, no, just swing at me. Just swing at me. Trust.
Did Obnix get lost? Yes. Yes,
We
he
have-
did.
And upkeep orange chant.
Oh my, that's horrifying.
That's awesome. Again, it looks like it was on Mason's upkeep.
Horrifying. For Mason.
See, Jesse's playing.
Jesse just wants to get back to his turn. He said, please stop doing things.
It's Sans Red Mardu.
I mean, there is a survival in play. Like, you just have to be respectful, right?
Yeah. I think it's a smart play to
Mason scaring everyone with his very fancy lands out, threatening, in a threatening manner.
It's true. We are hard casting a Fierce Guardianship. Okay, I think we're going for the win here.
I was like, if he feels that strongly about it, he really doesn't want Jesse to get a turn.
If that's your opinion. Okay. I forgot you can hard cast that card.
I did. You are allowed. You pick up the Aragorn. What does this do again?
Yeah. Are we
Okay.
losing?
Dockside. Yeah.
The dockside count is 6.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, should be.
We are making our treasure. Oh, yes, Sans Red Market. Oh, thank you, Snoosk. I'm glad you liked that.
Or 7? You put 7 treasure? Did we miss?
Oh, Soul Ring.
Oh,
Yes, we
it's
did.
under the
1, 2,
land.
3, 4,
You little
5, 6,
cheaty
7.
soul ring down there.
Actually, you can't do that.
Well, that needs to be up front.
Okay, we are activating survival, pitching a Bloom Tender.
Okay. I'm sure we can find something better than
getting
a
an
bloom
Emil.
tender. I mean, who would do that?
Stickos. And I think Mason and I are cut from the same cloth, because that's what I would be doing. I think we're gonna get
Well,
an
funny,
Emil.
yeah. There's always an argument for what does he have left in hand, too.
I think we're seeing my favorite chunky unicorn, and then we are doing dockside loops. Chat.
Dockside loops.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's okay.
And then how do we win? I don't know that part.
Yeah, I was
but
like, what are you gonna do with the dockside?
I should probably read Aragorn.
What a unicorn! It's beautiful.
Let me check here.
Emil's such a cutie.
I love Emil. Okay. This deck list is called Aragorn, the Uniter of Breach.
Yeah, I was like, casting a red spell off over and over is probably all you want to do
So-
there.
So whenever you cast a white spell, you make a 1/1 white human soldier token. Whenever you cast a blue spell, it's scry 2. Whenever you cast a red spell, it deals 3. And whenever you cast a green spell, it gets +4/+4. So we are going to be... Okay, we're making the 1/1. We're bolting the...
You have to bolt if he bolts dockside in response to the Emil, right? Then you can't. There's no loop here,
Right.
which seems fine. Seems like
Yeah.
the thing you need to do.
Yeah, if it's still in the stack, yeah, this is extremely reasonable. Extremely
It's
reasonable.
a fancy bolt.
She's so nice. I met her at Command Fest, San Francisco.
Nice. Oh, dockside down.
Dockside down. All right, chat. It is not game over.
Yeah, I was like, there we go. The game continues. Jesse was trying to hold it down. Mason tried his best. And then here comes Brian with the 1 mana spell.
Yeah. Ryan's suddenly back in the game.
Funny, I mean, he literally had just 1 mana available. That's it. He did not look like anything that was probably super scary, but exactly enough to stop Mason from doing fun stuff and winning.
I'm pretty sad too if I'm Brian. Giving the 1/1 spirit to a Timna deck sucks. Not as in it's a bad play.
Sure.
I just hate doing it.
Oh, looks like we don't lose anything. Nice.
All right. Well, we are back in the thick of it, y'all.
All
Let me
right.
see if there's
I was like, what you got, Jesse?
does Mason have any reanimation of any sort to get that dockside back?
I would be, I mean, is there like a Savines or something maybe? I'm just trying to think of like reasonable things to have in those colors.
We do have a Savines.
Okay, I mean, could do that.
We do have.
You have to draw it, but
Yeah.
you can do it. Not something searchable, most likely.
Okay. So there are outs, I suppose.
Yeah.
I don't know what the payoff is though.
I mean, if he can get Dockside back, then you just Aragorn and kill everybody.
Oh, true.
Because then you just get to cast Dockside over and over and do 3 damage to everybody's face until they're dead.
Well, it bounces it. It doesn't. You don't recast.
Oh well,
It flickers.
well you have to flicker it. I mean, you have to. Wait,
Yeah, I don't know what the payoff is.
you mean for
So if I make infinite treasures,
sure?
Aragorn, if I flicker Dockside, it wouldn't trigger. It's a cast trigger for Aragorn, right?
Yeah, it's whenever you cast spell of X color or whatever, right? So
I just don't know how it closes out the game.
I just assumed he would just have to keep flickering and then recasting it. Like he has a way to bounce it back to his hand though, doesn't he?
No.
Huh.
Anyway, we are moving to attacks.
Yeah, I was like, Jesse deciding where he's swinging these.
What if the contemplation here is if Armix is used to kill the Emil?
I mean, this is a solid window to take out the Emil if possible. Killing Bowmaster's not the worst, but it's not. I mean, without Ob in play, it's not as scary.
True.
Without Ob in play, that already has a bunch of counters on it.
True.
Ob's got to work a little harder again.
Okay, so the Spirit and Timna at Brian and Armix at Aragorn, or that's all at Brian?
Yeah, I think he was also kind of debating on whether he wanted to just. Okay, so it looks like. Or no, is he counting?
So we discarded a sacrifice to Armix's ability and used that to kill Emil.
Yeah. I was gonna say hard to see who he's gesturing to, but sure.
A lot of gestures, though. I like.
Yeah,
it.
I was like, these hands are talking.
We're emphatically playing. I love it. Life total's slowly becoming relevant as well. We killed the player.
Whittling down.
Yeah, we have an 8/8 on the field. We killed the 1/1. We dealt 1 to Jesse.
Yeah,
Okay.
like drawing cards is still a liability with this Bowmaster's out.
Not killing the Tim is interesting, but maybe you're just trying to clear the way to start swinging in.
Kill the Timna?
Yeah, 2 cards were drawn.
Oh, well,
Just to put him back, I wasn't sure if it's worth it to start pressuring the commanders at all. But we have an Agatha Soul Cauldron. And the Phyrexian Devourer is in the yard. So we have that ability. Maybe explaining it's GG, y'all. So we have the ability of Phyrexian Devourer.
yeah.
I
I mean,
don't know.
assuming this is resolved and they're not discussing it still.
True.
It's always hard to tell, right? Like somebody just put something down and you're like, is this in play yet or no?
True. Yeah, a good point.
Because this would, like, if you had a way to kill, like, Armix or something, if you had a way to clear out creatures in the stack, this would make sense.
So Agatha Soul Cauldron will let.
You exile a creature from the yard, and then you put a counter on one of your creatures, and your creatures gain whatever the activated abilities
Yep.
are specifically. Well known in Yogg decks in Modern. I don't know where else, but
So we're in the
but it
thinking-
only affects activated abilities, and you can pay mana of any color to use activated abilities of creatures you control, which is sometimes relevant.
Nice. Okay. Okay, we are redeploying Ob.
As expected. I
Yeah, no surprises.
think that's where Brian's got to start.
Play Jewel Lotus, redeploy Ob. Moving to Punchies.
The thing is like Brian doesn't have a lot of cards in hand.
No.
So while he's got a giant orc army to swang with, he could use maps if he has nothing else to do, but that's like not great.
I think you swing in with the 10/10, you connect with the Bowmasters, you at least get 1 trigger off the Ob from that, and then decision make from there.
Yeah, because like he doesn't have a lot of mana to work with either.
Right.
And
Right.
it's like, all right, I'm like, is it the big one at big one at Jesse and a 1 at Mason?
And we got a mana confluence, so we have a
Okay,
land
land.
return.
all right.
Solving some of the mana problem, not all of
Sure.
it.
Depends on if he just really needed to be at 3.
Right. More mana to activate the maps. How much? It's 1 mana to map, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I feel like if that's all he's doing this turn, then he's not looking so hot.
Yeah.
Even with a significant board state, right? If he doesn't use the maps, that would feel like you're signifying that he has something better to do.
We're tapping 3 wheel.
Yeah, like- I mean, that would be a sick thing to do right
This
now.
is a wheel. It's gonna be really hot right now. It's a wheel, and we have the most life.
Yeah, I was like-
Let's go.
That's a neat looking wheel.
I love that secret layer. The Nekusar in that secret layer is so cool.
I trust you. I just don't remember what it looks like.
There's so many secret layers now.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, look.
Well-
If I see any art I don't recognize, I just assume it's a secret layer of some kind.
I forgot they keep printing sets. I just thought they just.
They just keep printing every week. It's
Yeah.
a new set.
All right, so Brian does have the most life. Supposedly, I mean, I suppose they could decline. They don't want to play the game. They don't wheel. That's probably the conversation happening right now. Jesse's like, no, say 0. We'll make him pay life. We don't have to worry about Bowmaster triggers that way.
Yeah.
Brian does need to find some of his fast mana or mana rocks to sort of redeploy. You don't want
Yeah.
to just pass turn right
That's what I meant
afterwards.
is like, no matter what, right? He has an awkward, he can do this, but what's his follow-up?
So Brian, I saw him right. He wrote 13 here. So he's willing to go to 20.
Which is fine. I mean, if he's dying to either of these other decks, I think he could go to almost nothing, and they have just infinite ways to kill, right? So
Yeah. I don't think his opponents are gonna go lower, to be honest. But we're gonna see.
it would be surprising to give him the option, but at the same time, we also just aren't 100% sure how Brian can even utilize a lot of other stuff this turn.
Yeah.
Like, he's already made his land drop. I don't know. We already saw some fast mana stuff earlier, so we'll find out. Looks like he wrote 12, I think, on there.
So 12.
Yeah,
okay.
I mean, so it puts him to 20.
So Brian is taking 12. Brian and Jesse will wheel. Mason will not wheel.
So Mason said no. Jesse, I didn't see what number.
I think it was
He
a
wrote-
7. But Brian will take all the damage, and we have 7 Orcish Bowmaster triggers.
Couple.
That's enough. Now, depending on what Brian drew, he has the decision: do you use 4 of those and or 5 of those, or 4 of
I mean,
those and kill Armix Timna?
I was like, I still think it's reasonable for him to just clear out Jesse's board.
Yeah.
Now, you have to do an extra damage to each one, though.
Oh, yeah.
Because, or at least go for the first, like, you have to make him do it to at least the first one, do the extra damage, and then, like, he has 1 Agatha reaction here.
Yeah. Agatha reaction. That's my favorite band. If it's stacked, depending on how the triggers are put on the stack, you can also Agathas to make a Deflection Devourer and save whatever creature you want more.
Sure.
Such a weird card. I used to run that in a very odd Sultai build when I first got into CDH. I love Phyrexian Devourer, Necrotic Ooze stuff.
Just a big old card.
Looks like a angry triangle.
It really does. Oh, you have just a casual 17 orc army.
Okay, looks like we did all the damage to face.
It's unfortunate that Brian already
Oof.
did combat here. Because he had to. Like, he needed
Yeah.
that. Like, this all started off of Bowmasters hitting for 1.
Yep.
Which is just hilarious.
We
So
are...
I see, like, what? Grinding stage, some amount of mana stuff. He can't do anything with it, though.
No. Unless we... No, we've used our Simian Spirit Guide too, so we don't even have that trick up our sleeve.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking. Is like, he's already kind of used a lot of fast mana stuff.
Yeah, I'm Crypt kind of unlocks
It's like,
us here.
for those
but
all going to exile is a bit awkward.
Yeah, that's a beating, especially Mayhem Devil. That's a win.
Yeah, I was
con.
like, he's got a lot of things I'm sure he would have loved to have in hand and not gone to the Shadow Realm.
I'm pretty scared of Mason now, knowing that he'd like this hand enough to not wheel. And I know we were scared of the Bowmaster triggers. That was probably some sort of consideration. But if you absolutely hate your hand, you're willing to take the 1 damage and.
Yeah, that's reasonable.
Oh yeah, here's a Grand
I was
Abolisher.
like, Grand Abolisher does seem like a card you want to keep.
Yeah. I love that art too, secretly.
They just had Grand Abolisher come out again in what? It's one of like the guests of one of the last sets.
Oh yeah, Outlaws.
yeah.
Photo Junction. Yeah, there's a Cowboy Abolisher.
So all of a sudden, there's just so many extra printings of this card.
Yeah, in case you're doing cowboy stuff out there.
Right? I've seen
Yeah.
a couple. I've seen the mind break traps and other things, right?
Bobbing around on some cowboy stuff. We're having a discussion now about the thing that Mason needs to be careful of is Bowmasters triggering, potentially killing the Abolisher if it ever becomes relevant.
Yeah, you can't stop the trigger. Looks like Mason's having a think here. We'll find out what's going on.
Jesse is, I think, contemplating targeting something in Mason's yard to disrupt. Yep.
Oh, well, that cuts off a Savine line for sure.
Yep.
Because like he has to, isn't it? Because he can't activate it once. I mean, I'm assuming Abolisher is still on the stack when he does this.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't activate artifacts with the Abolisher out. I love that's my favorite thing to do is Abolisher and Oxide.
I mean, Abolisher is just kind of the speak your piece now card. Like,
Yeah.
oh, and okay, Jesse had a lot of things to do in response.
So we have an opposition agent here on the stack. We might see the activation of Survival of the Fittest now if that's part of Mason's game plan here.
Which could be. I really wish we could see his hand, but
We don't have Thorkel, right, in Aragorn colors, so we're not going to win that easy. We're prioritizing a breach line, and it looks like we are going to respond to this Oppo. I believe I saw Force of Will in his yard as well, or his hand.
we're just pitch. Yeah, I was like, I think he's just pitching a card here.
Yep, looks like we're discarding Eternal Witness to activate Survival of the Fittest in response to opposition agent.
But what are we getting? What are we doing?
Let me look at his list to see what gets us out of this pickle here.
this doozy of a pickle.
Oh no, that's okay. Aragorn.
A little pickup of Aragorn. A lot of text on that card. A lot of text.
What do we grab as a creature here?
The long-necked creepy one.
A flesh duplicate?
That's what he got.
Oh, okay. Okay. What do we get? I like this.
Yeah, because, I mean, I certainly don't imagine he's copying his own Abolisher.
We are casting the flesh duplicate. What are we?
Oh,
we're not.
lies.
Oh, we didn't know if that resolved yet.
Yeah, it's like, good? Okay, we'll do the... Maybe he is copying his own. If he's worried about one of them dying, I'm not sure.
Okay. Oh, we entered as a Bowmasters.
Sure, okay, that works.
Relevant. Okay.
Can I have my orc army token, please?
Are we about to wheel? Let's go.
Okay.
Wheel of Fortune.
Like, I wanted to wheel. I have the Bowmaster.
Yeah. I'm the Bowmaster in that deck now.
Yeah, that's quite a few actually.
You're
Well.
on mix list. Lame. Think now do you start clearing the board? No, I guess you still have the. Is that a final parting in response? Oh no, is this what we're discarding? Oh yeah, that's just what we're discarding.
Yep. Oh, that's a couple cards.
Yeah. Decent.
That was a hand. It's gone now, but
Yeah.
but it was a hand.
Makes sense if Mason, yeah. Mason's like, I'll do your bowmaster's dip better.
Yeah.
I'm gonna wheel better.
I mean, I guess it would be up to Mason now what to do with all these triggers.
Yeah, we have 14 orcish bowmasters.
Not enough to
triggers.
kill anybody.
No.
It's a little tapped on mana here. So I'm wondering if this is his time to clear stuff out and just
Yeah.
get back to his turn.
For sure clearing the Oppo, that makes sense to me. Now you have access to survival again.
It wouldn't be unreasonable to just clear everything out that isn't his.
Yeah.
I mean, he could go for face, but I just don't see that being as useful
You
for
give-
this turn.
Yeah,
I'm
you
not
give
sure.
op cards too if you do that, which I'd be hesitant to do.
Yeah.
So we have 12 triggers, I believe that's what that's signifying.
I would assume he's using a visual here because the army token hasn't gotten bigger yet, or well, I guess it's just hanging in there at 15. He just used, so these are our floating triggers.
Yeah. Oh wow. Killing Ob.
I mean, that's fine.
Very reasonable, yeah. Land for a turn, 2 mana. We gonna see Breach.
Do we not finish resolving the triggers, or am I missing
I
something?
think we use the rest killing Ob.
Oh, didn't seem that big.
I think it had 11 power, 12 power, or toughness. And now we do. Oh, no, we've already used our dock side.
Docksides are done. Dockside gone. I wonder what Jesse ended up drawing. Whether it was like helpful for him or not.
Yeah.
He's just casually still sitting there with both commanders in play.
We're passing a turn.
Okay, well, your time to shine, Jesse.
Yeah. If we see a ballista or something similar, I think if we're Jesse, we can win this game. Same situation like we were in before when he was on.
Yeah. Fairly free attack on Brian.
Any single way to tutor ballista wins you this game. I don't think anyone has interaction to stop it.
I mean, I assume Brian can't do anything. Okay, well, starting on Giver does not lead me to think that Jesse necessarily has something to do this turn that is a win.
You can also kill Brian this turn. You swing with Timna, she has the ability of Phyrexian Devour, so you just get lethal commander and gain a bunch of life. It's a slugfest of a game if we're taking out players one by one.
Yeah, I mean, that does seem where we're at, though.
I believe so.
Although super scary if you can't kill Mason.
We have a Path to Exile being cast.
Okay.
Targeting Timna, I assume? Oh, okay. We have the ability of Razaketh now, right?
Whatever his activated is, yeah.
You sack a creature and tutor.
Then the Giver is probably just fodder.
Yeah. Does it need to be exiled under the Soul Cauldron for it to have the ability?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, any creature with a +1/+1 counter on it now has whatever abilities are on the cards that are exiled under Cauldron.
Understood.
So he has 2 different creatures that now can do this.
So we are casting Solitude, pitching
Pitching
Elishnorn.
Bomb, sure. It's not exactly what you want to do, but it's okay. I imagine at least one of Grand Abolisher. It's like he can't wait till Mason's turn, so if that's how he's got to do it.
And in response to the evoke trigger, he can use the Razaketh ability to sack it. It's a tutor.
Yes. That is a thing. Or no, he took out the fake Bowmaster.
Interesting.
Okay. So abolish is not what he's worried about. At least not right now.
Backing to Razaketh's ability.
I mean, if he just wants to draw some cards maybe off something, then it would make sense to not want to die to a Bowmaster.
Right.
You know.
Alright, we are.
Sacking for something. We'll find out.
Said
We'll
no
find
to
out
that
together.
card. Said no to that card. What a chain. Again, I'm continuing to be impressed by this Orzhov deck.
Just a lot of different, interesting interactions, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like this game, very different than the other one we saw previously,
Certainly.
but still just attacking from a couple different angles here.
Looks like possibly a Grief was picked.
Pretty interesting. I feel like Grief is only decent if, I'm assuming, like, Mason has good cards already in hand.
Yeah. Well, I
mean,
think it's more so you get a
any of the evoke cards that are so free interaction, sack it, go get something else
Yeah.
is not unreasonable.
And it looks like in response to the Path to Exile, we used the Razaketh ability to to fetch for something that Path to Exile is gonna fizzle. Fascinating.
It's like obviously they're vocalizing whatever's happening here a little bit better than we can follow just eyeballing it. But
Oh yeah. And there's our Grief.
pitching a black card of some sort. Sure.
Cabal Ritual.
Sure. Basically casting it.
Yeah. Easy. Notably, we don't have any extra turn spells like Final Fortune, any of those things we normally see in red.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So we're Grief and Mason. What was that? Eldamri's Call, Fish,
Destiny
Mantuko or something?
Spinner?
I can't. Or that's what that is. Yeah.
And Tuco, I like that though too.
All I saw was a green and shit. I was like, I've been hurt, but not do.
Wesley Bob.
Yeah, I was gonna say Eldamri's Call. That call makes sense because he can go
Yeah.
get anything with that. Everything else is pretty face up as to what it's there for.
And that tells Jesse you have the all clear to go for. There's no interaction left.
Yeah.
Yeah, I knowing Jesse, I'm pretty sure this is a win attempt.
Like sacking Grief for a mystery card that we will see soon enough.
Okay, I did not realize. I thought Soul Cauldron gave them the abilities of everything in the yard. So you have to exile the card to give the things with 1/1 counters an ability, and it puts 1/1 counters on things.
Correct.
Okay, gotcha.
So bouncing a cauldron, for example, would remove all the abilities from these creatures.
Interesting.
Playing it would be a new cauldron, that kind of thing.
Right.
So the cauldron itself matters here.
So if we can get a Necrotic Ooze out, which might have been what we just tutored for,
Maybe. Guess we'll find out.
I'm so ready.
Oh.
There's our Necrotic Ooze.
Okay.
And if we sack the Giver of Runes, we get the Walking Ballista, and we win the game.
Which I believe he's probably
There's the
talking
Walking
out right now.
Ballista.
It's like he knows Mason can't do anything, so it's more of a Brian, anything? No?
Yeah. So right now we need to make sure we have 44 CMC left in our deck.
Ooh, that's a couple. Well, to be fair, 44. I mean, we know for a fact that Jesse still has a very, very large flyer in there
Yeah.
through Chancellor that costs
Chancellor of the
a
Shamanic.
million.
Yeah.
So that's like half right there.
Yeah, that's like half, yeah. Okay, we are exiling our library. He's signifying 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, yeah. Yeah, there we go, and Eleshnorn as well. So there we see Jesse Padilla taking it down. I'm not gonna write it off. Okay, we got the thumbs up.
Yeah, I was like, I believe they're saying that it's done.
Yeah, and there we go. Okay, so
No draw this time, Jesse. Found the line.
yep, GG's. So Necrotic Ooze has the activated abilities of Phyrexian Devourer and Walking Ballista. Was able to get those both to yard. And Necrotic Ooze was able to exile half the library with Phyrexian Devourer's ability and remove counters 1 by 1 to deal 44 damage. 4/4 round 4 fishbowl 4 Quattro.
We are still in round 4. That's why.
And to close out that game. So amazing showing by an Orzhov deck that we've had on stream twice now.
Yeah.
I'm
Not even
impressed
mad
twice
about it.
now.
I'm
No.
not mad about it.
Great showing
Yeah.
by that. And an old school line. That line really isn't seen a lot. There's much more efficient combos mana wise, but you need more colors to make those efficient.
Yeah.
If you're an Orzhov, that's a very clean few card combo to win the game, and Jesse, pulled it off, with surgical precision.
I was like, he's definitely leaning more on slowing everyone else and building up to that kind of start. But this one, he just played kind of fair Magic for a bit and then just had his turn.
Yeah.
So
Huge
congrats to Jesse. But I mean, good showing by everybody. Really, really interesting matchup. Super fun things to follow here. Obnixilis was in it, then he was out of it, then he was in it,
Yeah.
and then he got to wheel, and then Mason got to wheel.
That was such a swingy game, and that's
It
why I love
was.
this format.
It definitely was probably the highest variance one of I'm not sure who's winning.
Yeah, true.
But all right, so it looks like we probably still have about 20 minutes on the clock, give or take. The people on screen have a little more time. They started a little bit later. So in the next 15-20 minutes, we should wrap up the end of this round. And then we have one round left for today in our Swiss round. So we're going to take a short break while everybody finishes up their games, and then we will bring you round 5 in just a bit. So stay tuned. Don't leave us, or at least for a little bit. Bathroom break.
4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4.
See you guys soon. It's like, we're on. Welcome back, everybody. We are going into round 5 of the Fishbowl 4. I'm Michelle Tanner.
I am Lauren, also known as MTG Hot Dog. MTG _hot dog.
You keep forgetting your
I
own
know.
underscore. It's crazy. But yeah, so we're looking round 5. Today is last round because it's just the last round of Swiss today. Starting 9 a.m. tomorrow, we're still going to have 2 more rounds of Swiss left before a cut. So right now, we're looking at a grouping that is really all looking to get a win here, as it's pretty much they're winning in to kind of lock it up for tomorrow.
Yeah, I've been here in this position before. It's you're winning in to lock for top 16, so you can go into tomorrow around 6 and 7 in Swiss,
Yeah.
just to
And
ID.
just not care who you get paired against, or you win. It doesn't. You're fine. You just want to draw it out and move on.
The nice thing with all of these players, so this is all of their win and ends, I believe. So Sergio is at 12 points. Bob P is at, let's see, Bob. I think he's under Robert. Robert's at 11 points, so 16 points will lock him in.
Sure.
Robbie is at 12 points, and Caitlin here is at 11 points. So if any one of these players gets the win, they can draw their next 2 games, so they can wake up, not have to play Magic, kind of get ready for top 16, and lock in. So there's a lot on the line right now, I think.
I mean, anytime you can lock up a spot in a high money, high points level event,
Yeah.
and just you'll feel a lot more confident going into your next day.
Extremely.
So definitely a lot on the line here. Sergio has amazing token. All I can do is keep looking at the cats. They're so cute.
So that black and white cat is actually a friend of ours. Shout out Chris Rocketman. I'm lucky enough to be friends with Serge. That's Prim the cat, PTC, Prim the cat,
Aw,
as a token here. So shout out to Chris Rocketman and your cat Prim. But we have an interesting pod here, and I'm gonna pull up the data because I'm sure there is data on this one here.
I say this is not unknown quantities, but a healthy mix here. Not all Timna deck, not all Rockside deck. Like,
Yeah. Seat 1, we have Buttercup. We might have had Robbie on earlier here.
yeah, I was like, unless somebody else also just happens to run
Buttercup.
specifically that one, which is not impossible because the Princess Bride is amazing. So
It is amazing. So seat 1 we have Sisse. Seat 2 we have Magda, Brazen Outlaw. Is that that's the correct one, right? Magda.
oh yeah, it should be.
Because there was a new one, right?
There is another Magda. Yeah.
Okay, I think it's Brazen Outlaw. And then we have Rogrex Silas, and then Rogrex Silas. So I'm going to put this into an almanac that I have with almost 39,000 games tracked on Command Tower events. Thank you to Datatog for supplying this data for us. There have been... I think I have the wrong Magda. There was one that was just reprinted in Brazen Outlaw. No, that's right, with the Horde Masters, the new one.
Yeah, I was gonna say I could have sworn it was Brazen was the one we were thinking of.
So Sisse Weatherlight Captain Magda. Oh, okay. Yeah, we have not seen this before. I'm going to remove Magda from the equation. I know Magda has kind of fallen out of favor here. Looks like there have been 18 games that have had this pod composition, taking out Magda from the equation. And we are
Sure.
starting it off here with some sort of dwarf for Magda. And we
A one drop flavor text dwarf, I think.
Rogsai wins this a little under 50% of the time.
But there's 2.
Yep.
That throws the math off.
Yeah. Well, that's with factoring 2.
Oh, you're saying because of 2? Oh,
Yeah.
sure. Well, then, yeah, I guess when it's half the pod,
Yeah.
50% is reasonable.
Sisse wins 25% of the time,
Oh.
and then the Magda seat wins 25% of the time.
Sure.
So, pretty statistically average pod compositions here.
Everybody on their 1 drop or less.
Yeah. That's actually my new store, 1 drop or less.
Nice.
Pretty fair starts, though, across the board. Caitlin's probably going to be dropping an island, producing treasure, as Magda does. Sisse here with the quickest start. You have the most mana available to you, and you have a draw engine.
Mm-hmm.
We have
I was like, S% just such a good 1 drop start for this deck to really kind of get a couple more cards early.
Yeah. As a Timna enjoyer, I love me some Esper Sentinel. I have a draw engine that attacks and draws me more
It's
cards.
like it's not a fish, but kind of a fish.
So it looks like we have a Chrome Mox pass here from Sergio PTC.
Mhm.
Robbie back in the driver's seat. Marsh Flats getting in. Seen a lot of Magda too. I know we had a Magda earlier on the stream. I
Yeah.
think overall in the format
Few
we're
enjoyers here
seeing,
today.
yeah, I believe in it. I think it is the best monocolor option that's available right now
I mean,
in
it's
CDH.
definitely a powerful start, right? It's just a lot of things that you can do with a lot of treasure.
Mhm. Looks like we Marsh Flats passed from Sisse here.
Yeah,
Um,
just on to Magda, playing a land. Maybe we play the Magda, maybe we don't. What we got?
Fair
Yeah.
Magic, we're easing into it.
There we go.
Deploying Magda here.
Can't complain about that.
Our 1/1 flavor text dwarf itching to make us a treasure.
Yeah, where are you swinging it? Why has everybody got blockers this early? I don't think any of them want to block, but it's just a funny situation.
We have a deadly Rollick on Magda.
Oh no.
Triggering Esper Sentinel.
Yeah, I was like, gotta do it before combat to stop full value here.
Yeah. If you really want to be dramatic, you could do it at the beginning of combat step.
No, rude.
I
You mean you want to be rude?
Potato potato.
It's like, I don't want you to get anything this turn. Try again later.
And it appears we are fetching and paying for the Esper Sentinel.
I mean, if you have nothing else to do, why not?
The only downside to paying for it that I could think of is it takes you off the ability to play a Surveil land.
Sure, but this early, if his hand's good enough, it's not
True.
necessary. Stopping Robbie from drawing 50 cards in turn 1 seems worth.
We're paying.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, then Magda goes back to take a nap for another turn.
Yeah. Got rollicked. Yeah, I can see the merit of you've effectively now made this. I hate to say it, but the one of the pitfalls of Magda as a deck is it really relies on it's a commander centric deck.
Relies on Magda.
Yeah.
Sure.
So without Magda, I mean you're a little bit locked out of the game. You're not completely out by any means, but you're hurting.
It's gonna take you a minute to get back again.
We're either gonna risk 6 out of your time twister here. Oh my goodness, I'm just drawing
Necro?
dominance.
I was like, Necro is none of those things. But yeah,
No,
sure.
not at all. I thought we were gonna see a slower start here, but Bob's saying F it, heck it,
Okay.
we're rolling.
Some conjecture here amongst everyone. I feel like there's a conversation to be had here.
Yeah. I if I'm Robbie, my big concern is I can't really rely on Magda to interact in a meaningful way. And so I think if I stop Bob, I now have to worry about Sergio.
We assume this is in response here, maybe?
Yeah. I mean,
Like I said, always difficult when they throw the card down as to where we are in resolution, but imagine this is in response.
and we are paying for the Esper Sentinel.
Yeah, get out of here, Esper. No value for you.
Robbie's in a weird spot where I think they have to really play Fun Police right now to try to get out of this game against 2 Rogs, and Magda isn't, again, not providing a lot of counter magic.
I was like, Magda's just not going to be very helpful 9 times out of 10 here.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Not tapped out, at least.
And that's just, I think, a pitfall of every pitfall of the deck. Every deck's gonna have pros and cons, and
Sure.
one of the cons to Magda is just having a little bit of a fragile creature who.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 2-drop.
Yeah.
It's the price you pay, right?
Yeah.
Wonder what he is setting up here. Okay, the 2 life. Sure.
Wonder if he's just gonna try to go for it now. If you have a black source and you tried going for that Thessalical Consult.
Oh.
If Sergio's like, it's not getting any better for me. I think Robbie might have something though.
Yeah, I was like, still not 100% sure about this Necrodominance.
And we are still responding to the Necrodominance as well.
It's like we assume all of this is happening with Necro on the stack.
Let's see here. So we are thinking. Looks like Vamp Tutor's in the midst of resolving. And I think that was a response to the Necro.
Yeah. It's like unless we can tell otherwise, that's what we're assuming.
Let's see.
Definitely some tanking over here as to what he's doing with this.
Usually that's a bad sign when my opponents are deep in the tank.
Yeah, because you kind of wonder if he's trying to find a line to win. Is he just finding a line to respond? Weighing the pros and cons of one or the other? Looks like he made a choice.
We have a choice on top of the library. We are exiling Simian Spear Guide.
Okay, I mean, I assume...
Sure.
Does this mean Necro resolved?
I believe so, yeah.
I was like, if he's casting another spell, I'm just gonna assume that was the case.
Tough to exile the Simian. Takes us off a red mana, but I guess use it or lose it with this Necro lets us go a little deeper.
Yeah.
We are in the midst of moving to end step, I assume.
Oh, little life drop here, just a little bit.
But paying 10, it looks like. 9, 8, 7.
Yeah, I was like, maybe questioning as paying is how much they wanted to do there. But yeah, looks like just a new hand essentially.
Yeah, that's fair. Notably have to discard down to 5, unfortunately.
Oh yeah.
Brutal.
Oh, it's rough.
Fix
Rough,
Necro.
it's rough out here.
Yeah. Interesting that it's legendary too. Has some probably niche applications with it being legendary, Necrodom.
Hmm.
None that I can think of off the top of my head, but they probably exist.
Sure.
Can you delighted you can delighted halfling?
For what, being legendary? Yeah. It just cares that something says legendary.
Yeah.
Doesn't care what it is. Robbie has a surprisingly small amount of cards in hand for as many as it felt like he was going to get to draw off this Esper Sentinel.
People have been...
Everybody was very cognizant of paying the one here.
Yeah.
Which is not often the case. I mean, sometimes you just can't, right? Like, it's just, yeah, sure, you're drawing a card.
People have been very responsible with paying their taxes.
Yeah, a bunch of responsible adults at this table.
It's like, I feel like I'm at H&R Block right now.
Get out of here.
Taxes are being paid. No refund, though. Broke even.
Oh? Well, couple cards.
Oof.
Couple cards.
Okay. Discarding the final fortune. Okay. All right. I like it.
All right, looks like we're on to Sergio. Now, gotta wonder, what did he tutor?
Having known Sergio, he might
You
be in a
make a guess?
situation.
Yeah.
I think he's gonna try to jam something.
Yeah, you think he's just all in?
I think so. Maybe not though. No land drop. Okay. Cabal Writ.
Who needs land?
Oh.
Flare to make way more mana.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're drawing. There was a swan song on that Robbie just drew. So if you swan song the Cabal Writ, you stop the flare.
That is accurate. Can't copy what's not there.
Oh, he's letting it resolve. Can't swan song that.
Yeah. It's an interesting one to let resolve if you can stop it.
Yeah.
Like, nobody's making this much mana for funsies.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Oh no.
I'm really surprised that that resolved.
Just Bob's F6, so.
I'm very surprised. Yeah, if you hit that, you get a 2/2 bird, the flare fizzles.
Are you sure it was a swan song?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Because I just didn't see it, but
Yeah.
if you're confident.
I'm confident. There was also a mental misstep in Robbie's hand that could have hit the Vamp Tutor, so I'm curious. Very curious. Okay, so we cast Final Fortune. Cast Dark Writ.
Okay. It's a lot of mana.
Yeah, we're making mana. We're doing the thing. Storm counts 4.
I mean, there's always a chance to stop something relevant, I guess.
Yeah.
Sergio, like, doesn't actually have a lot of cards in hand, so he can only do so much off what's on top, I suppose.
We're twisting, holding priority. Oh no.
I mean, sure.
Now is this...
I was like, this feels like something you can take an opportunity to respond to.
We're thinking now on this. This is gonna completely refresh the Citadel as well.
Yeah.
You could brick hit 2 lands, but this is tough. I think this helps. This hurts Bob because everything's gonna go to exile, but you do get a fresh 7 to possibly stop what's happening right
All
now.
the more reason to counter. So, like, because if it resolves, then the cards in your hand aren't ideal anyway.
Right.
So you might as well just do what you can. But I don't know.
Huh.
I mean, I'm assuming this is not resolved yet. Seems like there's still a whole... Okay, yeah. I was gonna say, he's got to weigh the pros and cons here, right?
100%. I think you stand to hurt Bob if this resolves too. Again, oh no, they don't get discarded. They just get shuffled in the library. So you really don't lose out on the cards in hand.
Yeah,
That's my bad.
it's more of a losing it to being able to utilize it right now.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you draw the same cards, which I wouldn't count on.
Right.
Not in this format. You can get lucky, I guess.
I think here we're gonna see some interaction.
City
being
Brass
used here.
first. Interesting to fetch before that, but sure.
We have a silence in
okay.
response. I like that. I like.
Sure. I mean,
yeah.
that takes care of a lot of stuff for this turn.
Thanks for the fresh 7, nerd.
Yeah. I mean, letting your opponent float a bunch of mana and possibly not be able to do anything is kind of funny.
Yep, 2 cards in hand. Likely bricked on top based on the way he's continually looking.
Yeah, I was
at
gonna say, that's why I
library.
was saying Sergio only having 2 cards in him means that, like, whatever he's getting off the top is probably stuff he actually needs to try to make happen.
Yep. Nice. Okay. So
Sure.
we are twisting. We are twisting. I think Caitlyn is helped a lot by that. It didn't seem like there was too much action going on in their hand.
Yeah.
We are back though.
Bob, Bob's in an interesting position over there.
Well, Bob gets to untap
Yeah.
with a Necrodom. That's pretty
Yeah.
good if it gets stacked to Bob's turn.
Which so far, it could. It probably will.
That silence was clutch though. I'm really impressed by that.
It was not a bad silence. It's like, yeah, sure, go ahead.
Yeah. Makes sense why they did the fetch, maybe to play around an oppo or something.
Sure.
off the
Yeah.
top.
I was like, knowing that it was silent and not just a counterspell makes way more sense to just, you want to have you already have like your backup, right? To ensure that your silence resolves in that
Totally.
case.
Yeah, if that was the decision to fight on, yeah.
Because I think the silence resolving is better than just countering one spell from Sergio, right? Because
Totally.
he could still just keep trying to cast things off of Citadel.
Mm-hmm.
He has the life to do so.
Yeah, life totals are still pretty healthy.
But actually just stopping his turn and being able to back it up, far more reasonable. IMO.
Yeah, those are exiled cards from discarding to Necro Dominance.
Yeah.
Okay.
A lot of text on Necrodominant. A lot of text on this card.
Did I mention it's legendary?
Judge call. Interesting. Not sure
Judge
what it's
call.
about. I didn't see anything startling that stood out, but maybe somebody has a question on something.
Yeah.
You never know.
Curious.
Interactions and things can get a little tricky with this many different decks.
Yeah, Necrodom does a tricky thing where any card that it's basically a rule of, or not a rule of law, geez, a rest in peace
Yeah.
effect, stapled to Necropotence.
I was like,
5.
a Ripperoo and a triple black and shaman. That doesn't sound right.
Yeah, Ripperoo. Yeah, can you imagine a rule of law necro? That's Necro 3.
Jeez.
I can't wait till that one drops.
I was like, we've talked about power creep in Magic. You're getting ahead of yourself.
Yeah, that one drops in Magic the Gathering 2. I can't wait for that to come out.
The update, the patch to
Yeah.
Magic.
Ripperoo, Scooby-Doo. You got
Like
it.
we already got MH3 stuff that was already pretty good. Shout out Nadu, but
Oh.
like,
I'm ready for MH3 2.
yeah, we're just going up already.
Yeah.
It's
We're not doing MH4. We're doing MH3
Oh,
2.
sure. I haven't even. I won 2 boxes off of Arena of MH3
Hell
that are
yeah.
like in the mail. They're not even here yet. We don't need a whole new. I don't need like 5 more sets before they arrive.
That Winnabox seemed cool. The Arena win
Oh,
boxes,
yeah.
like win real cards.
It was.
Yeah.
I mean, I always enjoy playing anything where like your digital like rewards you physically in some way, and vice versa too. Like getting arena codes and so is like just a nice incentive to get more people to play paper, right? Same difference. But yeah, like being able to run a sweet deck like online and then get rewarded with a whole box is
Pretty hype.
nice. So yeah, it's definitely fun. I'm glad they're doing it. I hope they keep doing them.
I think I saw you post it on Facebook, and I was like, yo, that's sick.
It's nice. I'm super prepared to open actual garbage, but like,
It was so fun doing it. It was
they're
so much.
basically free, so it's like everything's like just plus EV at that point.
Yeah. I hope it's all Nadus.
Not as like $3.
Imagine if every
this is the
card-
joke. I was literally like, yeah, watch, they're gonna ban Nadu just to drop the EV of my boxes before I get them.
Mark Rosewater is gonna call you, and I was like, Michelle,
Mara, please.
I'm ruining your
Leave
EV.
me alone.
It's me, Mark Rosewater.
It's like the one time I would be okay with at least opening fetches and stuff instead of like in sealed pools, and it'll be like the opposite. I'm gonna open like the most just unplayable trash. All of the random like enchantments that no one plays, like stuff like that.
I was
We'll see. Fingers crossed, but I'm not holding out hope.
Cons of Tarkir sealed.
Okay.
I had
It's a fun sealed.
3 altars of the brood and 4 fetches.
Jesus.
And I was like, okay, this is my game plan now.
Yeah. I mean, sure. It would. Your opponent probably didn't want to mill their entire deck. I mean, in limited,
Yeah.
that altar was just rude.
It felt
like
good.
having that many of it. Like one was pretty good.
It was like turn 1 altar, turn 2 altar, trigger altar, fetch land, altar, fetch. Do something that makes like 2 1/1 tokens.
That's absurd.
Yeah, it was
That's pretty good.
It was like
I was just happy with like a good Mardu deck.
Oh, and then my seeded pack was a Zergo Helm Smasher.
Hell yeah.
So if I couldn't win with Mill, it's like I'm just gonna Helm Smash you. It was like the most fun I've ever had at sealed.
I just love what is it, like the pony bag brigade, and like all the way it was like I'm gonna make and then I'm gonna make a bunch more. We're gonna swinging.
So
Swing for
good.
a lot.
So
Okay, I
good.
think we've resolved our judge call. Not 100% sure what it was about. Maybe Steven knows. Maybe he'll weigh in as our fancy producer that's there and can actually hear what's going on.
Yep. I'll just pass to them after. Like, you need to tell me what it was. I need to know.
So being unsure of that, I didn't see anything change. Like so, which makes me think maybe it was just a question about an interaction of some sort.
Okay, we are fetching. Maybe to set up the Balasa Citadel in some capacity.
Oh, are we still Judge? Maybe we're still on it.
Only thing I can think of is maybe they're wondering
Can you do something through the silent? I don't know.
about timing when you can look at the top card of your library with Balasa Citadel.
Not sure. I hesitate to guess. There's too much going on here.
True.
But the only thing we know for sure is Sergio's in his turn, got silenced. We twisted. Feel like that's about where we're at.
Oh, he cast a Final Fortune too. I forgot about that. In that whole chain.
Sure.
So we're about to go to his Final Fortune turn.
Huh.
Great call, chat. Thank you.
That's true. That happened. I feel like that was 5 years ago.
Yeah.
The silence really threw us all for a loop.
I forgot. I completely spaced on that Final Fortune.
Sure. So we're back in it.
I'm like,
I guess it's just hard to tell where where we are in Sergio's game plan.
No, chat. I don't believe this is the final fortune turn. I believe it was cast off the Bolas' Citadel. Hello.
I don't think he has any mana floating anymore, though, so...
In case it comes up, the judge call that I just pulled one way to answer is where silence wears off in the turn.
Oh.
Oh, where silence wears
is
off in
during
the
the
turn.
cleanup. So if you, for example, discard a hand size and create a trigger off your Necro, you're not silenced anymore.
Gotcha.
Huh.
In case it comes up.
Sure.
Fascinating. Is that what did Sergio ask?
That was the judge call, yeah.
Okay. I was just, who called it? Was it active player?
I don't know precisely.
Oh,
who
okay.
it
No
was.
worries.
We got the scoop,
I
folks.
tagged in because I tagged in after the fact.
Interesting. Okay. So the judge call, our wonderful judge here, just gave us the scoop.
So it was a silence question.
It was a silence question. It's when the effect of silence's resolution wears off. And we were able to establish that if somehow, some reason, some way, there's a trigger in the cleanup, such as discarding from Necropotence or something like that, and a new round of priority is given, the silence effect would wear off. You'd be able to respond with not under the effect of a silence.
But it looks like we're starting fresh.
We're in the final fortune turn.
We're starting fresh here. We're getting some casts, getting some cheap spells. Not paying too much life.
No. I wonder if he
I was like
bricked.
still looking healthy, but we did fetch out. Is that the surveillance?
Yep, Undercity Sewers.
Surveillance, solid helpful fetchables.
Love surveillance.
Oh yeah, they're great. Definitely a good addition to a lot of formats. Especially a lot of graveyard-centric decks. Get a lot of enjoyment out of just the free card to the yard, right?
Yep. And with the fetch land too, it helps fill your breach. You get 2 cards out of 1 land.
Some of us trying to delve things out, you know.
Let's see what
Floating
we're
some colorless off this mono.
These are shiny sleeves.
That is true.
Katanas.
I do like katanas. I think he's doing a quick count, but why?
But why, Sergio? Why PTC? We have an
I like that he tapped the floating man.
Born Upon a Wind.
Okay.
All right. All right. Okay. There's a ongoing joke in our play group. Sergio and I will play together, and it's like take a 20-minute storm turn, lose the game.
Let's hope that's not the case.
Yeah.
Here.
Everyone's passing.
Yeah,
Okay.
let's take-
Shields are
Bob,
down.
I was like, Bob, full on still with it. He's just F6.
Yeah.
Now we do know. I mean, Robbie does have interaction left.
Yeah.
That Swan Song's still hanging out.
Oh,
right?
I think it got twisted.
Or no, that's right. He got twisted. So we don't actually know what he redrew here.
Yeah, I'm curious what, if any, he might have.
I could have sworn I saw another blue card, but man, he's keeping those close.
Windfall.
Okay.
So Sergio's digging.
A lot of breezy cards over here.
Getting a fresh 7, getting a fresh look with Citadel as well. We've already played our land for turn.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we have an MBT, I think, in Robbie's hand.
Okay.
I think if you have it, you gotta do it.
Yeah.
Miscast.
Okay. It was a blue card.
Let's go. Miscast. Counter target instant or sorcery unless its controller pays 3. No floating colorless.
Cool.
Mox Diamond and Lotus Petal. I suppose Simeon Spirit Guide could cover it, but
He does have some amount of mana. I think he actually could, right?
he's paid 3.
One, or sure, yeah, he'd be one short.
Yeah.
Dang.
Wow. Windfall's countered. Okay, that was our land. So, the Verdant Cataclysm.
Yeah, it was like he fetched at the end of his other turn to get the Surveil, so
Yeah.
just super awkward that land is not in play, huh? Oh, we can't have dueling Necros here. Get out of here.
The Necro's tough. You can't brain freeze really now.
Mm-hmm.
You can't do a lot. You do have flash on everything though, so you can go to. You can put 25 into this, hope to hit something.
Yeah. A lot of life. A
Besiege-
well-timed bolt's gonna matter. Who knows?
Oh, I think it's over now. Besiege
Oh.
the mirror,
Oh.
stacking.
Yeah. I was like, he's only playing the spell just for bargain fodder.
Oh. Wow. If this is where the MBT, if there was an MBT in hand, this is where to use it, right?
We also don't know what's in Sergio's hand now either, huh? Or does he even have a hand left? Maybe not.
This is the amazing thing with a deck like Rogsai, how resilient it is and how
Or he just still have cards. I see him shuffling something.
many times he can put a win on the stack. Oh yeah, there's the MBT.
Okay. Alright, so Robbie did have multiple blue cards.
Yep.
And given the storm count, yeah. Yeah.
At a
Tricky.
certain point, though, you're not going to be able to fight through this much interaction. And then this game's wide open. If the table's able to stop Sergio here, dies to Final Fortune, Mind Break Trap, you've cleared so much interaction now, I think this game just is cracked wide open.
Alright, I was gonna say Sergio still has a fetch, so he looks at the top, doesn't like it.
Yep.
Let's ship it. I sincerely doubt he has another surveil here, but I guess we'll find out.
I think that there might be the red-black Rumpus Room feeder, whatever. The red-black Surveil land is in the
Sure.
deck.
Okay.
I don't know if you hit that, though. I think you need mana more than you need.
Yeah, so get a very fancy duel.
Yeah. No Rumpus Room. So MBT targeting Vampiric Tutor and Beseech the Mirror. Beseech the Mirror is bargained. For whatever reason, it can get flared. Rog is gone, though. This is kind of the moment of truth.
Gotta get that storm count up.
Ooh. And we are under the effect of a Born Upon the Wind.
Yep. That happened 5 years ago, but it is still relevant.
Oh, okay.
Sure.
Yeah, go off. Flash in the Fish. Praetor's Grasp.
Okay, okay.
Wow.
Still castables.
Very castable. Opponents have only cast 2 spells this turn, though, so we can't steal someone's Mind Break Trap.
Yeah, only 2 on that side.
Look at this board state. Jeez Louise.
It's a lot of things happening. Sergio's got a lot going on.
If Bob wanted to be petty, if Bob's targeted, you can just... Oh, no, you can't dump it all into Necro. There's Necro Dominance. I've done that before in tournaments where I'm like, there's no way I'm winning. I'll
Yeah.
just Necro, and you can't Praetor's Grasp.
Oh, jeez.
So Robbie is getting grasped here. Any sort of interaction, even like a fluster, can be cast at pretty much any piece of it. I think it's just going to be a piece of interaction. I don't think Robbie has anything else. Unless...
I mean, we assumed the Swan Song's back in the day.
Yeah. Unless there's a Veil of Summer.
Possibly.
That'd be hilarious.
It would be a pretty lights out thing to do to ensure the rest of your spells are safe.
Yeah. I think Surge might just grab something like a Pact of Negation here. You're on your Final Fortune turn anyway.
Sure.
Waste no mana. And you get it out of Robbie's in case you have to wheel for whatever reason.
Yeah.
And that's reasonable.
We'll see what's left for him to choose from.
You have a weird timing thing too where you have to vamp, but you can't, like, I can't vamp brain freeze, hit myself, and then beseech. Like, that creates like kind of a weird, unless you can mill your whole library. If you can mill your whole library with the storm count, you can vamp tutor for brain freeze, cast brain freeze off the top, mill your whole library, and then beseech for Thoracle.
Also a good point that, I mean, looking through his deck, he might be able to surmise a decent amount as to what Robbie might have left in hand,
True.
just based off what he doesn't see, right?
Very true. we're able to
Really,
kinda
really
get it.
having to think on what do I want? What's good?
Maybe there's no packed. If it was me, I'd be grabbing packed. I'm not even.
Because you can check the list, but yeah, we're just not sure what
Oh, yeah.
options he
I
has
can
left.
check the
I
God.
was like, you actually could just look if
I
you
keep
if you
forgetting
really
I have
want.
this power. Let's see here. Let's check it out. Mr. Robbie.
I think they're I feel like they're getting the wording on this card because like I think Sergio's is not in English. And it looks like they're
Right.
talking about, which is just kind of funny that these are both visible right now.
I think this is a different Princess Buttercup than we've had before because I think I would have remembered the deck name is As You Wish.
So just somebody else with good taste. That's great.
Looking now for a packed. I do not see a
Is that a
packed.
fluster?
That looks like a fluster.
I was like, I think that, yeah, I was like, he just grabbed a good old fashioned fluster storm, which storm count 5 billion. So
Yeah. Storm counts
Good
a
luck.
million. Call your family. Storm counts high.
fluster storm will add that to the storm count.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay.
He had taken it away, and I was like, oh, maybe he rethought if he could do something, and then just F6 right
Just a little
back.
suspense. I liked it.
I just feel for the Magda player that probably has just felt completely shut out right now.
Yeah, unless there's some sort of Simeon Spirit Guide,
I
Red
feel
Blast.
like they probably had their moments to try at this point, right?
Okay, we have a defense grid.
Sure.
Makes sense.
Sure.
And then probably with Beseech, we're gonna get Breach. Yeah.
Just because they kind of rhyme, because they go together.
Beseech the Breach.
Besiege the breach.
Bereach the Mirror.
No.
Not even worth
Yeah, I was
cutting
like,
here.
no.
Yeah. Beseech the Breach.
Just a casual storm count 12.
Yeah, we've all been there.
I mean, actually, yes.
All right, now I'm gonna Tendrils. And then Nas.
Who would do that?
All right, guys. If we're playing Bolas Citadel, we have to start playing. What's the blue card where you remove all your lands from your deck? You know what I'm talking about?
I don't, but that sounds insane.
Hold on. I'm
Is it
gonna.
the commander card?
No.
Am I just not thinking of what this does?
No one plays this card. It's from Weatherlight, I think. Remove
Mana Severance?
all lands. I think
I do
so.
not-
That sounds
I
correct.
was like, I do not recall this card.
Mana Severance.
It
Yes.
sounds like something that should be in
It's from Tempest.
a ridiculous cube.
It's from Tempest. I'm sorry, everyone. Mana Severance. 1 blue, 1 colorless. Search your land for any number of land cards. Remove them from the game. Shuffle your library after. You heard it here first. TC's Rockets. As Sergio cleans
Don't
it
put our name
up.
on that.
Oh no. You can probably buy the card here.
I would be surprised. I don't know where you could buy that card. We might have it.
But congrats to Sergio for taking it down on a very, very complex storm turn or
Yeah.
double turn.
I was
too.
gonna say, let's give it credit where it's due. 2 turns.
And congrats to Sergio on your winning in. I'm pretty sure that puts you at 17 points now, Sergio. Congratulations. You are I'm think locked for top 16 now. Incredible showing, and Bob, Caitlin, Robbie, they're all 1 win away too from.
Oh
from
yeah,
their
no,
win-in.
by no means is anybody here like out. They're just you have to work a little harder in the morning, you
Yeah.
know. But still great showing. Everybody, you know, just really putting their decks to work today. And Sergio, there was some rough turns there, but he definitely just got to kind of pop off all at once and
Yeah.
fought through a lot of interaction on Robbie's side. Right, got through the silent, got through 2 counter spells, and was just like, what else you got?
Yeah, I'm incredibly impressed by the resiliency of Rockside here, and it just shows that this deck isn't a glass cannon the way I think it used to be. It has a lot more payoffs, a lot more options, and really the ability to fight through a lot of interactions. So,
Yeah.
incredible showing. Bob, Robbie, Caitlin, I wish y'all the best of luck tomorrow. Hopefully get your win-ins as well. Serge, incredible showing, my friend. And thank you to everyone watching. This has been so much fun for our day 1 coverage of
Yeah.
Fishbowl 4.
So right now we're gonna end today on round 5. I'm sure they'll update standings after everybody's done. Again, there are 2 more rounds of Swiss tomorrow, starting at 9 a.m. where after that will make the cut, and then people will get to play out for $5,000 and a heck of a lot of gold level points towards the Top Deck Invitational.
Yeah.
So pretty good prizes all around, and not that we're streaming, but there's also a redemption event that's going to happen tomorrow early as well. So anybody who, you know, didn't do so hot today still has a chance to collect some points and make their way closer to maybe being one of the lucky ones on that list.
Yeah,
So-
I'm a huge redemption event enjoyer. As someone who frequently was going 0-4 drop out of main events, being able to, you know, be like, okay, maybe I can't recoup my flight. I'll recoup some dinners though.
Let's try.
I'll play in this redemption event.
gotta
I'll
get
have
some value
fun.
for the weekend, but yeah,
it makes
so-
the travel worth it. I still get to play Magic. I still get to have fun in the 0-4 bracket.
But yeah, I heard if if it's 16 plus people, it's at least a bronze level.
Yeah.
Like $30 event. So anybody who's trying to do that, good luck to them, and good luck to all of our players tomorrow. But as for now, we're signing off. So thanks for hanging out with us, and show back up at 9 a.m. PST tomorrow, and we'll see who wins this thing.
Good night, everyone.
See ya.
4-4-4-4.